we covered about sir, what is the import statement? Just we started. Even answer this question also we discussed, right? Okay, just assume import java.util.star. Okay, like I covered this question already. Okay, now my important conclusion. Now the important conclusion here is, legend this one. Date is available in both packages whenever we are not specifying. Immediately error by default we are going to get. Remember this important conclusion, sir. So because it's already available in both packages, that's why reference to ambiguous, like compile time error we are going to get. So the code won't compile. Are you getting? So compilation fails. This is the error we are going to get. So now the next thing what I have to do, I want to make a small change. What is the change here is, do you know, import java.util.date I'm taking. Import java.util.date. Sir, import java.sql.star. Okay, like I'm trying to take. Can you please confirm which date is going to be considered? Yes. Is it valid? Is the code is going to compile? Is it valid or not? Can you please just I made one is explicit and implicit. So is there any difference if I use explicit? Like now take very special care. Okay, while resolving class names. Okay, just observe that while resolving class names, compiler will always give the precedence in the following order. Compiler, now while resolving class names, compiler will always gives the precedence, will always gives precedence in the following order. Compiler always gives the precedence in the following order. Remember this one very carefully, sir. In the following order. Which order? Okay. First, explicit class import is going to consider, sir. The first one, explicit class import, it's always going to consider. Explicit class import, it will consider. Now the second one, classes present in current working directory. Classes present in current working directory will be considered next. Okay, so the first one, explicit class import. Second one, classes present in current working directory, it will consider. So if there is no class in the current working directory, then only implicit class imports is going to be considered. Implicit class import is going to be considered, sir. Remember this one. So while resolving class names, compiler will always give some precedence in this order. First, it's always going to consider explicit class import. By explicit class import, if there is no match, then is there any class present in the current working directory? In the current working directory also there is no such type of class, then only implicit import statement is going to be considered. Remember this one, sir. So where is the proof? Where is the proof for that, right? So now in this case, can you please tell which import statement is considered? Please confirm which import statement is going to be considered in this case. Is it going to consider java.util.date or java.sql or otherwise current working directory contain date? So which date is going to be considered, sir? Sir, take very special care about this terminology, friends. Okay, so which date is going to be considered, sir? I'm sure in this case, okay, java.util.date only will be considered, because the reason is, first priority explicit class import, second priority classes present in current working directory, third priority implicit class import. Now observe carefully, observe a bit carefully. Where is the proof? It is coming from java.util.date. Just very simple, sir. I'm taking system.out.println d dot get the class dot get name, like I'm taking, sir. Get class dot get name, like this I'm taking. Now have a look once, sir. Let me execute this code, sir. If I execute this one perfectly, the code is going to work. And which date is going to be considered? Java.util.date. Are you getting? Which date it is considered? Java.util.date. I hope everyone in the position to understand clearly. We never going to get any compile time error. Happily, which date is going to be considered, sir? Java.util.date is going to be considered. Sir, now I have one small doubt, sir. Assume that I commented this line. Next, in my current working directory, already there is my own date class is there. Remember this one, sir. Sir, I have my own date class is there. My own date class is there. Public string, two string method. Public string or two string method. Sir, return. Okay, this date class. Developed by this date class developed by Durga. This date class developed by Durga, like this I'm taking, sir. Now let me save this code. Let me save this code as date.java. Let me save this code as the date.java. Let me compile that date.java also. Java C date.java. Yes, compile that class file is available in my current working directory date. Now my question is, listen very carefully, sir. Sir, in our program, if I commented, sorry, if I commented this line, sir, have you observed which symbol I used to comment? Which symbol I used to comment? Hash symbol, because this hash symbol is the comment in Unix, hash symbol is the comment in Python. That's why just mixing. Okay, so Java comment, like I commented, right? Now observe this, sir. Can you please take a bit very special care? Which date is going to be considered in this case? Anyone, can you please tell? Which date is going to be considered in this case as per our discussion? Oi Bhaskar, which date is going to be considered in this case? Remember this one. First priority, explicit class import. Explicit class import is not there. Second priority, classes present in current working directory. Okay. Third thing. Okay. Third things are implicit class import. Regarding implicit class import, so which class is going to be considered? The classes present in current working directory, so by default will be considered. Take very special care about this terminology, friends. Okay, the classes present in current working directory by default will be considered. Okay, now let me, where is the proof for that, sir? Very simple. System.out.println of d. Whenever we are trying to print a day internally, which thing is going to be happen, sir? d.toString method is going to get the chance. d.toString method is going to get in the chance. Now observe this. Happily the code compiles fine. What is the answer we are going to get? Yes, the d.toString. This is a class developed by Durga. We are getting, means SQL date is not considered. Our current working directory date only got considered. Any doubt about this one? The most valuable point. Are you getting? So while resolving class names, compiler will always give the precedence in the following order: explicit class import, classes present in current working directory, implicit class import. Sir, any explanation is required? Friends, any explanation is required? Okay. So here, what is the result? Like here, assume what is the result? Java dot util date class will be considered yet line 1. Line 1 is assumed that this is my line 1. Okay, java.util.date will be considered at line 1. java.sql.date are considered will be considered at line 1. Next, do you know the compilation fails? The compilation fails. Next, an exception is thrown at the runtime. An exception is thrown at the runtime. Okay, like that. Can you please confirm what is the answer we are going to get in this case, friends? Okay, can you please tell what the answer we are getting in this case? Answer, which one is the correct for this code? Which one is the correct? Please confirm. Which one is the correct in this case? Which date is going to be considered? Java.util.date will be considered at the line 1. Okay, like now there is another question I'm trying to take, sir. Assume our current working directory also contains, sir, here this line is not there. Consider the code Okay, consider the code. Now assume okay, assume our current working directory also contains our own customized date class. Assume our current working directory also contains our own customized date class. Sir, which date is going to be considered in this case? Which date is going to be considered, sir? Import java.util.date I'm taking. Can you please confirm which date is going to be considered now? Please confirm, sir. Yes, which date is going to be considered for this code? Assume my current working directory also contain class. So in this case also java.util.date will be considered. Remember this one, because first priority is always what? Explicit class import. By explicit class import, if it is not there, then only I will go for current working directory classes. Sir, if you want, let me remove this comment. Import java.util.date, import java.sql.star. Sir, even our current working directory contain my own date class. This is my own date class. Yes, Swarup, are you seeing? This is my own class. Class date, public string to string, this date class developed by Durga. Like this is my own date class. Current working directory also contain. Now I'm trying to take d dot get class dot get a name I'm taking, sir. So which date will be considered? Now observe this one. We are not getting any error. Yes, java.util.date only. It is not considered our date class also. Okay, that's what you should aware. Because first priority will be explicit class import. That's why even in this case also, okay, java.util.date will be considered. Okay, now I have one small doubt, sir. Same thing only with another small difference I'm taking. What's my difference is, sir, consider the code. Let me remove this one. Okay, let me remove. Sir, only import java.sql.star. Import java.sql.star. Assuming our current working directory also contains our own. Assume our current working directory also contains our own customized date class. Okay, what the result? Sir, java.sql date will be considered at line 1. So compilation fails here. Our current working directory date class will be considered at line 1. Our current working directory date class will be considered at line 1. Can you please tell which one is the correct answer? Please confirm. Which one itself is the correct answer in this case? Yes, here the answer is A. I hope, are you in the position to understand? Same point only, just observe practical proof. Okay, so while resolving class names, compiler is always going to consider, okay, like first explicit class import. By explicit class import, if the classes are not there, then current working directory classes, by current working directory classes also not matched, then only so implicit class imports by default is going to be considered. That's all. Can I go for next one? Yes, friends, can I go for next cinema? Next, the most valuable, very important, sir. So what's my point is, sir, assume, sir, pattern class, not assume, it's the correct pattern class present in java.util.regex package. Okay, sir, pattern class present in java.util.regex package, regular expression related thing. To use a pattern class, pattern class in our program, in our source code, in our Java program, which of the following import statements, which of the following import statements are required, okay, like, so pattern class present in java.util.regex package to use a pattern class in our program, which of the following import statements are required, or which of the following import statements okay, is which of the following import statements is required? Okay, like first one, sir, import java dot star. Okay, import java dot util dot star, java dot util dot star, import java dot util dot regex dot star. Okay, regex dot star, import java dot util dot regex dot pattern. Okay, like I'm trying to take, sir, import java dot util dot regex. Which of the following import statements are required? Which of the following import statements can be used independently? Can be used independently. Independently means either or, something like either first one or second one, something like. Can you please confirm which one is the correct answer in this case? Please confirm, sir. What is the correct answer in this case, please? Okay. Import java dot star, import java dot util dot star, import java dot util dot regex. Okay, so take very special care. Yes, Muhammad, good. Take very special care. Answer is C, D. What is the reason for that? Rakesh, observe carefully. What is the reason? Reason for that is, whenever we are importing a package, suppose Java package, all classes present inside Java package by default available. All classes present inside Java package by default available, but not sub package classes. Remember, right? But not sub package classes. Okay. Whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package by default available, but not the sub package classes. Remember, but to use a sub package class, we have to write import statement until sub package level. Very important bit for the exam sake. Remember this one, sir, for the exam. So to use A class, which of the following import statement is required? To use B class, which of the following import statement is required? Like maybe a chance to ask this type of questions, man. Okay, whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package are by default available, but not the sub package classes. To use a sub package class, compulsory we have to write the import statement until sub package level. Yes, friends, any doubt about this one? So just have a look once about this one, sir. So whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package, all classes and interfaces present in that package are by default available, but not sub package classes. Okay, to use sub package classes, compulsory we should write import statement until sub package level. Compulsory we should write the import statement until sub package level. That's all. Are you getting? So it's the most important question for the exam sake. Remember this one, sir. Okay, well, sub package classes are not available, but sub package is available, right? Sub package is available. What is the use? Swarup, sub package classes must be required. You are going to use sub package classes or interfaces, but not the package. Any doubt? Clear, right? Okay, now just same thing only, just I want to provide in different style. Have a look once, sir, about this one. In different style I want to take. Now my question is, have a look once, sir. My requirement is very simple. Sir, I have package pack 1 dot pack 2 is there. Assume that, sir, package pack 1 dot pack 2 is there. Public class A I'm taking. Public class A. This is A.java. Now package pack 3 I'm taking, package pack 3. Sir, public class B, public class B I'm taking, okay, B I'm taking. So something like, okay, here I'm using com dot, okay, no issue, just a package 3. Now here just I'm trying to take public static void or otherwise, public static or otherwise, a is equal to new a I'm taking, sir. Okay, here this is assume that line 1. Okay, to use a class inside a B or to compile B class properly, which import statement is required? Okay, so just take a bit special care about this one, sir. What I have to take is just consider the following code. Consider the following code. Okay, like I'm taking a.java. A.java, this is my source code. A.java is yes, this is the A.java, sir. A.java is this one, and B.java, sir, this is A.java. Next, this is B.java. Okay, this is the B.java. So two source files are available, right? Okay, to compile B class properly, which of the import statement must be required? Okay, to compile B class, successfully, which import statement is required? Which import statement is required at line 1? Which import statement is required at line 1? Okay, like now have a look once. Import pack 1 dot star I'm trying to take. Import pack 1. Okay, import pack 1 dot a I'm trying to take. Import pack 1 dot pack 2 I'm trying to take. Import pack 1 dot pack 2 dot a. Import pack 1 dot pack 2 dot star I'm trying to take. Can you please confirm which is the correct answer? Please guide which is the correct answer in this case. Okay, anyone, can you please tell which is the correct answer? Yes, so the first one no, second one no, third and fourth is the answer. Here this is available, A is available inside pack 1 dot pack 2. Remember this one, pack 1, pack 2 is the sub package. Remember pack 1 dot pack 2, pack 2. That's why. So it is import pack 1 dot pack 2. Pack 2 is the sub package. Assume that, sir. Okay. Like now, which thing must be required to use? Compulsory we have to take import pack 1 dot pack 2 dot a or pack 1 dot pack 2 dot star. So which one is the correct answer? Please confirm. Which of the following? Which import statement? Which import statement is required at line 1 independently? Okay, independently. Can you please tell what answer we have to take, sir? C comma D. Are you getting? What we are going to take? C comma D. That's also what is the reason is whenever we are importing, whenever you are using a sub package class, compulsory we require to write import statement until sub package level. It is the mandatory thing, friends. Clear? Any explanation is required? That's all. This is one of the very important terminology, friends. So next, one more thing I have to discuss. This is a bit important terminology. Please take a bit special care, sir. Okay. So now my question is, so there are, why not A? A means pack 1 dot star means all classes present inside pack 1 available, but this A class present inside pack 2. Remember? Yes, where this one is available inside pack 2. Mahalakshmi. A is available inside pack 2, but not inside pack 1. Okay, that's why import pack 1 dot star is not enough. Compulsory we require to write pack 1 dot pack 2 dot A. Pack 2 is inside pack 1, but here can you please observe? Whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package are by default available, but not the sub-package classes. You are missing this point, it seems. Okay, to use a sub-package classes, compulsory, we should write import statement until sub-package level. Yeah. Okay. Now, do you know, in any source file, in any Java program, two packages are not required to import. Remember this one, sir. Two packages are not required to import. Okay. One is java.lang package. One is java.lang package. One is java.lang package. Second one, sir. Second one is default package. Default package is nothing but current working directory. Remember it, okay? So whenever we are using, these are two package classes we are not required to import. By default, these package classes are available for every Java program. Remember, these ones are very important. That's why, sir, I'm using in my program, I'm using string, but I never wrote any string, any import statement for the string. Remember, I'm using system. I never write any import statement for the system. Okay, like, sir, here can you please tell, is it going to work or not? Is it going to work or not? Please confirm. Please confirm. Is it going to work or not? Yes. Anyone, can you please tell? Is this one is going to work or not? Yes, definitely. Definitely, it's going to work. Definitely, it's going to work. The reason for that is, sir, here, so string I'm using, it is there in the java.lang package. System I'm using, it is there in the java.lang package. Data I'm using, assume already I provided date class in my current working directory. Are you getting? Date class already there in my current working directory. Okay, like now, so date is already present. Just now I wrote right. This is my date.java. It's already there. Now, do you know, to compile this one, is it going to compile or not? Yes. Why not? Successfully it's going to compile. If you want, you can cross check, sir. What is the answer? What is the answer we are going to get? What is the answer we are going to get? Yes, we are not seeing any compile time error. Happily it's going to work. This is a date class developed by Durga. Because I'm trying to print a D, internally data twisting method is going to be called. Thoda clathing, agaya, very important point. So take very special care about this one. So maybe a chance to ask, sir, here into the bit style. Okay, consider the following two statements. The following two statements. Consider the following two statements. So first statement is so whenever we are using any class from java.lang package, it is not required to write the import statement for that class. Whenever we are using using any class from java.lang package, it is not required to write the import statement for that class. Okay, yes sir, this is my first statement. Okay, remember. Now second statement is, yes sir, two. Okay, whenever we are using any class from current working directory, from default package, sir, default package, which is nothing but current working directory, it is not required to write the import statement for that class. Anyone, can you please confirm what is the answer we are going to get? S1, yes1 I took, yes2 I took, sir. There are two statements are there. Consider the following two statements. Consider the following two statements like I'm trying to take. So which statement is the true? Which statement? Which of the above statement? Above statements? Which of the above statements is true? True. Okay. Which only S1. Only S1. Okay. Like somewhere we covered only S1. Only S2. Only S2. Only S2. Next both neither S1 nor S2 next both S1 and S2, both S1 and S2, both S1 and S2. Can you please tell which one is the correct answer? Okay, So maybe a chance to ask these type of things also. But if a bit depth, if they are going to ask, but the answers are D. Remember this one. So whenever we are using any class from java.lang package, it's not required to write import statement for that class. Whenever we are using any class from default package, so next current working directory, it is not required to write import statement for that class. Okay. Now if you want all classes present in the following two packages, present all classes present in the following two packages are by default available, or by default available for any Java program, or by default available for any Java program. Remember this one. Hence, we are not required to import. We are not required to write import statements. Import statements like. Sir, what is the first one, sir? Java.lang package. First one, Java.lang package. Second one, sir. Second one, default package. Default package is also known as current working directory. Remember this one. Yes. All the things are very clear. Any explanation is required? Yes, friends. Yeah. So at the same point, maybe a chance to ask the question in this style. Okay. So at the same point, maybe a chance to ask in this style. There may be a chance to ask here. Consider the code. Okay. What is the result? Like this, I'm taking. Now here, just observe carefully. Same, just now I explained this question. Practically I showed also right there. Okay. Now here, just observe that. Consider the code. Sir, here class test, public static void main. Okay, like assume our current working directory contains our own customized date class. What is the result? Okay, like now my options are the code won't compile. Won't compile because we are not writing import statement. We are not writing import statement for java.lang package. Import statement for java.lang package. Okay, like this is the first one. The code won't compile because we are not writing import statement for java.lang package. Okay, like sir, or otherwise, to compile this code successfully, which of the following changes are required to compile this code successfully? Which of the following changes are required? Which of the following changes are required? Okay, first one, import java.lang package, import java.lang, import yard yard import statement for lang package, yard import statement for java.lang package. Okay, like next yard import statement for date class, yard import statement for date class, okay, like next third one, no changes are required. Fourth one, sir, the code successfully compiled but fails at a runtime. Okay, 1 minute. To compile this code successfully, which of the following changes are required? Yard import statement for java.lang package, yard import statement for date class. Next, yard import statement for both yard import statements for both java.lang package and date class. Okay, like I'm taking. Now this is no changes are required. Can you please confirm what the answer we are going to get now? Please confirm. Just now I told what the answer we are going to get. D. Because no changes are required. Happily the code is going to be compiled. No problem at all. Because the reason is Yes, all classes present inside. All classes present inside. Okay, all classes present inside. Uh, do you know all present inside current working directory and java.lang package by default available. We are not required to do anything. Okay. Now I have one small doubt, sir. Do you know, sir? Don't get confused. Don't get confused. This is also one small point. Of course, Rakesh is asking this doubt. Sir, is there any sub package present inside java.lang package? Yes, yes. There is one thing present inside java.lang package sub package, reflect package. Okay, reflect package. Remember this one. What the reflections package is there. Okay. Now my question is, observe carefully. Very important, sir. Here my question is java.lang.reflect. Okay, java.lang.reflect package. Have you observed, right? Reflect dot method class is there. Okay, method class is there, sir. So have you observed java.lang.reflect.method provides information about a method or class or interface. Okay, a single method it is related to the method like. So now observe this one. Now have a look once, sir. There are multiple classes are available. Okay, method. This is the method class. Method class. Can you please tell where this method class present? Java.lang.reflect. Java.lang.reflect package contain method class. This class contain so equals method, get declare annotations. Okay, like this is just a method class is there. Okay, like next. Java dot here just the class is there. 1 minute. Java dot lang class is there. Java dot lang dot class is there, sir. Class is there. Java dot lang dot class. There is one class named with class is there. Okay, like there is a class is there named with class is there. Okay, now here very simple. Are you seeing get declared methods? Any name is there? Get declared methods, get declared annotation, get declared classes, get declared constructors, get declared fields. Yes, get declared methods. Are you getting? Get declared methods is there. Okay, reflection related, right? Get declared methods is there. Okay, like that. Now my question is, now let me frame a beautiful question. Observe carefully, sir. Here, you know, here my requirement is you know class present inside. Okay, present here. Just observe carefully. I have one class is there, sir. Class test public sorry. Here just a public static void m1 method is there. Public static m2 method is there. M2 method is there, sir. Now listen carefully. Sir, this is m1 method. This is m2 method, right? Now my question is, inside test class, how many methods are there? This is my requirement, right? How many methods are there? This is my requirement. Now observe method array m is equal to tester dot class get declared methods. Methods like this I'm taking. So let me cross check, is it going to work or not? But compulsory import statement must be required. Java.lang method, reflect method. Okay, like I'm taking, sir. Yes, Rakesh, are you saying because I'm using method? This method class present inside a reflector. Now, so here just observe for each method, for each method. So for each method here, let me take yard method and then sub method. For each method m1 in m, let me print system.out.println. I want to get a method name. What is the method? I want to get a method name. So is there any get a name? Get a name, is it available or not? Returns the name of the method. Returns the name of the method. Okay, like a get a name. M1 dot get a name. Like this, I'm taking a beautiful example. Like, okay, this is what this is what do you know, this is the thing what you people should aware, how you can get, how you can get so the method present inside a class by using reflection API. Okay, remember this one. So now have a look once. Let me execute this code. Swaroop, observe carefully. Yes, I'm not seeing any error. Let me execute this one. So first test class contain how many methods? Test class contain how many methods? Sir, add method is there, sub method is there, of course main method is also there. 3 methods are there inside test class. Okay, now is it going to work or not? Main method, add method, sub method. I hope are you in the position to understand, right? Okay. Well, now my question is, sir, why I frame this question is, sir, your tester dot class. Okay. So this tester dot class is what type? Class type. Here compulsory this is should be small. Okay, what is this type, sir? Class type. Remember this one. Okay. Now on this class object, we are using get declared methods. Boss, this class related how many methods are there? Like we are writing. Okay, like now. Do you know what is the tester dot class? So tester dot class is it's going to represent the class object. Remember, right? Every class having one implicit variable named with the class. This class static variable refer that class object. Remember, right? If you want to refer class object, okay, then we have to use a tester dot class. Okay, any class name. Yes, Swaroop. Getting? So do you know this is something like this is something like sir, this is the tester class is there. Assume that this is the tester class is there, sir. Now every tester class implicitly contain one variable. Implicitly contain one variable. So this variable is of what type, sir? Class type. This variable, sir, this is the class implicitly contain one static variable. This variable is of what type, sir? Class type. Okay, remember this. Now if you want to access this variable, can you please tell what is the way? Tester dot class. Tester dot class, because it's the static variable, by using class name we can access. It's always going to return which object? Yes, class object. Remember, right? Implicitly contain. We are not required to declare explicitly. Muhammad Rahim, Swaroop. Remember that. Every class implicitly contain one variable. The name of that variable is a class. Remember, right? Okay, we are not required to declare. We are not. It is provided implicitly by the compiler. Remember that. It will be provided implicitly by the compiler. Okay, we are not required to do that. Internally, every class by default having this one. Remember, implicitly provided by compiler. That class variable I'm using here. So now it is what the class object only. Remember, right? So anyway, if you people are feeling a bit difficult to understand, test t is equal to new test I'm taking. Test t is equal to new test. Now t dot get a class. T dot get a class I'm taking. T dot get class. Now t dot get class returns class object. Remember this one. T dot get class returns class object. Now on that class object, now I'm asking about get declared methods. Is it okay? Are you getting? Is it okay, right? Yes, friends. So t dot get class. Now you are going to get class object. On the class object, I'm taking get declared methods. Okay, like no. So anyway, this is other alternative way. Okay. Now also definitely it's going to work. Of course, aware that point is also very important. Yes, perfect. It's going to work the same. Okay. Now clear, right? So this is get class. Get class is always going to return class object. In that class get declared methods is there. We are not required to declare. So get class method is you are calling on T object. You are calling on the T object. It is coming from object class. Get class method present inside object class. Object class like. Okay. Get class is also by compiler. No, it is coming from object class. Parent class containing method automatically will come to the child class. Muhammad Rahim. So class is a reference variable. Is of what type? Class object. Okay, there is one class is there. There is one class is there. Okay, class object. Remember this one. Clear, right? Yeah. Well, now Rakesh, you are not required to remember all these nonsense, but just anyway for your awareness I'm providing. Class is a reference variable pointing to class object. Okay, it is the reference variable pointing to class object. So getting where is that object is? Of course I didn't declare exactly, but this one is going to be created. This one is going to be created automatically, but just aware. Okay, internally what code is there? That thing is going to be placed by the compiler. Why you have to worry about that code? Okay. Now, so here my question is, listen carefully. Now my question is, just I'm taking, consider the following code. Consider the following code. The code which display all method names, all method names present in test class, which display all method names present in test class. Next, method class present in java.lambda reflect package. Method class present in java.lambda reflect package. Okay, to use method class, consider the following code which display all method names present in the test class. Okay, like 1 minute. No import is required because java.lang package classes are by default available to every Java program, to every program. Yeah, Can you please tell what is the answer we are going to get in this case? Yes, Rahim. Next, what the correct answer, sir? Which of the following import statements are required? Required independently. Independently means anything you can take like. Sir, which one is the correct answer? Yes, answer is B, comma C. Okay, either you can take a B or C, no problem at all. D is the wrong option because no import is required, because java.lang package classes are by default available to every program. This one is the wrong, because the reason for that is, yes, this is the reason. So not this one. Whenever we are importing a package, all classes present in that package are by default available, but not the sub package classes. Yes, are you in the position to understand this one? Okay, whenever we are importing a package, all classes present inside. All classes present inside that present in that package are by default available, but not sub package classes. To use a sub package classes, compulsory we should write import statement until sub package level. Okay, like this is. Sir, if you want complete executable program, this is the program you should aware. Okay, like this is the program, sir. What is the output we are getting in this case? Yes, here just we got main, add, sub. These are the three methods which are available. Remember, suppose by mistake, if I remove this import statement, let me comment this one. Immediately error by default we are going to get. If you want, you can observe that immediately error we are getting. So error cannot find symbol. Sir, where the method is available, like this we are going to get error. Any doubt? Friends, are you in the position to understand, right? Okay, compulsory it should be required. Yeah. Swarup, just what your doubt? What your doubt? I'm still not convinced by you to use class object. Very simple. Here class is a reference variable pointing to class object. Okay, class is a reference variable pointing to class object. This is the class object, sir. Now my requirement is, so tester dot class. Can you please tell tester dot class? This variable pointing to class object. On this class object, I'm calling get declared methods. In this line, what is your doubt, man? Regarding tester dot class, so pointing to class object, it is the reference variable. Now on this I'm calling get the class. In this class, which methods are there by default we are going to get yes method array. So something like I have one string variable is there inside static class. Static string name is equal to Durga. Okay, like one static variable is there, sir. If you want to access Durga, how you can access, sir? Just observe the test dot name, because it is a static variable. So tester dot name pointing to Durga. Now Durga is a string object. On that I'm calling length method. Okay, now what is the length? 5 you are going to get. Can you please compare both the things? Yes, Swarup. Internally that class object will be created. That class object referred by this reference variable. Okay, well, good. Okay, because a bit internal thing you should aware, sir. Next, there are two more points are there. Let me talk about these 2 points, right? What the first point is, listen very carefully. Import statement is purely sir, the class variable is not public. The class variable is not public. I don't think, Amit, I don't think, or is it possible to access that in some other package? Okay, just can you please cross check test dot class dot some other. Here I'm taking just demo class like this. Now observe class demo. I'm taking class demo class contain public void method a is there, method a is there, next and after that method b is there. Okay, like two methods. Now here what I'm trying to take, I don't want to use this one, sir. Here demo dot class. Okay, like I'm trying to take. Now which methods are there inside a demo class? I want to aware. Now observe. Yes, it is valid. What the answer? Method A, method B. Amit, clear indication that that class variable is the public variable only. So you can access. Yes, you can access from outside of the class also. Are you seeing right? Yes, mostly. Can you please check some other package? Assume that it may be present in some other package. Okay, then you can have much conclusion. Yeah, that's all. This is next. There are two more important points are there. Take very special care about this one. Since class variable is required by every class, why it is not declared in object class? The simple reason is, do you know class is a keyword? You can't declare such type of variables at code level. Rahim, getting? Class is a keyword. You can't declare such type of variables at code level. Yeah. Now, sir, what is the next thing? Just there are two important points are there. Okay, there are two important points are there. Listen very carefully about this. Sir, I have one program is there, sir. I told already this one in the last session, sir. Don't worry, sir. Here, do you know more number of import statements? More number of import statements. There are two programs are there. Assume this is my first program. Assume that it is my first program. First programs are assume. Here I wrote all explicit class imports. All explicit class imports. All explicit class imports are used. Next and after that, okay, just what I'm doing. Of course, import statements are used. Import statements are used. Next, I'm using only short names. Only short names I'm using, sir. Next, I didn't use any import statements. No import statement. Just I use that everywhere fully qualified names. Fully qualified names like this, right? Fully qualified names, whenever we are using, import statement is not required. That's why just there is a difference in there, sir. Now my question is, can you please confirm? I want to compile these two programs. One is with import statement, the other one is not with import statement. Is there any difference in compile time? Is there any difference in runtime? Okay, something like import java dot util dot, okay, array list I'm taking. Array list I'm taking like now import java dot util dot array list. Now I'm using short name directly. Array list L is equal to new array list I'm taking, sir. Array list L is equal to array list. Okay, like I'm trying to take. Yes, here, but here I'm trying to use fully qualified name. Here I'm trying to use fully qualified name. Java dot util dot array list. Here java dot util dot array list L is equal to new java dot util dot array list like that. So is there any difference in compilation time or not? Remember this one, sir. Yes, there is a difference in compile time. What the reason? What the reason for that is? So here, while compiling this code, complete information is available here. Array java.util.array list. It is not required to check import statements and so on. But here, this array list, from which package every time my compiler is going to open import statements and it is responsible to check. That's why more number of import statements, more will be the compile time. Remember this one, more will be compile time. But if I want to run the cell, is there any difference in the execution time? Please confirm. Is there any difference in the execution time? Respond. Okay, no difference in execution time. The reason for that is, okay sir, whether you are using fully qualified name or short name, no dot class file will be loaded at the beginning. Whenever a particular dot class file is required, then only it will be loaded. This is also known as dynamic loading. Java follows dynamic loading. Remember this, but not static. Execution wise, there is no there is no difference at all. Only difference in compile time only. That's why if execution wise there is a difference, runtime there is a difference is there, then performance effect, then automatically the people are going to use only best performance thing, but the other thing is not recommended to use. But here we are not having any such type of recommendation. Either you can use you can use either small name or big name. I mean fully qualified name or short names, no problem at all. Any doubt? Import statement don't have any advantage over fully qualified name. Swarup is asking this question. Can I tell yes or no? Import statement don't have advantage over fully qualified name. Yes or no? No, there is advantage. Is there typing advantage? Okay, if you want to use java.util.arraylist 10 times in your program, 10 times you require to use java.util.arraylist only. Okay, but if I use once import, now I require to use every time arraylist like this. Are you getting? Except a typing advantage, there is no other things are there. So there is advantage is there because of import statement. That's why import statement we are using. Length of the code will be reduced. Readability by default will be improved. So getting? Any explanation is required? Okay, that's all. This is about what is the import statement, right? Now the next thing what I have to discuss, very important terminology, very important terminology related to, okay, for especially Java 11 certification, maybe a chance to ask some questions. Static import is there. Just a few minutes I want to discuss about static import also, because maybe some questions you may see for the exam sake. That's why compulsory you should aware, friends. Okay, like now before that, okay, just consider the following statements. Consider the following statements. Sorry, here 1 minute. If more number of imports, then more will be compile time. Compile time. If more number of import statements, then more will be compile time. Okay, if more number of import statements, then more will be runtime. Like so if more number of import statements are there, then compile time will be increased, but runtime is the same. Okay, if more number of import statements are there, compile time is the same. There is no increase in the compile time, but runtime will be increased. Which statement is the correct statement, right? Okay, if more number of import statements, then more will be compile time, but no effect on execution time. That is runtime. Okay, like so if more number of import statements, then then more will be execution time, that is runtime, but no effect on compile time, okay, like this is the more meaningful to frame the question. Can you please tell which statement is the correct in this case? Please confirm. Only yes one. Regarding there is no effect on runtime, but compile time is going to be increased, sir. Remember that. Okay, that's all. So tomorrow we will talk about the static import. There happily we will discuss the things. Okay, right, sir. Thanks for everyone. Last session, just we had a discussion about. I hope you people may remember. Just we had a discussion about package statement. Package statement we are. Okay, packages statement we are. Okay, like so in the import statement already we covered. Static import also we covered, right? Okay. Now what is a package? Package is nothing but a group of related classes and interfaces into a single unit, which is nothing but package. Okay, a group of related things into a single unit, which is nothing but package, right? Now my question is here just how you can write the package. What are various benefits are there because of package statement? I told already. We can resolve naming conflicts. Next, to improve modularity of the application, we can improve security also. By default we are going to get. Next, how you can give package names. Do you know, while learning we are always going to use pack 1, pack 2, pack 1, pack 2, or pack X, pack X, pack Y. But in real time we should not use this type of package names. Okay, the package name. Okay, remember this one. There is one universally accepted naming convention for packages. That is to use internet domain name in reverse. That is to use internet domain name in reverse. Like so. Just if I'm working for ICICI Bank, if my project is related to ICICI Bank, com.ICICI dot loan dot housing loan dot account. Like you can take. Observe carefully, sir. Do you know com.ICICI? This is do you know, this is the just the client internet domain name in reverse. Next, and after that, loan is the module name, housing loan is the submodule name. In that class name itself is the account. So why internet domain name they are using in the package statement? Because internet domain name will be unique in the world. Remember this one, in the universe. So com.ICICI, how many websites are there with com.ICICI Bank? Only one. Have you observed com.ICICI Bank? How many websites are there? Only one website. Internet domain name is unique. Then automatically, so our component identification, our class identification will become unique. That's why universally accepted naming convention is there. Okay, to use package names. What that is, com.ICICI Bank, com.ICICI Bank. So means in use client's internet domain name in reverse. Use client internet domain name in reverse. So to name the packages. Okay, like so what the biggest advantage we are going to get because of client internet domain name using in the package name? Because what the reason? Unique way of identification of our classes. Okay, something like, have you remember java.sql.date, java.util.date. So there is a difference. You can identify uniquely. Same way for the client internet domain name, if I use in my package name, then unique identification of our components by default will be there. Okay, that's all. This is what you people should be aware. Next, how to write package statement. If the package statement is there, how you can compile that? How you can compile that? So if I want to use package statement, if I want to use package statement, what is the way? Very simple. Package. Okay, with the package keyword we require to use, friends. Package keyword we require to use. Now observe carefully here. Package com dot Durga soft, com dot to Durga soft dot, sir, assume that OCJA 8, OCJA 8 or OCJA 11 I'm taking, sir. This is my package statement. Now observe carefully. This is the package statement what we have. Okay. Now my requirement system.out.println. Okay, system.out.println. Hello, something like I'm taking, sir. So can you please confirm is it valid or not? Yes, why not? Why not? This one is perfectly valid. Okay, let me change this one. Public static void main. Okay, string array args. Okay, can you please confirm? Can you please confirm? So is it valid or not? Yes, this is the way how you can write package statement. But can you please confirm? Can you please confirm how you can compile if the package statement is there? Anyone, can you please guide, sir? I want to compile. I want to compile if there is a package statement. How to compile? Yes, take very special care. Can I compile like this? Java C test.java. Can you please confirm? Java C test.java. Can I compile like this? Can I compile? So no. Okay, we can compile, but the problem with this is tester.class file will be generated and it will be placed in the current working directory. Remember this one, sir. Tester.class file will be generated and it will be placed in the current working directory. Okay, but you are telling this tester is a part of com.durgasoftware.ocj11. So this .class file should be part of this package. So in this folder, generated.class file must be required. How you can do that is java c-d tester.java. This is compulsory we require to use -d option. Compulsory we require to use -d option to compile the source code if there is a package statement. What is the advantage? Is, sir, you know, in the current working directory, okay, there is a folder. In the current working directory, there is a folder is there named with the com. In that com, Durga subfolder is there. In the OCJA11 will be there. In that OCJA11, tester.class file is going to be placed, sir. Remember that. Okay, so tester.class file will be placed in the corresponding package folder structure. Okay, if I use -d dot, remember, are you in the position to understand? Why respond? Are you getting the point right? Because everyone should aware this. Okay, assume if this package statement is not there, if this folder structure is not already available, if it is not already available, you know, this command itself is going to create that folder structure. That's why we are not required to worry. Remember that that command itself is going to create the required package structure. We are not required to worry whether this package structure is already available or not. Okay, now have a look once about this one, sir. I want to compile this code. I want to compile this code. Yes, perfectly it's going to compile. If I use like this, it will compile. We never going to get any error. But I want to place, sir, here if you want dir tester.class. If I use dir tester.class, now observe, just now this file got created. Just now this file got created like, okay. Now, do you know, I want this .class file in the corresponding package structure. Then we require to use java c-d dot tester.java. What is the meaning of that? Please confirm. What is the meaning of dot? We respond java c-d dot. Okay, tester.java. What is the meaning of dot? Dot means current working directory. Current working directory. So do you know, in the current working directory, there is a folder named with the com. In that com, Durgasoft is there. In that Durgasoft, OCJA is there. In that OCJA, can you please place a generated.class file? That is the meaning, sir. 1 minute. Have a look once. Java C, what options are there? Are you seeing anywhere -d option? -d. Have you observed, right? -d. Specify where to place generated class files. Remember this one, sir. Where to place generated class files. Okay, like we are taking. Now, my question is, now take very special care about this one, OCJA11. Okay, like now my important point. So we are using -d. So we are specifying the generated.class file. Can you please place in the corresponding package structure? Like now, let me compile. Here just observe that. Okay, let me compile Java C -d dot test dot Java. I never checked COM is available, Durga soft is available, OCJA 11 is available. Like I never checked, sir. Let me compile. Yes, happily the code is going to compile. No problem at all. If you want, now you can check where that class file is there. CD, let me open COM. So COM already there. CD, let me open Durga soft. Okay, CD, let me open OCJA 11. Yes, the package folder structure is already created. Remember this one, dir. Okay, like now tester.class file is available. Just now it got created. Are you getting? So if the required package structure is already available or not, we are not required to worry. If it is not already available, this command itself is going to create that package structure. Any doubt? Yes, friend? You respond. Okay. Now my requirement is I have to execute. So while executing this one, compulsory we require to use fully qualified name. Remember this, very important for the exam sector. Sir, Java, where tester.class file is available? Can you please confirm where the tester.class file is available? Please respond. Where the tester.class file is available? Okay, inside COM, inside Durga soft, inside OCJA. That's why you have to specify Java COM dot Durga soft dot OCJA 11 dot OCJA 11 dot test. Okay, like at the time of compilation, at the time of execution, compulsory we require to use fully qualified name. Remember this one, sir, fully qualified name. Okay, otherwise it won't run. Any doubt about the package statement? Clear for all of you, right? How you can write the package statement? How you can write the package statement? Sir, this is my program. Which of the following is valid way to compile and run? This source file. If I use okay test, sir, this is the first one. So first one is not going to work, sir. If there is a package statement, fully qualified name we have to provide at the time of execution. Remember this one. Now Java C -d dot tester.java Java COM dot Durga soft dot OCJA 11 followed by tester. Sir, this is the perfect way. Clear? Any explanation is required? Okay, that's all. So just now here just what will happen? If we want to change package name, then what we have to do? So in the source file you require to change and then you require to compile again. Yes, you can change in the source code only when I sing. So after generating you should not. Okay, we can change whatever package name you want to keep, you can. Next, but at the time of execution, compulsory required to provide fully qualified name. Remember this one, sir. Sir, now the third option I'm trying to take, of course, alternative things. Just let me take, sir. Here I'm taking Java C. Sir, here test.java, Java C test.java. Okay, like I'm taking. Now the next option, Java C -d test.java. But anyway, Java tester like this I'm taking. Sorry, so only this is the correct way to compile and run Java program, right? Remember this. A bit very carefully about this one. Can you please tell everyone in the position to understand? Okay. Next, I have one small doubt. Okay, while compiling, instead of dot, can I use any other directory? Please confirm. Is it acceptable or not? Can I use any other directory? Yes, why not? You can use any other directory, no problem at all. Sir, where? What is the way? Sir, here just observe Java C -d, okay, E colon, like this I'm taking E colon, E colon, okay, like E colon, next tester.java. Now inside E colon, okay, inside E colon, okay, now do you know COM will be created in that com Durgasoft and then OCJA, in that folder test class file by default will be placed. Now observe this one. Now observe this. Yes, happily the code is going to be compiled. If you want, let me go to E drive. Let me go to E drive. In the E drive, com will be there. In that Durgasoft will be there. In that OCJA, sorry, in the OCJA 11 CD OCJA 11 will be there. In that OCJA 11, if you want, you can cross check. Now just now dot class file created. Just now dot class file got created, right? Okay, so this is now take very special care. Okay, like now my question is, I want to run from D colon Durga classes. What is the way, sir? What is the way? I want to run from D colon Durga classes this dot class file. What is the way? Yeah, we'll see. Suresh, it won't work. Suresh, it won't work. Compulsory we have to use -d option. Okay. Now can you please observe? I want to run this dot class file. So from V drive only. Okay. Java -cp e colon -cp e colon. What is the meaning of CP? What is the meaning of CP? CP means class path -cp class path. So com dot Durgasoft dot OCJA 11 dot test. Remember this one. Remember, it is also valid. It is also valid. Now, so if you require any dot class file, can you please find from E? In the E, com dot Durgasoft OCJA test 11 is there. Are you in the position to understand? Could not find or load main class OCJA 11 caused by class not found exception com. 1 minute. OCJA 11 dot test is already available inside E drive. 1 minute. Am I doing any mistake? Yes, it's already there. It's already there, sir. Inside E drive, com folder is already there. Okay, com folder is already there. Next, in the Durgasoft is already there. OCJA 11 test.class file is already there. Then why it is unable to load? 1 minute. Is it required to use public? No, I don't think. But anyway, could not load. Okay, main dot class file is not available. It is telling. Okay, now here just observe this. Observe this one. Java C -d e colon test.java. 1 minute. Let me make some changes for this. Hello from E drive, like this I'm taking. So related to these class paths, we have to take a bit very special care. Java -cp. If you require any dot class file, can you please from E drive, and then com dot Durgasoft dot OCJA 11 dot test. Fully qualified name we have to use. Yes, is it working or not? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends, is it valid or not? Hello from E. Perfectly. Okay, like so. Take very special care about this terminology, friends. Okay, even instead of dot, we can use any other directory also. No problem at all. Perfectly, it's going to work. Okay, so this is about. I mean, this is another option also I'm showing. Don't feel that we have to create only in the current working directory. You are not required to create only in the current working directory. Even some other location also you can take, sir. No problem at all. Itself is acceptable. Okay, like now that's all. This is the way how you can use the package statement. Now, can you please tell E colon? Can you please confirm? Is it valid or invalid? Valid, because E drive is already there. If the required package structure is not already available, automatically the required package structure will be created. But instead of E colon, can I use Z colon? Please confirm. Is it possible or not possible? Is it possible or not possible? So the destination directory should be available already. Sir, if I can take, I want to use this one. I want to use this one, sir. Java C, -e, z:, test.java. Sir, I want to do like this. I want to do like this. So then it is not going to work, I'm sure. It won't work, I'm sure, because z: is not available in my system. Z: is not available in my system. That's why it is not going to work. Remember, right? Okay, if it is available, it will work. So that's why the destination directory, whatever we are specifying, compulsory should be available already. If the destination directory is not already available, okay, immediately we will get a error, sir. Just have a look once. If I'm using this command, what will happen here is, yes sir, here observe carefully. Yes sir, something like we are getting an exception has occurred, something, compiler please file a Java bug reporting. Okay, IO exception, unable to get working directory drive Z. Clearly it's going to tell. Okay, that's all. Now is it clear for all of you, right? So these are various things what you people should aware. If there is a package statement, how you can compile and how you can run. Okay, like that. Now the next thing, for the exam sake, only two important points are there. Very important for the exam sake. So only two important conclusions are there, sir. What is the first conclusion? Listen carefully, sir. Can you please confirm? Is it valid or not? Okay, import. I'm trying to take package pack1, package pack1, package pack2, package pack2, and then sir, hello or package demo, like this I'm taking, sir. Here my requirement is package demo, like this I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? If I compile, how many dot class files will be generated, and these dot class files will be placed in which directory? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends. Is it valid or not? Okay, take very special care. If I can take like this, compiler is going to give left and right. What the reason? What the reason for that? The reason is very simple, sir. Very simple reason. The reason is, so in our program, we can take at most one package statement. Regarding in any Java source file, how many package statements are allowed? At most one. At most one means more than one package statement is not allowed. Remember this one, sir. So in any Java source file, we can take at most one package statement. At most one package statement. That is, we can't take more than one package statement. We can't take more than one package statement. We can't take more than one package statement. Remember this one, sir. Okay, so by mistake, if you are trying to take more than one package statement, immediately error by default you are going to get. Okay, sir, if I can take like this, immediately error by default you are going to get. If you want, just let me compile. So related to first package, no problem at all. But the problem is here. At this stage, I'm not expecting package statement. My expectation is always either class or interface or enum expected. Either class or interface or enum expected. Like remember a bit carefully about this one, sir. Okay, like now what the answer we are going to get. Okay, here just observe that. Okay, here just let me compile this code. Java C -d .test.java. Immediately compile method by default we are going to get. So what is the reason? Error. Sir, class interface or package enum expected yet the package statement 2. Okay, like is expected yet the package statement 2. This is the compatible error we are going to get, sir. Okay, now so here which of the following is true? Just observe my options. Which of the following is true? Which of the following is true about this code? Which of the following is true, sir? Now the first option, the code compiles fine. The code compiles fine. Okay, this is the first option I'm trying to take. The code compiles fine. Okay, like I'm taking, sir. Now the second option I'm trying to take. The code won't. Do you know the code compiles fine? the code won't compile. The code won't compile because we are taking because more than one package statement is not allowed, because more than one package statement is not allowed. Okay, next, the code won't compile because compiler unable to decide whether generated class file has to place inside pack1 or pack2. Okay, just observe this points. The code won't compile. The code won't compile because compiler unable to decide where to place generated class file either in pack1 or pack2, either in pack1 or pack2 like so this is like next, the code compiles fine, but at runtime an exception is thrown at runtime. Okay, like sir, here the code compiles fine and generated class file will be placed inside both the pack1 and pack2. Yes, can you please confirm? So what will happen, sir? Which of the following is true? Okay, like sir, what the answer we are going to get? The code won't compile because more than one package statement is not allowed. Of course, you know the answer. Just the options for sake I'm taking, sir. Are you in the position to understand, right? Yes, friends. Okay. If I can take the command invocation line, what will happen? The code is not going to compile. Very important question. More than one package statement is not allowed in Java program. By mistake, if you are taking more than one package statement, immediately error by default you are going to get. Okay, that's all. This is first thing what you should aware, sir. Now there is another point is there. Now listen very carefully about this one. What is my point is, sir, here package pack1 only I'm taking. Package pack1. But import java.util.star I'm taking. Package pack1. Import java.util.star package pack1 I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm? Is it valid or invalid? Please respond. Is it valid or invalid? Again invalid. So the first non-comment statement should be package statement. Okay, non-comment statement should be package statements. Package statement should be first non-comment statement. Okay, so the first non-comment statement package compulsory we have to take at the top. First statement should be package statement if it is available. Okay, in Java source file, the first non-comment statement. The first non-comment statement means comments anywhere you can take, no problem at all. First non-comment statement should be package statement if it is available. Okay, if the package statement is available, compulsory we require to take only the first statement. So by mistake, if you are taking any other place, immediately error we are going to get, sir. Any doubt? Can you please confirm? Swarup, in Java source file, the first non-comment statement should be package statement if it is available. Sir, can you please tell, is it valid or not? Please confirm. Swarup, is it valid or not? Yes, it is valid. Now I'm taking, so this program is very helpful, something like a comment, and then here under then I'm taking package pack1. Is it valid or not? Yes, it's valid. Now if I can take this one, is it valid or not? So invalid. Why this one is the invalid? Because the first non-comment statement should be package statement, but instead of package statement you are taking import statement. So this package statement place is not correct. That's why. Okay, like now here just observe, in Java source file the first non-comment statement should be package statement if it is available. Okay, now I have one small doubt, sir. Okay, now I have one small doubt. What's my doubt is, what is the error we are going to get if I can take like this? Very important, sir. What is the error we are going to get if I can take like this? What is the error? Can you please confirm? Can you please guess? So now the point is, forget about this comment. Now the point is, what problem you are going to get? There is no problem with import statement, because import statement you can take the first statement, no issue at all. But the problem with this package statement. So at this place, either class or interface or enum expected. Either class or interface or enum expected. Class, interface or enum expected. Okay, remember this one. Now observe carefully. At the second line you are getting the problem. At the second line you are getting the problem here. So this is the problem what we are going to get. So I hope, Neha, are you in the position to understand how the compiler is going to think? Okay, import the statement, no problem at all, but the problem is with the package statement only. That's why the compiler is always going to raise the problem here only. Remember. Next, sir, this is one very important point, sir. In any Java source file, the correct order of statements, the correct order of the statement, first should be package statement, second should be import statement, third thing should be any class or interface or enum you can take, sir. So the following is valid. The following is correct order. The following is the correct order of Java statements inside. Okay, so this is Java statements. The following is the correct order of statements, right? Okay, the first one, sir. Please make sure first one should be package statement. Should be package. The first one should be package statement. Package statement. Second one should be import statement. Import statement. Next, the third one should be class or interface or enum declarations. Okay, like that. Please make sure you should aware, sir. The following is the correct order of statements. The following is the correct order of statements in Java source file. Okay, very important, sir. So first one package statement, second one import statement, so third one enum or. This order is very important, sir. So the first package, at most one. How many package statements we can take? At most once. How many at most once means either 1 or 0. Next, how many import statements we can take? Can you please confirm? Yes, respond, friends. How many import statements we can take? How many import statements we can take? Yes, please confirm. Yeah, how many import statements? Any number, no restrictions, either 1 or 0 or 10, like any number of import statements we can take. Any number. Next, class or interface or enum declarations. Class or interface or enum declarations. Sir, here also any number we can take. Any number we can take. Any number of classes we can take inside a Java program. Any number of enums, any number of interfaces you can take, no problem at all. So inside class or interface or enum, in which order we have to take? No order at all. First you can take class or interface or enum, and then class, and then interface, any order, no problem at all. But compulsory, please make sure you should aware these points. Okay, like so. Do you know? Maybe a chance to ask the question for the exam sake. In Java source file, which of the following is the correct order of statements? In Java source file, which of the following is the correct order? Which of the following is the correct order of statements? Order of statements. Statements like, sir, take very special care. Very special care, sir. Package, Okay, package, next import, and then class. Package, import, and then class. Okay, sir, import, package, import package, and then interface. Yeah, next import package, and then class, Next package, import interface I'm taking. Next package import enum I'm taking. Package import enum. Next sir, do you know class I'm taking class, and then package, class and then package, and then import statement I'm taking, sir. Sir, can you please tell among these which of the following are valid correct order of statements, sir? Anyone, can you please tell which of the following are valid correct order of statements in Java source file? Which of the following is correct order of statements? Okay, like so what the answer we are going to get? Please confirm. A is valid. Package import class. Next B is a package import interface. Yes, B is also valid. Next C import C. Next E perfectly itself is valid. Okay, E itself is the valid, sir. So like same thing, sir. I want to take again here. See, in Java source file, which of the following is the correct order of statements? Okay, class I'm taking, next interface I'm taking, enum I'm taking. Next sir, here enum interface I'm taking. First interface I want to take, and then class I want to take, and then enum. Next enum I'm taking, enum class and then interface, enum class and then interface I'm taking. Next do you know here, just my requirement is, okay, class enum interface, class enum interface I'm trying to take, sir. Can you please guide among these which are valid, which are invalid, sir? Now please guide. A, B, C, D. D. In Java source file, which of the following are correct order of statements? Yes, so I don't want to use all of these. Directly my answer should be, you require to select A, B, C, D. Okay, like so among class interface enum, any order you can take, but package import and then class compulsory there is an order is there. Any doubt? Please confirm. Class, interface and enum, in any order we can take. Enum can be declared in any order. Okay, like sir, there is one more small point is there, sir. What's my point is, consider the following Java source files. Observe very dangerous point. Consider the following Java source files. Consider the following Java source files. So first one, okay, here tester.java. Of course, here it the directly Java source file, sir. So directly Java source file. Okay, test1.java I'm taking. Test1.java. In this test1.java, only two lines is there. Only two lines is there. Of course, package pack1. That's all. Nothing. No other codes. Only this is the only line what we have. Now tester2.java. With the too much import java.util.star. Okay. Next tester3.java. tester3.java. So now here, do you know? So package import. Next package pack1 is there. Package pack1. Okay, like next tester4.java. Sir, class public class tester4. That's all. Public class test4, test4. Okay, like I have this code, sir. Assume, sir, among these, which source files can be compiled successfully? Okay, which Java source files, which of the following Java source files can be compiled successfully? Can be compiled successfully? Can be compiled successfully? Can you please tell what the answer? Only test1, okay, or otherwise test1.java, test1.java, test2.java, test3, test4. Can you please confirm which source files can be compiled successfully? Please confirm. So I'm talking about compilation. Respond. Which of the following Java source files can be compiled successfully? Yes, here only package statement is there, no import, no class. Here only import statement is there, no import, no package and no class. Here only package and import statements are there, but no class. But here only class is there, no import and the package statement. Can you please confirm what the answer? Please respond each and every person about this one. Please respond each and every person. So among these, which things are valid? Okay, we can take now. Here, do you know? We can take here. Take very special care about this. So all these things are valid Java source files. But don't ask what is the use of these. Nothing. There's no use. Only package statement, what is the use? Only import statement, what is the use? Of course, syntactically, all these things are perfectly valid. Do you know an empty source file? An empty source file is an empty source file is a valid Java program. An empty file is a valid Java program is a valid Java program. Okay, remember this one, sir. Sir, best example, I'm removing everything. I removed everything, sir. Nothing is there. Now I want to compile this code. Java C tester.java. Is it going to compile or not? Yes, why not? Why not? Perfectly. It's a valid. It's a valid. Okay, remember this one. Perfectly, it's a valid. Then package statement. package pack one. I'm taking, sir. Yes. So if nothing is there, it is the valid. If nothing is there, it is the valid. It is the valid. Then automatically, so at least one statement is there. At least one statement is there. Then automatically it is. Sir, here please take a bit very special care. Perfectly itself is valid. 1 minute. Am I doing any mistake by overflow? Yeah. No mistake. In the fourth one, no mistake. Test4.java, Nagateja, because here I use a class name as the test4 only. Okay, if I use some other name, definitely it is invalid. The name of the program and name of the public class must be matched. I took that care. Okay, so an empty source file itself is valid Java program. That's what you people should aware, sir. Okay, maybe a chance to ask this type of questions for the exam. Okay. Any doubt about this one? The order compulsory, sir. This one is the most dangerous thing. So this type of question, I whenever I wrote the exam, I remember this type of question in the exam. So what are the correct order of statements in Java source file? You should aware. Vimal, Java X is another package. Sir, this is extension, Java extension package, something like. So what is the difference between Java and Java X? Java package, import Java dot star, Java dot util dot star, something like that. Next, import Java X dot swing dot. Okay, like Java X means extension. Okay. Next, for swing is the extension to AWT, right? So same Java x.sql, java.sql is there, Java x.sql is there, extension XAMLs. Okay, more advanced classes are available in that package. Yeah, that's all. Sessions just we completed in the last sessions just we completed. Have you remembered, right? I hope so. Class level modifiers concept we are discussing. Class level modifiers, right? In that class level modifiers, okay, in that class level modifiers we are just discussing about the public. We covered already with examples. Public already we covered. Public. Next we had a discussion about okay, default we covered. Default also we discussed, right? Next, after default, we discussed about okay. Next, final also we covered. Third one, very important, sir. Final. So final modifier applicable for okay. So for methods, classes, and then variables. Final modifier applicable for classes, methods, and variables, no problem. What is the meaning of final method? We covered. Overriding is not possible for final method. Next, final class means, do you know inheritance is not possible? You can't create child class for that. Okay, like sir, final variables concept is there. Beautiful concept, sir. That part we will discuss soon. Don't worry at all. Next, let me start the cinema about the abstract modifier. Okay, abstract modifier, very important for the exam set. Please take very special care about this one, sir. Abstract modifier, like sir, do you know abstract is Jilani, don't worry, happily you can continue. You can catch, even you missed some sessions, please. Okay, now abstract modifier, do you know, sir, where we can apply abstract modifier, right? Abstract modifier applicable for classes, you can apply, no problem at all. For methods we can apply. Abstract method is there, abstract class is also there. So abstract modifier applicable only for methods and classes, but not for variables. So for variables we can't apply it. So it is applicable. It is applicable for classes and methods, but for variables it is not applicable. Okay. Now, what is abstract method? What is the meaning of abstract method? Okay, like now have a look once. What is abstract method? Abstract method means very simple terminology, friends. Okay. So do you know where we can use the word abstract? Anyone, can you please tell where we can use the word abstract word? Can you please spell out? So take very special care about this one. Abstract means not complete, not complete, just partial word abstract, or hidden something, or not fully completed. Such type of terminology we can use abstract. Okay, generally abstract. Forget about technical word. Array, just can you please provide project? Sir, I have one project is there. Array, can you please provide project abstract? Abstract is not talking about internal things, just overall idea. These many modules are there, this module is doing so and so, like the project abstract. It's a very common. Next, and after that, array, I have one plan is there. Okay, that plan, if I want to discuss, it will take so some 2 to 3 hours time. Array, just in 5 minutes, can you please provide abstract idea? I don't want internal things, just basic idea. Can you please provide? Such type of terminology is the abstract. Okay, now what is abstract method? Okay, very simple, sir. Sometimes I don't know about implementation. I don't know about method implementation. Okay, but still I have to declare that method to provide guidelines to my child classes. But what is the meaning of that, I will explain. So I don't know about implementation. Still we can define. Okay, a method. Without implementation also we can declare a method. such type of methods are by default considered as abstract methods. Okay, best example here where we have such type of requirement is there. Now I have class vehicle is there. Okay, class vehicle is there, sir. So this vehicle class doesn't contain vehicle class, sir, contain multiple methods are there. One method is public int get a number of wheels. Get a number of wheels like this, right? Sir, can you please tell how many wheels vehicle has? Anyone, can you please confirm how many wheels vehicle has? Yeah, respond. How many wheels vehicle has? No such type of terminology. You can't tell. You can't tell. Okay. So because the reason for that is if it is a two-wheeler, okay, two wheels are there. If it is the auto, three wheels are there. If it's a bus, some four wheels are there or six wheels are there. Okay, something like that. So yes, long yes, we don't know the type of the vehicle. We don't know the type of the vehicle. We can't tell. So this return, so it may be 2 or it may be 3 or it may be 4 or it may be 6 or it may be 8 also. Okay, we don't know. It depends on type of the vehicle. That's why yet in vehicle class we can't provide complete implementation for this number of fields. Okay, for the get number of fields method. So even though we don't know about implementation, so still we can declare the method with the abstract modifier. Remember this one, with the abstract modifier. Okay, like have you observed, right? Class vehicle, public abstract int get number of fields. So even we don't know about implementation, still we can declare a method. By using abstract. Okay, so abstract method has only declaration but not implementation. Remember it very carefully, sir. Abstract method has only declaration but not implementation. Who is responsible to provide implementation, right? Parent, I mean child classes are responsible to provide implementation. Then immediately you may ask what the advantage? Yes, there is some advantages there, not because of declaring abstract method in the parent class. That part I will take care, don't worry, sir. Okay, so first you should aware what is the meaning of abstract method. Abstract method has only declaration. Abstract method has only declaration but not implementation. Okay, remember this one, sir. Abstract method has only declaration but not implementation. Okay, like who is responsible to provide implementation? Child classes are responsible to provide implementation, right? So abstract method declaration should end with the semicolon. Remember this one, sir, compulsory, because we are not providing implementation, right? That's why abstract method declaration should compulsory end with a semicolon but not curly braces. Suppose I'm taking public abstract void m1, semicolon, perfectly valid, sir. By mistake if I'm taking like this, immediately error by default you are going to get. Take a bit special care about this terminology, friends. So abstract method has only declaration but not implementation, should compulsory ends with a semicolon but not with the curly braces. So this one is valid, but this one if I can go for, it is invalid. Any doubt? All the people are in the position to understand what is abstract method? The method which has only declaration but not implementation. That's why compulsory this one should end with a semicolon. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Child classes are responsible to provide implementation for that, right? Okay. So now have a look once here. I'm taking class vehicle. I'm taking class vehicle. Okay, now this class contains some abstract method is there, abstract, public abstract and so on. Just for syntactical reasons, if a class contain abstract, compulsory abstract method, compulsory class also should be abstract. What is the reason? I will explain next. Don't worry, sir. Now I'm trying to take, sir, class auto. I'm trying to take our class bus extends vehicle. I'm taking, sir, class bus extends vehicle I'm trying to take. Okay, so now take very special care about this one. So compulsory we have to provide implementation. Compulsory, we should provide implementation. So for parent class abstract method. Okay, like so now here I'm trying to take. Okay, just observe this one, sir. So now here my requirement is just return return. Okay, some six, assume that six wheels are there for the bus. Assume six wheels are there for the bus. Okay, now who is the responsible to provide implementation? Child class is the responsible to provide implementation, right? Okay, now take very special care. Okay, class bus extends vehicle, class auto extends vehicle, return 3, something like this. Friends, everyone in the position to understand? Any explanation is required? So what is abstract method? What is abstract method? Who is the responsible? Who is the responsible to provide implementation for the child classes? Child classes are responsible to provide implementation. Okay, like next, Swaroop is asking one beautiful question. So public means implementation, but abstract means implementation is hidden. Then how the public can be associated with the abstract? So public means implementation. No. Public means any person can access this method. Any person can access this method because to access this method and to provide implementation for that, compulsory it should be public. Remember that. So then only it is visible. If I conduct private, not visible to the child classes, how the child is the responsible to override? No. That's why. So public is nowhere related to implementation. Abstract is the word that talks about implementation. Okay, perfectly it itself is valid. Now I'm taking here, just observe class test. I'm taking now public static void public static void main method I'm trying to take string array. Public static void main string array like I'm trying to take. Now take very special case, sir. Sir, I want to take okay, I want to create vehicle v1 is equal to new bus. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Respond. Is it valid or not? Parent class reference can be used to hold child class object. Parent class reference can be used to hold child class object. This concept is called polymorphism concept. Okay. Next, system dot out dot println. System dot out dot println. V1 dot get a number of wheels. Okay. Like I'm taking, sir, get number of wheels. Okay, now observe. So I'm creating bus object and I'm just trying to call get number of wheels like this, right? So now take very special care. Vehicle v2 is equal to new auto. I'm taking vehicle v2 is equal to new auto. v2 da get number of wheels. v2 da get number of wheels. Get number of wheels. Okay, like so now take a bit very special care about this terminology, right? Sir, perfectly. Okay, this one is going to work. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Yes, sir, here we want to get number of fields. Return 6. Auto for auto object get number of fields means do you know return 3, something like this we are going to get. 1 minute, friends. Let me cross check whether my analysis is the correct or not. Okay, here one small thing I have to tell with this example. Just observe that, right? Test.java I'm trying to save. Let me compile this code, sir. Java C test.java. Happily the code is going to compile. Next run after that Java test, yes, 6 followed by 3 is the answer we are getting. Yes, friends. Any interface is any sir clarification is required about this example? Any doubt is there? Yeah, sir. Now I have one small doubt. Very important, sir. Very important doubt. Sir, do you know? Anyway, this method not having implementation. Child classes are providing implementation. Without implementation, why you have to maintain this method? Can I remove this method? Can you please confirm? Anyway, implementation is not there, but every child class already provided implementation. Can I remove this method? What the need? What the need of having abstract methods in the parent class? What the advantage of having abstract methods in the parent class? Anyone? Okay, it's a very first reason. Take very special care. Reason number one. What the reason is? Reason number one, very important, sir. What the reason is? Suppose if I'm asking, Array, this assignment can you please do? It is very helpful. Your knowledge is going to be increased. Like I gave you a small assignment. So just I'm using the word, that's all. How many people can do that? How many people can do that? Okay, so you may do, may not do. It is optional for you. Remember this one, Array, recommended to do. If you are interested, can you please do that? This is my word. Then how many people can do that? Okay, it's optional. Okay, you may do or may not do. But I want to change my words. Array, to come tomorrow to the class, compulsory you have to submit this assignment. Otherwise, don't come to the class. Otherwise, don't come to the class. Like, or to join intermediate +2. To join intermediate, compulsory you should complete 10th class. Otherwise, you are not allowed for +2. Intermediate. Like, if I'm keeping such a type of constraint, compulsory, everyone should do that or not? Yes, man. Everyone should compulsory. After completing 10th class, SSC, then only the people are moving to +2. Then only the people are moving to intermediate. Like same style here also. Observe carefully. If I'm not taking abstract method, then the child having option. It may provide implementation, may not provide implementation. That based on the child. But if I declare abstract method in the parent class without implementation, so child should provide implementation, compulsory this method. Being vehicle, being extending vehicle class, compulsory you should provide implementation for this. Okay, such type of guidelines we can maintain at code level by declaring abstract methods in the parent array. So every child class should provide implementation. Every child class should provide implementation. For which type of, for which methods. So such type of guidelines we can implement by declaring abstract methods in the parent class. Are you seeing? Yes, friends. Are you in the position to understand? If just keep an abstract method, so compulsory, forcefully, child should provide implementation for that abstract method. Are you respond? Are you getting the point? So are you getting the point, right? So it is so means that so for child classes guidelines, right? Child, you are responsible to provide implementation for this method compulsory. Such type of guidelines how you can take just by declaring abstract method in the parent class. So clear for all of you, right? That's what you people should aware. So this is that's what you people should aware, sir. Now my doubt here is, observe carefully. Now my doubt is, it's a very simple. It's a very simple, sir. Okay, if the child doesn't provide implementation, then compulsory comparative method we are going to get, sir. One thing. Next, one more thing. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. This is what polymorphism concept. Actually, in regular session, I can't tell at this stage, but you are having basic idea. That's what I'm telling. So, parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Correct? At our childhood somewhere, you may have clear clarity about this one. This is called polymorphism concept. Now, by using this P, I want to call you a method. By using this P, I want to call you a method. So compulsory, this method should be available in the parent class. Remember this one, sir. Even abstract declaration also no problem. Array, this M1 definition should be there inside parent class. Otherwise, the code won't compile. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. By using that reference, we can call only the methods available in the parent class. At runtime, if that method is overridden in the child class, overriding child class method only will get the chance. Don't worry at all, sir. Now, do you know, if I consider, if I consider like this, if I consider like this, in this example, I use a parent reference to hold child class object, but by using this reference, just I'm calling get number of fields, So compiler is always going to check get number of fields method is available in the parent class or not. Okay, so is it available in the parent class or not? Compiler is going to check. Even at least abstract method, if it is not there, immediately error we are going to get. Sir, let me comment this one. Let me comment this. Array parent class doesn't contain, but child classes contain this method. Now compiler is ready to give left and right. Compiler will give left and right. Observe that. Oh, you are calling get number of fields on V1. V1 is what type? Vehicle type. Where is that method? You are calling get number of fields V2. Sir, on V2. V2 is of vehicle type. Where is that method? Like immediately comparative method by default you are going to get. Now observe that. Now observe this one cannot find symbol and so on. Cannot find symbol like that. So if we are not having abstract method in the parent class, yes, this polymorphism concept may not work. Are you seeing the importance of abstract method in the parent, even though implementation is not there? This is the bigger doubt for most of the people, sir, saying, array, abstract method anyway not having implementation. What is the need of maintaining that abstract method in the parent? These many utilities are there because of that abstract method in the parent class. All the people are in the position to understand? Can you please confirm? Okay, even though we don't know about implementation, still we can declare class, still we can declare the class a method by using abstract. But really, because of that abstract, multiple advantages are there. Okay, like now I'm trying to take here is just a multiple questions I will discuss for you people, right? Okay, of course at last all these things we are going to talk, don't worry at all. Here just I'm taking, can you please tell is it valid or not? Yes. What is the output we are going to get here is 6 followed by 3. Perfect. The same example, right? What is the output we are going to get is, okay, 6 followed by 6, 3 we are going to get, sir. Next, second one what I'm trying to take. Second one what I'm trying to take is now the same example. Now the same example. Okay. In the parent abstract class vehicle is there, class bus is there. Okay, like now class auto is there, but this person not implemented that. Assume that class auto not implemented that. Okay, now we are trying to get. So what is the output we are going to get? Immediately compilation fails. What is the reason? Comparative method we are going to get, sir. What the reason for that is, so you are extending vehicle class, but you didn't provide implementation for abstract method. Okay, this is one thing. Next, third possibility, just observe that I'm taking same example, but here get number of fields method is not there in the parent. Get number of fields method is not there in the parent, but you are calling get number of fields method is there in the first child class, get number of fields method is there in the second child class. What is the output we are going to get here is, yes, can you please tell what will happen in this case? Comparative error. Correct or not? Because parent doesn't contain abstract method. Friends, any doubt about this one? Sir, observe the same. So here take very special care about this one. What the advantage of declaring abstract method in the parent class? Polymorphism benefit we are going to get. Next up for the child classes, compulsory we have to provide. Compulsory we are telling that boss, these methods you should provide implementation. Like that we are providing that information, right? Okay. Next, sir, what the next one? What the next one? But child class contains the method. Why we are getting comparative method? Yes, I told right. Compiler is always going to consider only reference type, but not runtime object. Compiler is always going to consider only reference type, but not runtime object. You are calling get number of fields method on V1. V1 is what type? V1 is what type? Vehicle. In the vehicle class, this method is available or not, compiler is going to check it. Never going to worry about runtime object. Remember, in overloading and overriding, we will discuss this one. Okay, don't worry. But now same thing I'm taking. But here I'm not. Here just observe that. Here I'm taking B1 bus B, and then B dot get number of fields. Next auto A. Next and after that A dot get number of fields. Can you please tell now is it valid or not? Yes, Nagateja, Swarup, is it valid or not? Which reference I'm using? Bus reference. And in the bus class get number of fields method is there or not? Yes, why not? It is already there. In the bus return 6 valid. Next here also auto having. Here it is not polymorphism. I'm not using any polymorphism concept here. Perfectly, this one is the valid, no problem at all. Yes, Bhaskar. Getting right? 6 followed by 3. We are going to we will get this one, sir. That's all. So maybe a chance just away all these internal loopholes, friends. Okay, what is the output we are going to get here? 6 3 like this we will get. That's all. So now what is in case polymorphism, JVM have different role to play. Swarup, in polymorphism, compiler and JVM having different roles because references are different. Okay, one reference, runtime object, both the things are not same. Are you getting? Reference type is the parent, but runtime object is the child type. Then automatically, you know, so we require to take all these things. If reference type and runtime object is the same, then we are not required to worry at all. Yeah, clear, right? So this is just what is abstract method. Okay, so now just observe that. Consider the following method declarations. Okay, of course, maybe consider the following method declarations like that. So first one I'm taking here just or otherwise, which of the following method declarations are valid? Just observe this one. Which of the following method declarations are valid like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm which of the following method declarations are valid? Just observe that. Public void m1 I'm taking, public void m1 I'm taking, public void m1 I'm trying to take, public abstract void m1, public abstract void m1 like this I'm trying to take, sir. That's all. These are the four. Which of the following method declarations are valid? Can you please tell which method declarations are valid and which are not valid? Okay, please confirm which method declarations are valid. Respond. Which method declarations are valid? Sir, oi, Mahalakshmi, can you please observe carefully and then tell which things are valid? The first one 100% pakka invalid. The reason for that is you are not providing implementation. Then compulsory you should declare the method as abstract. You didn't declare abstract. You didn't provide implementation for M1. That's why it is invalid. Okay. So 1 minute. Which of the following method declarations are valid inside Java class? Okay, because the same line is valid in interface. Yeah, this is the same line is valid in interface. That's why. So public void m1 100% pakka it is invalid. Next, a public void m1 curly brace and close. Yes, it is the valid declaration, right? Yes. Next, C itself is the valid. Mahalakshmi, A is invalid. What is the reason why this A is invalid? Because if you are not providing implementation, because ends with a semicolon, compulsory the method should be declared with the abstract modifier. Okay, any doubt about this? Yeah, Swarup, you can. Abstract classes and interfaces main role is polymorphism. So to implement polymorphism, they are going to play a very important role. Okay, this is one important thing. So now up to this, just give away whatever I covered matter of 1 minute. Let me conclude, sir. So what is abstract? Abstract modifier applicable for classes and methods, but not for variables. Next, but not for variables. So here just Yes, abstract is applicable. We can declare, we can declare, we can declare, 1 minute, how you can frame the question. Abstract modifier applicable, abstract modifier applicable, applicable for option A, only classes, applicable for only classes. Next, applicable for only methods, next C, sir, only variables, applicable for only classes, applicable for only methods, applicable for only variables, applicable for, sir, only classes and methods, only classes and methods, only classes and methods, next, applicable for only for classes and variables, classes and variables or something like that. Can you please confirm what the answer we can take, sir? It's applicable only for classes or methods. Remember this. This is the first thing where it is applicable. Next, what is the meaning of abstract method? The method which has only declaration but not implementation. Such type of methods are called abstract methods, right? Okay, even we covered one bit. Next, parent class abstract method. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Child classes are responsible to provide implementation. Sir, related to abstract, multiple questions you are going to get. Of course, all those things I will discuss, so don't worry, sir. But anyway, just try to get the basic idea. Here, multiple examples we covered like that. So up to this, any doubt about this one? Can you please tell? Yes, friends, any doubt about this? Okay, that's all. Now there is one small point is there to give the finishing touch for abstract method. Sir, abstract method never talks about implementation. Correct, right? Never talks about the implementation because implementation should take care by, never talks about implementation. Abstract method never talks about implementation, right? Okay, now who is the responsible to provide implementation? Okay, child classes are responsible, of course. Abstract method never talks about implementation. If any modifier talks about the implementation, if any modifier talks about the implementation, okay, then it will become enemy. It will become enemy to abstract. Remember this one, sir. Okay, enemy to abstract. Then it will become enemy to abstract. That combination under that combination will become illegal. Okay, what is the meaning of that, sir? Here just observe. Abstract method never talks about implementation. If any modifier talks about implementation, then it will become enemy. Then it will become enemy to abstract. Under that combination will become illegal. Okay, like just aware this one, sir. Sir, now my question is, abstract is there. Now listen very carefully, sir. Abstract is there. Abstract is there, sir. Now abstract method is there. Now I'm talking about final, static, synchronizer, synchronizer. Next time after that, native. Next, strict FP, native strict FP, private. Okay. Now take very special care about this one. Here, abstract means never talks about implementation. But final means, sir, implementation is the final. No one is allowed to change my implementation. Implementation is the final. No one is allowed to change my implementation. Means, do you know it talks about implementation, but abstract never talks about implementation. Illegal combination. So you can't declare any method with the final modifier. Remember this one, sir. So next, static method means a class level method. Class level method compulsory should contain implementation. Without implementation, you can't declare a static method. That's fine. So abstract and static is illegal combination. You can't declare for methods. Next, the synchronizer method, of course, may not required for our certification. Just aware this point also. Synchronizer means that method will be executed by only one thread at a time. That method will be executed by only one thread at a time, sir. Okay, then it is also illegal combination, because that method will be executed by only one thread at a time means it is also talks about implementation. That's why abstract synchronized, this combination also illegal. Remember this one, sir. Next, native method means the implementation is already available in other languages like C language, C++, like non-Java code. Implementation is already available. That's why abstract and native is illegal combination. Next, strict FP, we will discuss in detail. So if the method floating point arithmetic, all floating point arithmetic in the method should follow IEEE 754 standard. IEEE 754 standard means strict FP method always talks about implementation. That's why abstract strict FP is illegal, sir. Now, private, yes, Swarup, just observe very carefully about this one, sir. Why the private and abstract is illegal combination? The reason for that is, here just have a look once, sir. I have parent class is there. Now observe that class P is there, sir. Next, class C extends P. Class C extends P is there. Parent class contain one abstract method is there. Public, abstract, void M1. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Yes, who is the responsible? Who is the responsible to provide implementation for this? You respond. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Child class is the responsible. Now my point is, take very special care about this one. Now my point here is, sir, to provide implementation, first this one should be available to the child. Remember this one. I want to provide implementation. Compulsory, it should be available to the child class. So without the availability, how you can override, how you can provide implementation? It should be available to the child class, then only it can override. But let me take the private. If it is a private, this method is not visible to the child class. This method is not visible to the child class. So abstract methods should be visible to the child classes to provide implementation. Remember this one, sir. But if it is not visible to the child class, then how the child class will provide implementation? That's why abstract method should not be declared as the private. If I can declare private abstract, immediately compile error we are going to get. If you want, just have a look once about this one, sir. Here I'm trying to take this one, p.java. Let me save this code, p.java. Compiler will give left and right. Why the problem is going to come here is Java cp.java. Why the problem is coming here? Here at this line number 3rd, we are going to get compile error. Now observe, at line number 3rd, we are going to get illegal combination of modifiers. Illegal combination of modifiers for abstract and private. Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand this one? Yes, friends. Yeah. Who asked this one? Who? Swarup. Now I hope, Swarup, your doubt got clarified. Why private and abstract is invalid, illegal combination? Private means not visible to the child class. Abstract means should be visible to the child class. Okay, because then only child is allowed to provide implementation. Okay, remember that. So now all these things are invalid combinations. So these modifiers will form illegal combination for the abstract. Okay, remember that. Bhaskar, what is the meaning of default? So if the parent method is the default, that's what you are asking, correct, right? You are asking this one, is it valid or invalid? Is it valid or invalid? 100% pakka. Can you please tell? Is it valid or invalid? Respond. Is it valid or invalid? Valid. The reason for that is it is the default. Default means visible to the child classes in the same package. Visible to the child classes in the same package. Then what is the problem with that? What is the problem with that? Happily the code is going to compile. Okay, even though abstract method, yeah, here the reason is it is a valid, but the reason is the different. Array, you didn't provide implementation. implementation. That's why it is invalid. Okay, like but this combination is the legal. If I provide implementation, abstract void m1, here I'm providing implementation void m1. That's all. Now it will become valid if you want to observe that. 100% pakka itself is valid. Any doubt? So default abstract combination is the legal or not? Yes, perfectly it is the valid. Bhaskar, default, if we are not declaring anything, it is the default. Remember that. If we are not declaring anything, it is the default. So here, if I am not declaring public, private, here is there. This is what the default. So are you talking about the default methods which came in the Java 1.8 version? I don't think. This is not your doubt. Okay, default means if you are not public, if it is not private protected, by default it is the default. This is the default is there. Any doubt? Yeah, perfectly this one is valid, no problem at all. Don't use a default. Don't use a default keyword. Default keyword means a new concept which came in 1.8 version. Default is a new concept which came, default methods concept is the new concept which came in 1.8 version, which is allowed only inside interfaces. The meaning, the context are completely different. It is nowhere related to abstract. Okay, if I use a default, compiler will give left and right. First, default where you are using inside a class, it should be applicable for interfaces. So that is the different concept. Okay, if I am not declaring public, private, protected means it is the default. Friends, any doubt about this? I hope is the clear for you people, right? Okay. So now just observe that yes, the code compiles fine. The code compiles fine, even though we are not declaring, declaring abstract method yes public. Abstract method, yes, public, no problem. It is the default. Child is the responsible to provide implementation. Okay, like yeah, Bhaskar, correct. Because that is the different concept. Default is the different concept. You have to take care. Okay, that part we will discuss in detail somewhere. Don't worry. Any doubt? Bhaskar, this line is this code you are getting the invalid. This code, it is a valid, no problem. But whenever you are using default, that is a different story. It will become invalid only. If I can take a default abstract void m1, I'm using JDK 11 only. Can you please observe that? So in this case, what will happen? Compile time method you are going to get. Even you are not taking this one also. Even you are taking like this also. Okay, still it is invalid. What is the reason for that is default methods concept we have to allow only inside interfaces, but not in Java classes. Okay, remember it is applicable only for interfaces. Okay, now observe that we can't declare inside a class. Modifier default not allowed here because it is allowed only inside interfaces. Okay, now just which of the here just observe that which of the following modifiers are allowed for abstract methods. Which of the following modifiers are allowed for abstract methods? For abstract methods, which modifiers are allowed? Which modifiers are allowed for abstract methods? Okay, A, it is the final. Next and after that B, it is a static. Okay, here just observe that. Okay, here just observe that A, B, C, and then next study. Can you please tell among these which modifiers are possible? Which of the following modifiers are allowed for abstract methods? None of these. What is the answer? Can you please confirm what the answer? G, none of these. So no one is allowed for abstract method because all these things will form, okay, illegal combination only. Any doubt about this one? Everyone in the position to understand, sir, abstract is the most dangerous keyword for the exam sake. Multiple questions you people can get from this area. That's why compulsory please take care. Okay, next. So up to this we covered what is abstract method. The method which has only declaration but not implementation. Child classes are responsible to provide implementation, right? Okay, well, now my question is, sir, what is abstracted class? What is abstracted class? Okay, sir, here just take a bit very special care about this one, sir. So for any Java class, if you feel implementation is not complete, array, so complete implementation is not available, creating object will become waste. If you have such type of thing anywhere in your mind, declare the class as abstract. Okay, simple word, partially implemented class. Partially implemented class is called abstracted class. Partially implemented class is called abstracted class. Remember this one, sir. So for any Java class, implementation is not complete. Such type of partially implemented classes are called, or we have to declare, yeah, the abstract. Best example I'm taking, sir. Here just I thought that this class is not fully implemented. That's why I took abstract. For abstracted classes, can you please tell, is it possible to create an object? Is it possible to create an object or not? Yes, not possible. Immediately error you are going to get. What the reason for that? You are telling that it is not fully implemented. It is not fully implemented. So implementation is not complete. But you are creating an object. On this object, if any person calling a method, what response I have to provide? That's why. So for partially implemented classes, so it's not possible to create object. By mistake, if I'm trying to create object, immediately error by default you are going to get, sir. Just observe that Java C test.java. Immediately instantiation is not possible. Test is abstract. Instantiation cannot be instantiated. Like this comparative method you are going to get. Remember this. So for any Java class, if you feel that implementation is not complete, object creation is not recommended, such type of class we have to declare with the abstract. Remember, right? Very important. So if any person is asking what is abstract class, partially implemented class is called abstract class. That's what you should aware. Any doubt, friends? Okay, this is what you should aware. Yo, who is asking this question? Vishnu, why can't be abstract be synchronizer? Why can't be abstract be synchronizer? Synchronizer method means what? Synchronizer method means what? That method implementation should be executed by only one thread. Synchronizer method means that method implementation should be executed by only one thread. Abstract method means the method never talks about implementation. So synchronizer method always talks about implementation, and that implementation should be executed by only one thread at a time. But abstract never talks about implementation. So contradiction. One person talks about implementation, other person never talks about implementation. That's why obviously this one is invalid, right? Yeah. Sir, can you please tell any doubt about this one? What is abstracted class? If any person is asking what is abstracted class? What is abstracted class? So partially implemented class is called abstract. If the implementation is not complete, then partially implementation class itself is the abstracted class, right? Okay. Now Can't we set a rule to child class implementation so we have synchronizer? No, Vishnu, you can't declare that at parent level. So you can't guideline to the child compulsory. You should declare this one as the what we call synchronizer. So synchronizer method we can implement non-synchronizer. Non-synchronizer method we can override as the synchronizer. So if the parent class method is the synchronizer, compulsory child should be synchronizer. No such type of rule. Synchronizer keyword won't play any role in overriding. Okay. Next, there is one very important word I have to talk, sir. What is abstract method? Abstract class versus abstract method. Abstract class versus abstract method. Like that, this is the very important part. As of now, just aware what is abstract method. The method which has only recollection but not implementation. Okay, what is abstract class? Partially implemented class is abstract. Sir, best example for you. Here, have a look once, sir. I have one class is there, named with class vehicle is there. Now listen very carefully, sir. Class vehicle is there. This vehicle class contain one abstract method, public abstract, int get number of wheels, get number of wheels, get number of wheels. So now assume that vehicle class contain at least one abstract method. Compulsory you should declare class as abstract. Okay, assume no such type of rule. Listen very carefully, sir. Assume there is no such type of rule. Now my question is, suppose if a class is not required to be abstract, then happily you can create an object for this class. If I create an object of vehicle object I created, sir. Now immediately I will ask get number of wheels. Immediately I will ask get number of wheels, get number of wheels. Like this I can ask. Okay, observe carefully. Get number of wheels. I can ask. Now my question is. Now my question is, if I can ask get number of wheels, if I can ask get number of wheels, what answer I have to tell? Because implementation is not there. Are you getting? Because implementation is not there. Okay, so then how I can provide response? Sorry, not possible to provide response. That's why it is if a class contain abstract method, implementation is not complete. We are not allowed to create object. That's why compulsory the class should be declared as abstract. Internal reason. Are you getting? So if the class is not abstract, you can create an object. If any person is asking about on that object get number of fields, what is the response you have to get? We don't know. We are not in a position to provide response. So that's why if a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory we should declare the class as abstract. Very important rules. If a class contains at least one abstract method, then compulsory class should be declared as abstract. Otherwise we will get compile time error. Okay, like that. This is the first thing, sir. Okay. Now there is a second point. Second thing is there, sir. What about my doubt here is, take very special care. If a class contains at least one abstract method, compulsory the class should be declared as abstract. Otherwise, we will get compile time error. Suppose I have one class is there. Sir, observe carefully. I have one class is there, sir. This class doesn't contain. Yeah, Swarup. Just you can just matter of 5 minutes, please. If a class doesn't contain any abstract method, sir, all the methods public void m1 is there. Assume that public void m1 is there. Public void m2 is there. Assume that, sir. Sir, it doesn't contain any abstract method. Still, can I declare the class as abstract or not? That's what only one point I have to do. Please confirm. Is it valid or not? Class doesn't contain at least one abstract method. Still, can I declare class as abstract or not? Yes, friends. Still, can I declare class as abstract or not? Why not? Why not? We can declare because these methods having implementation, but which implementations are dummy implementation? What is the use of that dummy? So child is the responsible. Child is the responsible to provide proper implementation, right? Okay, that's why. So if you feel the method implementations are not complete, not that much useful, still you can declare class as abstract, no problem at all. So an abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods also. Zero number of abstract methods also. Like remember this one, sir. Best example, do you know HTTP sublet class is there? Okay, the people who ever sublets, HTTP sublet class doesn't contain any abstract method, but still it is abstract class. Okay, what may be the reason in sublets to make it much clarity? If you don't know that, no problem at all. Okay, like so. Just I'm stopping here. Okay, tomorrow we will add some more discussion continuation. Don't worry. Discuss for you people. Sir, what is abstract? What is the meaning of abstract method? So first thing, abstract modifier applicable. Abstract modifier applicable for methods and classes, but not for variables. We covered already this point, sir. Next, abstract method means only okay, declaration but not implementation. Only declaration but not implementation. Who is responsible to provide implementation? Who is the responsible to provide implementation for abstract method? Okay, child classes are responsible to provide implementation, right? Child classes are responsible. Okay, like next, what is abstract class? What is abstract class? Abstract class means, do you know the class which is partially implemented class? Partially implemented class. Partially implemented class is called abstract class. Okay, so for abstract classes, object instantiation or otherwise object creation is not possible. Object creation is not possible. Okay, don't the class for which we can't create object is called abstract class? No, that is not abstract class definition, man. So Swarup, better to use this type of thing. Partially implemented class is called abstract class. Next, for abstract classes, it is not possible. For abstract classes. It is not possible to work for object creation. We can't create object. Remember that. Okay, abstract creation is object creation is not possible for abstract classes. Okay, because it is a partially implemented class. It is a partially implemented class. Okay, partially implemented class means so full implementation is not there. That's why object creation is not at all possible. Okay, like so you should aware about this point, sir. Next, what is the next thing? What you have to aware? What the next one you should aware? Sir, abstract method and abstract class. What is the difference between these things, right? You should have clear clarity. Sir, this is the point where we stopped in the last sessions. Have you remembered? Right? Abstract class versus abstract method. Okay. So if a class contains at least one abstract method, compulsory we should declare the class as abstract. Otherwise, we will get the error. Because if a class contains at least one abstract method, then the implementation is not complete. It is a partially implemented class. Hence we should declare the class as abstract. Remember, right? Of course, for abstract classes, instantiation is not possible. Yeah. Okay. So what an abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods also. Okay, an abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods also. Best example, HTTP sublet. Next time after that, you people may aware adapter classes. Do you know adapter classes are also best example? So abstract class doesn't contain any abstract method. An abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods also. There is no problem at all. Sir, can you please confirm? Everyone in the position to understand this one? Respond, friends. HTTP sublet, adapter classes. What the reason for that? What the reason for that? How many of you aware HTTP sublet? Not possible is called abstract class. What the mistake? Swarup, generally for abstract classes, object creation is not possible. That is one conclusion. So generally, abstract class means partially implemented class is the more meaningful statement than object creation. Okay, even you are telling interview person may accept that, don't worry, because it's also fact. For abstract classes, we can create an object. Okay, like now here just observe that. Do you have idea about HTTP sublet? Anyone? So sir, we are not having any idea. HTTP sublet. Okay, so what may be the reason? Just a matter of 1 minute, I will explain so that you may get much clarity about this one. Do you know, sir, here I want to create my own sublet. Anyone, can you please tell, if you want to create our own sublet, there are multiple ways are there to create our own sublet, sir. One way is public class. Okay, my own sublet. Public class, my own sublet. Sir, here you have to take, sir, implements a sublet interface. Implements a sublet interface is the first one. Okay. Next, the public class, my own sublet, extends generic sublet is the second way. Okay, almost 2 years before I discussed all these things. But anyway, I didn't remember also. Extends HTTP sublet. So these are three ways are there. Okay, to create HTTP these are the three ways what we have. Okay, to define a sublet. Now, among all these things, most commonly used approach is always extends HTTP sublet is the most commonly used approach. Generally, we are always going to develop HTTP based sublets. So that's why we require to go for this one, sir. Next, here this is the first point. Of course, any doubt up to this? Any doubt up to this one? Up to this, I don't think there's no doubt at all. Okay. Now my question is, take a bit very special care about this one. Now, why HTTP sublet? Sorry. Here HTTP sublet doesn't contain any abstract method, but still it is declared as abstract. What is the reason for that? Just theoretically, I want to provide. Sir, it is abstract class. My own sublet. Okay, my own sublet. This is sir, assume concrete class like. Okay. Now my question here is, sir, even HTTP sublet doesn't contain any abstract method. Still it is declared as the abstract. What is the reason for that, right? Suppose best example, sir. Usually, of course, generic sublet is also abstract. If the parent is abstract, compulsory child should be abstract. No such type of rule, Bhaskar. Parent class is abstract. That's why child class should be abstract. No such type of rule. That is not the reason. Because parent generic sublet is abstract class. That's why HTTP sublet is abstract class. No, it's not a meaningful statement. Now my question here is, observe that most of the times in our sublet, which methods we can implement. Most of the times in our sublet, which methods we can implement, sir. Do you know? We can go for either do get or do post. Correct, right? We can go for either do get method or do post method. Complete signatures I'm not taking, don't worry, sir. You can understand these words, okay? Either do get or do post methods we can we can take. Now my question here is, okay, most of the times we can go for these two methods, do get or do post, okay, like that. Now my question is, suppose I'm sending get request. Suppose I'm sending get request, sir. If I send a get request, my web container is always going to execute which method, sir? Do get method. If I send a post request, my web container is always going to execute do post method. Do post method, we know, sir, based on your request, it will execute either do get or do post methods like this. Now my question is very interesting point. Observe that I'm sending get request. I'm sending get request, but my sublet class doesn't contain do get method. Now observe. Now, sir, we are sending get request. We are sending get request, but our sublet, our sublet class doesn't contain. We are sending get request, but our sublet class doesn't contain. Okay, do get method. Only do get method. Only do post method is available. Only do post method is available. No service method. Usually service method is not recommended to implement in HTTP based sublets. Either do get or do post is the most common way, sir. Now my question is, okay, so we are sending get request, but our sublet class doesn't contain do get method. Only do post method is available. What will happen? This is my doubt. What will happen? If you understand this one, what will happen? If you understand this one, then nothing is there. Okay, just internal reason you can understand very easily, sir. What will happen in this case? Can you please tell? Anyone? The people who told yes, we know sublets. Can you please guess what will happen? We are sending get request, but our sublet doesn't contain do get method and only do post method is available. What will happen? Yes, friends. Yes, somewhere. Can you please confirm what will happen? Yes, this is one of very important point. You people should aware clearly. So we are sending get request, but our sublet class doesn't contain do get method. Our sublet class doesn't contain do get method. Only do post method is available. What will happen? So the most beautiful point. Remember this one. So web container required do get method. If the child class doesn't contain do get method, then parent class do get method will be executed. Which is the parent class do get method? HTTP sublet do get method. 1 minute. Okay, so we are sending get request, but our sublet class doesn't contain do get method. Only do post method is available. Can you please tell what will happen, sir? So if our sublet class doesn't contain do get method, then parent class do get method will be executed. So HTTP sublet do get method will be executed. So HTTP sublet do get method, how it is implemented? HTTP sublet do get method, how it is implemented, right? You should sublet do get method will be executed. How it is implemented, sir? Just we will get the error message. We will get error message. Remember this one, sir. We will get error message. Who is responsible to display this error message? Do get the method present in HTTP sublet. Do get method present in HTTP sublet is responsible to get method present inside HTTP servlet is responsible to provide error messages. Are very simple. Maybe 404 status code saying 404 or 401 status code saying do get method is not supported by this URL. Do get method get request is not supported by get request is not supported by not supported by this URL. Okay, this a type of thing by default we are going to get, sir. Do get method do get request is not supported by this URL. This a type of response we are going to get. Remember it. Okay, now it is a clear indication that do get method, do post method, do put method, like most of methods present inside HTTP servlet class, just implemented only to send error messages. Okay, only to send error messages, only to send error messages. Okay, most of the methods are implemented. Okay, most of the methods are just most of the methods implemented only to send error messages. Now these methods having some implementation but not complete useful information to the end user. End user is always expecting proper response but not error response. Regarding that, end user is always expecting proper response but not error response. Remember this a bit very carefully about this one, sir. That's why what will happen in this case? Is we are getting error message. That's why. So the methods having implementation, but not a proper implementation. That's why I can use the word it is a partially implemented class. Now if I create an object of HTTP servlet, assume if I create an object of HTTP servlet, if I call do get method directly, what response we are going to get? Error response we are going to get. With error response, what end user can do? Nothing. He can't do anything, sir. That's why even though methods having implementation, but still, do you know? So not the proper implementation. That's why I can use the word it is partially implemented class. That's why HTTP servlet declared as abstract. How beautiful these points are. How many people understand this one? Yes. Are you in the position to understand? Implementation is there, but not the proper implementation. Remember this one, just to share error messages only, implementation is there. Just to share error messages, how I can use the word it is a complete end user required implementation. That's why partial implementation only. Partial implementation means we require to declare this class abstract, so that we can prevent object creation. No one is allowed to call do get method on this object because object creation is not possible. Yes, friends, because this is one of the bigger doubts. An abstract class contains zero number of abstract methods. Theoretically okay, sir. Theoretically okay. But the problem here is why it is declared as the abstract. Okay, there is no direct use of these methods. In the worst case, if the child class doesn't contain, then only there is a work with these methods, but these methods implemented just to share error messages. So client end user won't do anything with these error messages. Any doubt? Okay, so if you want to provide proper implementation for these methods, we have to override in our child class. Regarding our class contain proper end user required response. If these things are going to proper implementation to provide end user required response. Have you remembered? So we require to override do get method in our class to provide proper required response to the end user. Okay, like regarding Neha. So when HTTP servlet do get method we are using, if our servlet class doesn't contain do get method, then just to share error information only, that parent class dummy method internally used by web container. Are you getting? So then automatically parent class method is what? Parent class method is what? Dummy method. Parent class method is the dummy method, not proper implementation. That's why parent class declared as the abstract. Friends, everyone in this session understand this point? Because it's not core Java, it is related to servlets. Okay. Most of the people doesn't aware this internal reason. Okay, now I hope you aware. Now you aware what is the reason for that. Next, one more example I will tell for you, sir, where you have this type of requirement. Okay, this point is we are highlighting. So an abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods also. So without having any abstract method, what is the need of declaring? What is the need of declaring class as abstract? That is for most of the people's doubt. Yes, best example is going to be subject. Next, one more example I will suggest for you people. One more example. That example is the adapter class. Okay, very simple, sir. Assume that I have interface there. I have interface there. Now my requirement is void m1, m1. So m2, m3. Like assume that void m1, m2, m3. Okay, like do you know 1000 methods are there, sir? Okay, assume that 1000 methods are there. 1000 methods are there, sir. Now my requirement is I want to implement this interrupt. But my requirement, I am very much interested to provide implementation for v3 method. Okay, class test1 implements class test1 implements okay, interrupt class test1 implements interrupt. So I want to provide implementation for m3 method. Assume that I'm very much interested. Okay, my required implementation I did, sir. Okay, so almost 1000 lines I provided because that's my required implementation. 1000 lines I provided. Now my question is, take very special care about this one. Okay, so if we implemented only m3, but the remaining 999 methods I didn't implement, then what we have to take? We should declare this class as abstract, or otherwise for the remaining methods we have to provide dummy implementation. For the remaining methods we have to provide dummy implementation, right? Okay, so the dummy implementation we require to take. Do you know here, if you are not providing dummy implementation, then what will happen is you should declare class as abstract. Then we can't create object and we can't call this m3 method. So what I have to take care, what I require to do, compulsory dummy implementation at least I have to provide. Assume my required implementation is 100 lines, but the dummy implementation is what, 1000 lines. So it is the best to handle such type of requirement. What I will take is I will take one adapter class. Okay, class adapter. Any name you can use, need not be adapter, sir. Okay, but the concept is called adapter. Implements interrupt. Now I'm taking, let me provide implementation for all 1000 methods, just a empty implementation. Boss, I'm not doing anything, just a empty implementation I'm providing, sir. For how many methods I'm providing empty implementation? For 1000 methods I'm providing empty implementation. Okay, beautiful concept. 1000 methods I provided empty implementation. Okay, like sir, now if any person created an object of this class and call any of these methods, what is the output is going to get? If any person creating an object for this class and then calling any of these methods, what is the output is going to get? Nothing, because all these methods are implemented empty, nothing. So then it is not fully implemented. It is just for coding sake I implemented, but it's not fully implemented. What I have to take? Abstract. Let me take as abstract. So it is an abstract class, but it doesn't contain any abstract method. Just a dummy empty implementation is there for every method. Then immediately you ask, sir, what is the use of such type of abstract class? Very simple, sir. If you want to implement the interface, don't implement interface in one words. Better to extends adapter. Extends adapter class. Now observe test one. Here see this one. Test one is the child class of adapter class. Adapter class. Next, adapter is the adapter class is the implementation of interrupt. So now test one is the child class of adapter. Adapter implements interrupt indirectly. Test one implements interrupt only. So our purpose implements interrupt, extends adapter. Both the things are same. But instead of implementing interrupt, if I extend adapter, what is the biggest advantage we are going to get is, so just the required method you can provide implementation. Only required method. Sir, what about remaining method? All the remaining methods will come from the parent. We are not required to provide implementation for the remaining methods. Yes, friends. Now my life will become very easy or not? Whenever you require to implement interrupt, don't implement interrupt, just extend this adapter and provide implementation only for required method. Okay. What about remaining method? The remaining methods will be inherited from parent to child. Yes, friends. This adapter class is useful or not? Yes, useful. Suppose tomorrow, sir, I want to implement interrupt, but my requirement is I want to provide implementation for only M7 method. Oh, this is your requirement. Better to take a class demo. So don't implement interrupt. Better to go for extends adapter. Then you require to provide implementation for only M7 method. Only M7 method. Yes, provide implementation up to that. Don't worry about remaining method. The remaining methods my adapter class is going to take care. Yeah, how beautiful this concept. Are you getting? So our life will become very simple because of this adapter. Are you in the position to understand, right? So how many adapter classes, how many times we require to write adapter class only once, but how many times we can use this adapter class multiple times. Every time you require to provide implementation only for required method, you are not required to worry about remaining methods. That is the biggest advantage what we are going to get. So by seeing HTTP servlet under this concept, everyone in the position to understand what is the need of abstract class without any abstract methods. Getting? Sorry, now I hope you are getting clarity. The word abstract because of partial implementation, not because of not to create object. Getting the point? Now if you are seeing the scenarios, so because implementation is not complete, partial implementation. Clear? Okay. Usually, if implementation class only one is there, then there is no use. But usually for the interfaces, a single interface can be implemented by multiple classes. For all those implementation classes, it is going to be helpful. If you have only one implementation class, it is the best. Yes, Bhaskar, correct. Here, just Bhaskar is sharing, of course. Yes, HTTP servlet API.jar. From there, you extracted this class, right? Yes. Okay. So that's all. Of course, internal implementation. Just to share it. Yeah, that's all. This is what you people should aware clearly, right? Okay, these are so HTTP adapter class. Next at the same time, adapter class. Next at the same time, HTTP servlet are best examples. Even though our class doesn't contain any abstract method, still it is declared as abstract. Okay. Can I go for next level? Okay, this is one small point, sir. So very important, very important things you should aware clearly, right? Okay, now here maybe a chance to ask some theoretical question. Which of the following is true? Which of the following which of the following are true? Are true, like sir, first one, an abstract class an abstract class an abstract class should contains at least one abstract method. An abstract class should contain at least one abstract method. Should contain at least one abstract method. At least one abstract method. Next, second one, an abstract class an abstract class class, okay, contain both abstract and concrete methods. Abstract and concrete methods, okay. An abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods. An abstract class can contains zero number of abstract methods. Zero number of abstract methods, okay. A zero number of abstract methods. Next up, if every method is abstract, if every method present inside a class, if every method present inside a class is abstract, then only we should declare then only, if every method present inside class is abstract, then only we should declare class as abstract, like next time. After that, here, if a class contains at least one abstract method, if a class contains at least one abstract method, then we should declare class as abstract. Okay, like all nonsense I kept at the options. Then can you please tell what is the answer we are going to get in this case, friends? Anyone can you please tell what the answer? An abstract class should contain at least one abstract method. Wrong. An abstract class contains both abstract. It can contain an abstract class can contain, okay, an abstract class can contain both abstract and concrete methods. Yes, B is the correct answer. Next time after that, an abstract class can contain zero number of an abstract class can contain zero number of abstract methods. Yes, it is also valid. Next, if every method present inside a class is abstract, then only we should declare class as abstract. Wrong. If a class contain at least one abstract method, then we should declare class as abstract. Okay, like that. So B, C, E is also correct answer. Can you please scratch it? If a class contains at least one abstract method, then we should declare class as abstract. Yeah, friends, is it clear for all of you, right? So just what is the link between abstract method and abstract class? You should have clear clarity, sir. Now, sir, there are some coding snippets I want to explain so that you may get much clarity about these statements, right? Okay, what my doubt, what my requirement is, now observe very carefully, sir. Sir, I'm trying to take I'm trying to take, because this one is a very important, sir. Okay, just I'm trying to take class parent, that's all. Now public void m1, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. Class parent public void m1. If it has zero abstract method, then also we say it is an abstract class. Yes, Neha, if the class is declared as abstract, whether it contain abstract methods or not, it is always abstract class only. History piece applied is an abstract class, but it contain zero number of abstract methods. Okay, now here just anyway sake, let me add one more option. Okay, here just I'm taking if abstract class contains at least one abstract method, then only instantiation is not possible, then only instantiation is not possible. Okay, for abstract classes, instantiation is not possible, whether it contains abstract method or not, whether it contains abstract methods or not. Yeah, two more options I added. Can you please confirm among these which is valid? If abstract class contains at least one abstract method, then only instantiation is not possible. Instantiation means object creation, friends. So next, if for abstract classes instantiation is not possible, whether it contains abstract methods or not. Which one is the correct answer among last two options? F, G. Which one is the correct answer? So is my narration is the correct or not? Can you please cross check? You respond. No response. I'm not seeing any response. Good. So which one is the correct? B, F and G. Yes, friends. Swaroop, are you there? Can you please tell among these two things which is the correct? Nalteja. Yes. Both are true, Bhaskar. Why, man? Neha, if abstract class contains at least one abstract method, then only instantiation is not possible. Sir, means if abstract class doesn't contain any abstract method, then we can create an object. Yes. So I hope in this statement, my intention, I want to make this statement as a false. Is there any wrong? If abstract class contains at least one abstract method, if the abstract class contains at least one abstract method, then only instantiation is not possible. So for abstract class, instantiation is not possible, whether it contains abstract methods or not. So here G only, F is the wrong. Yes, F is the wrong. What my intention? maybe my interpretation is not good, or otherwise your understanding is not good. I don't know. Sir, here observe this point also clearly. Whether abstract class contain abstract methods or not, instantiation is not possible for abstract classes. Okay, for abstract classes, instantiation is not possible, whether it contains abstract methods or not. Okay, it's a perfectly correct. No doubt at all about G. Correct, right? Okay. Now, if abstract class contains at least one abstract method, then only instantiation is not possible. Okay, like sir, I have an abstract class is there, but it doesn't contain any abstract method. Sir, only one method is there. Only one method is there. Okay, it is the concrete method only. Concrete method means the method which has implementation. Now, can I create object for this class? Tester T is equal to new tester. Can I create object for this class? Can you please confirm? Possible or not possible? Bhaskar, can I create an object for this class? No, because whether the class contain abstract method or not, if the class is abstract, then instantiation is not possible. Now observe this line a bit carefully. If a abstract class contains at least one abstract method, then only instantiation is not possible. Means if the abstract class doesn't contain any abstract method, then instantiation is possible. That's my intention. Are you getting the point? If the abstract class contains at least one abstract method, then only instantiation is not possible. So means that is okay, if class doesn't, if abstract class doesn't contain any abstract method, then instantiation is possible. This is my point, sir. Okay, now observe this. If abstract class contains at least one abstract method, then only instantiation is possible. Or if abstract class doesn't contain any abstract method, then instantiation is possible. Okay, now instead of this, now I'm taking this one. Maybe you people can understand. Okay, my intention is this one. If the abstract class doesn't contain any abstract method, then instantiation is possible. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Please confirm, is it valid or invalid? This one is the invalid. Okay, like, so maybe this, maybe my interpretation may be wrong, it seems. Okay, now I'm replacing this one with this. Can you please cross check? If abstract class doesn't contain any abstract method, then instantiation is possible for that class. Okay, for abstract classes, instantiation is not possible, whether it contains irrespective of whether it contains abstract methods or not. So that's all this is. Now terminology is very clear, not required to keep any explanation. Everyone in the position to understand why F is invalid and G is valid. Clear, right? Can I go for the next one? Yeah. Now take very special care. Small coding snippets I'm taking, sir. Consider the following. Can you please tell? In this case, what will happen? If the code is going to compile or not? Class parent public void m1. Is it going to compile or not? Are respond clearly? Is it going to compile or not? Yes, no. No. What the reason for that? What the reason for that? The reason is so for any method, if you are not providing implementation, then compulsory we should declare that method as abstract. Remember this one. Remember this, sir. So for any method, if we don't want to provide implementation, or if we are not providing implementation, then we should declare that method as abstract. Otherwise, compile time method you are going to get, sir. Now let me cross check. Let me cross check here. So this is what I'm trying to take here. Beautiful concept. Now listen this a bit carefully. I'm taking, sir, parent.java. Just observe a bit very carefully about this one. Public class parent public void m1 like. So now let me compile this code. I want to compile this code here. Just observe that. Just here I'm taking java c parent.java, java c parent.java, like this I'm taking java c parent.java. Okay, error missing method body are declared abstract. Are you getting that? Error missing method body are declared abstract. This is the compile time method we are going to get. Sir, any explanation is required? Can you please tell? Are you getting right? For any method, if you are not providing implementation, compulsory we should declare that method as abstract. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. Next thing I'm taking is one. Sir, here public abstract void m1, public abstract void m1 like this I'm taking, sir. Public abstract void m1. Can you please tell, sir, this coding snippet, this coding snippet, okay, why this one is invalid? Okay, invalid. Anyone, can you please tell the reason why this coding snippet is invalid? So why this one is the invalid? Because you are declaring sir, the method as abstract. For abstract methods, okay, we can't provide implementation. Remember this one, sir. For abstract methods, okay, abstract methods can't contain body. So that is the problem, right? Okay. Now what is the problem is, if a method declared as abstract, if a method declared as abstract, then we can't provide, then we can't define body, so body, hence abstract method declaration should ends with abstract method declaration should ends with abstract method declaration should ends with the semicolon, should ends with the semicolon. Okay, remember this one, sir. Semicolon compulsory, right? So that is the problem. What we are going to get the compile time error. Okay, now observe this one. Let me save this code. Here have a look once, sir. Okay, just okay, here forget about the class. The problem here is abstract methods cannot have a body. Are you getting? Abstract methods cannot have a body. This is the error by default we are going to get. Abstract methods cannot have a body like this is the error we are going to get, sir. Okay, now have a look once. Abstract methods can't have a body. This is the problem. Any doubt about this? I respond. Can you please confirm? Okay, well, excellent. Now my question is just now my question is, yeah, here just I'm trying to take class parent public abstract void m1. Okay, like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please tell, now the code is going to compile or not? Now the code is going to compile or not? Yes, observe carefully, right? Okay, now the code is going to compile or not? Yeah, take very special care about this one. Take a bit very special care about this. So it is also invalid. It also invalid, sir. Yes, it is also invalid. What is the reason? What is the reason for that is, if a class contains at least one abstract method, if a class contains at least one abstract method, at least one abstract method, then compulsory you should declare the class as abstract. If a class contains at least one abstract method, abstract method, then it should be declared as if a class contains at least one abstract method, then it should be declared as, can you please confirm, sir? Then it should be declared as abstract. Then if a class contains at least one abstract method, then the class should be declared as, abstract. Remember it. Okay, so now take very special care about this one. So is it valid or is it invalid? Take very special care. It is invalid. What compile method we are going to get, sir? Now let me execute this one. Let me execute this. Now observe that carefully. Now, sir, here just observe parent is not abstract and does not override abstract method m1 in parent. Okay, means what this compile method is telling is parent is not abstract and does not override abstract method m1 in parent. Means this class is not abstract and you didn't provide implementation for m1. It is telling like that. Regarding, we didn't provide implementation for m1 like it is telling. Okay, this is my next case. Okay, if I can take the class as abstract, now the problem will be solved or not? Can you please confirm? Now the problem will be solved or not? If I declare class as abstract, yes, 100% pakka this is the valid, sir. Now observe small coding things. Yes, this one is absolutely correct. Okay, now I'm trying to take, just observe that. Now I'm trying to take, okay, sir, here I'm taking public abstract void m1. public abstract void m2 like this I'm taking, sir. Abstract class parent public abstract void m1 public abstract void m2 like this I'm taking, sir. Now my question is, sir, I'm trying abstract class parent public abstract void m1 public abstract void m2. Now I'm trying to take, okay, class child extends parent. Now public void m1 I'm taking, sir. Public void m1. Can you please tell, is this code is valid or not? Can you please confirm? Is this code is valid or not? Okay, 100% pakka. This is invalid code. Invalid. What the reason is? Array, you are telling that. Array, you are telling that. So class child extends parent. Okay, class child extends parent. So you are telling for each and every abstract method, I will provide implementation. But you provided implementation only for M1, but you didn't provide implementation for M2. Then how you can solve this problem? Declare child class as abstract, or otherwise provide implementation for M2. You have two choices are there. Okay, make the class as abstract, or provide implementation as M2. Okay, like that. Now have a look once about this terminology also. So it is a valid, sir. So this one it's a valid. Okay, valid. Now here just observe carefully. Sir, this is why. So if we extend 1 minute, child class is responsible to provide implementation for every parent class abstract method, method. If a child unable to provide implementation for at least one abstract method, then the child class should be declared as abstract. Remember this one. If a child class unable to provide implementation for at least one abstract method of parent class, then child class should be declared as abstract. Then the child class should be declared as abstract. Remember this one, sir. So then child class. In this case, next level child class is the responsible to provide implementation. In this case, next level child class is responsible. To provide implementation. Next level child class is implementation. Everyone in the position to understand, right? Yes, friends. Okay, child class is responsible to provide implementation for every parent class abstract method. If the child class doesn't, so now observe the problem here is yes. Okay, now have a look once, sir. Yes, invalid child is not abstract and does not override abstract method M2 in parent. This is the comparative method we are going to get for this problem, right? But the reason you know. Okay. Now I'm trying to take here, just observe this one. Observe this. Sir, I'm just declaring this one as abstract. Now class subtest I'm taking, class subchild I'm taking, class subchain extends child, I'm taking public void M2 method I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Public void M2, is it valid or not? Yes, why not? Perfectly, it is valid, no problem at all, because we are providing the missing method M2 implementation, right? Okay, so just aware this type of terminology coding, how the compiler is going to behave in the case of abstract. Mahalakshmi. So whatever, are you getting this point right? Other than this, whatever, if you have anything in your mind, it's wrong by default. Okay, simple conclusion. Okay, are you getting these things clearly? Abstract child class extends parent abstract class should give implementation for one or more abstract method. Correct. 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 The thing is, if the child class is abstract, if the child class is abstract, if the child is abstract, then it is the responsible to provide implementation. So for one or more abstract methods, but not every abstract method. Getting Mahalakshmi? Just only interpretation is the different. Respond. Ayo. Okay, so that's how this is another very important conclusion what you people should be aware about abstract, sir. Next, sir, this is the next level, a bit very dangerous thing I want to discuss for you people. Take very special care, sir. Final versus abstract. Final versus abstract. Final versus abstract. Okay, so first point, we can't declare abstract method as the final. Correct, right? We can't declare abstract method as final or final method as abstract. For abstract method, for abstract methods, for abstract methods, abstract for abstract methods, we should override abstract methods. We should override abstract methods in child classes to provide implementation. We should override abstract methods in child classes to provide implementation. We should override abstract methods in child classes to provide implementation, but we can't override final methods. Hence, final and abstract is illegal combination for methods. Yes, friends, can you please confirm? Is it correct or not? Okay, so we should override abstract methods in child classes to provide implementation. Implementation. Okay, like, but we can't override final methods. Hence, final and abstract is illegal combination. Okay, like you should aware this one, sir. Okay, first one. Any doubt about this? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends. Any doubt about this terminology? Everyone in the position to understand this one? Yes. Okay. Well, now the second conclusion what I have to take care. Now take very special care about this one. What is the second conclusion is? So for abstract classes, we should compulsory create child classes to provide implementation. For abstract classes, we should provide implementation in the child classes. We should create child classes, okay, to provide implementation. But whereas for final classes, implementation is not possible. Whereas for final classes, implementation is not possible. Okay, for abstract classes, we should create child classes. For abstract class, we should for abstract class, we should create child class. We should create child class to provide implementation. For abstract class, we should create child class to provide implementation. But for final classes, child class creation is not possible. Hence, abstract final is a illegal combination for classes also. Okay, at class level also this combination is the illegal. Any doubt? Yes, friends, are you in the position to understand? Okay. Now the third. This is the very important, sir. Listen, this one. I remember one small what we have one small funny experience with me. Sir, usually I was almost few months before, few years before this was happened. Yes, original incident only, friends. It's not created story. Uh, just after completing my first class in the evening, yes, I will go down because we were in the second floor. We are in the second floor. We will go down and we will go for a cup of tea, and then I will come to continue next class. This is usually my habit, sir. What happened is I went down for the tea just while I was taking the tea. There are two persons are just standing beside me and they are talking. Just they are talking on their own general discussion they are doing. First person is telling to the second person, "Arey, Mama, today I went to the Java interview." Okay, senior citizens of Amirpet seems to be they claim 2+ or 3+ years of experience. First person is telling to the second person, "Mama, today I went to the Java interview." Every question is a tricky question he's asking. Like he's asking, he asked every question is a very tricky question. Like he's telling, whenever Java interview, whenever I heard that, automatically my concentration is also towards what he's telling. Like just I'm listening silently just by standing beside. Then the first person is telling to his friend, "Mama, the question they asked is, inside a final class, abstract method is possible or not? Inside abstract class, final method is possible or not?" Mama, this is the question what interview person asked. Then immediately, "Arey, what answer you told?" Like his friend asked. Then immediately this person told, anything inside anything is always possible. Final class can contain abstract class can contain final method. Anything inside anything is always possible. So I told her, that's correct. That is the correct answer. That is the correct answer. Yeah, maybe I may expect tomorrow HR interview. Like he's telling, he's telling about that. Then immediately I was there beside. Then I can correct. Array, that is not correct statement. Okay, you are telling some wrong statement like, but they are not my students. If I'm telling it's not correct, they may tell, "Oh, you don't know subject." Like, if they are telling to me, then I have to keep my face somewhere. Are you getting? That's why I was silent, and then I came to the class. This was happened. So means from this, what you have to get, sir, very important point. Inside a final class, is it possible to have abstract methods? Inside abstract class, is it possible to have final methods or not? This is what, remember this one, sir. So abstract class, here just observe this one. Abstract class can contain final methods. Is it correct or not? Abstract class can contain final methods. Yes, correct. What is the reason for that is, if the class is abstract, so I'm taking public final, void m1. Next, public abstract, void m2, like. So in the child class, you are responsible to provide, in the child class, you are responsible to provide implementation only for m2 method. In the child class, you are responsible to provide implementation for only m2 method, okay? But m1 method, you can't override, you can use directly, no problem at all. So abstract class can contain final method, okay, no issue at all. So first one, 100% pakka, it is valid. 100% pakka, this one is the valid, sir. Okay, abstract class can contain final method, can contain final method. In the child class, you won't override that method, you can use it as it is. Next, fourth one, sir. Sir, what about reverse case? What about reverse? Sir, this is final class. Final class contain abstract method or not? Final class contain abstract method or not? Yes, remember, final class contain abstract method or not? Yes or no? What the answer you can? Okay, the problem here is, if the final class contain abstract method, where we have to provide implementation for this abstract method? In the child class. in the child class. But child class creation is not possible for final class. Okay, then you can't provide implementation. So that's fine. So one reason why abstract is not allowed inside final, this is one reason. Second reason is, if a class contain at least one abstract method, compulsory class should be declared as abstract. If I declare class as abstract, final abstract combination is illegal for methods. Final abstract combination is illegal for methods. That's why it is also invalid. Can you please confirm? Can you please confirm? Is it valid or invalid? This one is also invalid. Are you getting? So that's fine. So final class can't contain. Final class can't contain. Final class can't contain abstract method. Can't contain abstract method. Okay, that's all. Any doubt about this one? By mistake, if you are taking abstract method inside final class, immediately compile time error you are going to get, friends. Remember this a bit carefully. Yeah, wonderful points, right? Final versus abstract. Final versus abstract. Final abstract method combination is illegal for methods, illegal for classes, illegal for methods, illegal for classes. Next, illegal for classes. Next, final class, abstract class can contain final method, but final class can't contain abstract method. Okay, that's all. So this is what you people should evade, sir. That's all. I'm stopping here. In the tomorrow we will meet for the continuation part. Yeah, friends, 1 minute. What about constructor inside abstract class? Some people are expect some in the YouTube, some video I did. I remember that. Yeah. Possible, no problem at all. Just a beautiful concept. There are some videos I did related to that. Just abstract class and contain constructor, like abstract class interface loopholes, interface and abstract class loopholes. Yeah, all these things are explained in these videos. What is the role of new keyword and constructor? Whenever we are creating child class object, whether parent class will be created or not. Whenever we are creating child class object, what is the need of executing parent class constructor? Anyway, we can't. Okay, better to have these things, friends. Almost do you know this playlist contain how many videos are there in this playlist? Okay, 7 videos are there. If the time permits, just hardly matter of 1 hour or 2 hours. Okay, this playlist, very beautiful things. Just I explain. Bhaskar, just go through these things. If you are getting anywhere doubt, please let me know. Beautiful things, all the things have you I explained very clearly, friends. Okay, here just observe that. Okay, new versus constructor, child object versus parent constructor, like next need of abstract class constructor, abstract class versus interface with respect to constructor. What is the difference like? Yeah, right, sir. Thanks for everyone. Tomorrow we will meet for the continuation part. So in the last session, almost we performed postmortem on. Almost we performed postmortem on. Have you remembered, right, sir? Abstract modifier we covered, sir. Abstract modifier we discussed about that. Okay, just the next thing what I have to what I have to discuss is strict FOP, but actually not required for the exam, not required for the exam, but still. So why we have to miss that? Just a matter of 5 minutes I will discuss about this one. Strict FOP modifier. Strict FOP modifier. Strict FOP modifier, right? Do you know what is the meaning of strict FOP? What is the meaning of strict FOP? Strict FOP means strict floating point. Okay, strict floating point. Remember this one. Strict FOP means strict floating point. So floating point calculations, can you please perform very strictly? Such a type of thing is by default considered as strict FOP modifier. Okay, like now my question is very important point. Where it is applicable, where this concept is applicable. Okay, very simple, sir. This concept is applicable. I mean, we can use this modifier. We can use this modifier for classes, and the methods, but not for variables. Classes and methods, but not for variables. Remember this one, sir. So we can use this modifier for classes and methods, but not for variables. For variables, we can't apply this one, sir. Then immediately you may ask, sir, what is the meaning? What is the meaning of strict FOP modifier? When we require to go for this modifier, like you may ask very simple terminology, friends. Here, just observe that. Sir, I have one method is there. Assume that I have one method is there, sir. Now listen very carefully about this terminology. Sir, I have one method is there. Public static void main. Assume that I'm trying to perform 10.0 by 3. Can you please guess what is the answer we are going to get? Yes, friends. Okay. If I can take 10.0 by 3, if I can take, can you please confirm what is the output we are going to get? Anyone? Please respond. Anyone? What the output we will get, sir? If I can take 10.0 by 3, what the answer we will get? Can you please confirm? Ayo, please confirm 10.0 by 3. So this is, do you know floating point division? The output what we are going to get is, let me execute this one, not a 3 point, you know, in the normal mathematics we can use 3.33333333. In at our childhood we may use bar. bar means, do you know, just it is keep on any number you can take. There is no end like. Okay, now let me execute this code. Okay, here let me execute this code. Here just observe carefully. Okay, yeah, let me execute this one. But before that, I require to set path explicitly. Yeah, here just observe. If I execute this, what is the output we are going to get, sir? Okay, now have a look once. Here just observe that. Here I'm taking Java C test.java. Perfectly it is the valid, sir. Don't keep any doubt at all. Perfectly itself is the valid. Next, Java test if I can take. Java test if I can take. Yes, what the answer we are getting? Can you please confirm? 3.33333333, something like we are getting, sir. Sir, now do you know if I execute the same if I execute the same 10.0 by 3, 10.0 by 3, if I execute on the same calculation on Linux operating system, sir, here in the Windows, I got 3.333333 something like a 5 I'm getting. But if I execute the same calculation in the Linux operating system, then automatically maybe a chance of different output you may get, sir. Maybe a chance of different output you may get. If I use Mac platform, then automatically 3.33333 something like it you make it. So the important conclusion what you people should be aware, the result of floating point arithmetic is varied from platform to platform. Remember this one, sir. The result of floating point arithmetic is varied from platform to platform. Okay, so because internally the way of representing floating point number is varied from platform to platform. Here the way of representing floating point values sir are varied. The way of representing floating point values is varied from sir, platform to platform like. So being platform independent in Java, it should not accept this type of answers. Correct, right? Okay, you are telling that Java is the platform independent. Even the results also should be platform independent results I have to get. But the result of floating point calculations is always depending on underlying floating point arithmetic, underlying platform. That's why. So how I can get platform independent results even for floating point arithmetic also. Okay, so such type of method we have to declare with the strict FFP modifier. Remember this one, sir. Such type of method we have to declare with the strict FFP modifier. Okay, now immediately you may ask, if a method declared as strict FFP, what will happen, sir? What will happen? All floating point calculations in that method has to follow IEEE 754 standard. All floating point calculations in that method has to follow IEEE 754 standard. Remember this one, IEEE 754 standard, it is going to define some guidelines, but after this one point you require to take only 5 digits. Okay, like it may provide some guidelines. Of course you are not required to worry about what rules are there and so on. So after decimal point you require to take only 5, you require to take only 5 digits only, whether you are executing on the Windows platform or Linux platform or otherwise. So Mac platform, the result is always going to get the same result we will get in the case of floating point arithmetic. So if you want such type of nature for floating point arithmetic, then we have to declare the method as strict FFP. Are you getting the point? Friends, are you in the position to understand this one? What is the meaning? What is the meaning of strict FFP? What it means? What the meaning of strict FFP? Strict floating point. All floating point calculations in this method has to follow IEEE 754 standard, so that it will get a platform independent results in floating point arithmetic also. If you want such type of nature, then we require to go for what? Such strict FFP modifier. Any doubt? Friends, all the people are in the position to understand this one. What is the meaning of strict FFP modifier? Okay, that's all. So now this is, do you know, a new modifier which came in Java 1.2 version. Most of the people don't know about this modifier. Sir, it is the new modifier which came in Java 1.2 version, right? Okay, like that. Now I have one important point. Up to this is the terminology is very clear for you people, right? Now, sir, here just observe what is strict FFP versus abstract. What is the strict FFP versus abstract like that. Sir, abstract method should not contain any implementation. Abstract method should not contain 1 minute, sir. Later you can talk. So we covered up to only strict FFP method. What is the meaning of strict FFP method? Anyone can you please tell? Please confirm. If a method declared with strict FFP, if a method declared with the strict FFP, all floating point calculations, okay, then all floating point calculations in that method, all floating point calculations in that method, sir, will follow all floating point calculations in that method follow. Okay, IEEE 754 standard. IEEE 754 standard. IEEE 754 standard, so that we will get platform independent results. we will get platform independent results. Remember this one, sir. If a method declared with a strict FOP, then all floating point calculations in that method will follow IEEE 754 standard, so that we will get platform independent results. This is strict FOP method. Remember this one, sir. So next, here take very special care. Okay. Now, if I can take a strict FOP class, strict FOP class, what is the meaning of that, sir? So if a class declared as a strict FOP, if a class declared as a strict FOP, remember this one, very important point, sir. If a class declared as a strict FOP, sir, best example, in this class, there are multiple methods are there, sir. Okay, public, here assume that public void m1, here I have public void m1 is there. So some calculations are there internally, right? So similarly, there are multiple methods are there. There are multiple methods are there, sir. Assume that m1, m2, m3, like multiple methods are there. Now my question is, okay, for all these methods, in every concrete method, all floating point calculations has to follow IEEE 754 standard. Okay, all floating point calculations in that method has to follow IEEE 754 standard. Okay, like what I have to take, instead of declaring at method level, better to declare class as a strict FOP. Are you getting right? Instead of declaring at method level, better to declare class as a strict FOP. If I declare class as a strict FOP, all concrete methods in that class have to follow IEEE 754 standard for floating point arithmetic, so that we will get platform independent results. Are you getting the point? Instead of declaring at method level, better to declare at class level. Better to declare at class level, then better to declare at class level, then what is the advantages? This modifier applicable for every concrete method in that class. Remember a bit very carefully about this one, sir. So if a class declared as a strict FOP, then every concrete method in that class has to follow IEEE 754 standard, so that we will get platform independent results. Remember this one. If a class declared as the strict FOP, then every concrete method in that class has to follow IEEE 754 standard, so that we will get platform independent results. Friends, any doubt about this one? Can you please confirm? If a method declared as the strict FOP, what will happen? If a class declared as the strict FOP, what will happen? It's a very clear for you. But here one small twist is there. That twist you have to aware clearly. So yesterday we discussed about abstract final. Is it legal for classes or illegal? Legal for class methods. Is it legal or illegal for methods? Is it abstract final combination? Is it legal for methods or not? Respond. Is it illegal for methods or not? Yes, it is illegal for methods. Is it illegal for classes or not? Is illegal for classes also, because the reason also I explained very clearly, friends. Okay, now the same thing here is strict FOP versus abstract. Now observe this one. So strict FOP method means strict FOP method means all floating point calculations in that method. All floating point calculations in that method. Remember, strict FOP method always talks about implementation. Okay, strict FOP method always talks about implementation. Okay, but abstract method never talks about implementation. Remember this one. Abstract method never talks about implementation. Hence, sir, abstract strict FOP combination is illegal for methods. Remember this one, sir, is illegal for methods. Yes, perfect. Strict FOP method always talks about the implementation, but abstract method never talks about implementation. Hence, abstract strict FOP is illegal for methods. Remember this one, sir. Okay. Now, what is the important conclusion what you people should be aware? Let me cross check, sir. Forget about this class. Okay. Now, I have one method is there. Public, sir, abstract method is there. Public abstract void m1. But anyway, if the class declared if the class contain at least one abstract method, better to declare the class as abstract. Now I'm trying to take strict FOP. Immediately, comparative method we are going to get, sir. Okay, illegal combination of modifiers. We are getting comparative method. Have you observed, right? Illegal combination of modifiers, abstract and strict FOP. This is the comparative method we are going to get, sir. Okay, well. Now my important question is take very special care. Okay, here there is a small twist is there. Okay, now up to this, any doubt? Respond. Up to this, any doubt about this one? Because strict FOP always talks about implementation, strict FOP method always talks about implementation, but abstract method never talks about implementation. That's why abstract strict FOP is illegal for methods. Now I have one small doubt is there, sir. Forget about this strict FOP. Okay, here I have some methods are there. Abstract, void. Okay, m2 method is there, sir. Abstract void m2 method is there, sir. Public void m3 method is there. Okay, like now have you observed, right? Now, so public abstract void m1, public void m2, public void m3 is there. Okay, like that. Now my important question is take very special care about this terminology, friends. So now my important point is, sir, is this code either valid or not? Can you please confirm first up to this? Is it valid or not? Valid, because the reason is abstract class can contain abstract methods and the concrete methods also. Abstract methods and concrete methods also. Yes, it is the valid. Now my question is, here see, abstract, why I declare the class as abstract? Because of this abstract method. If a class contains at least one abstract method, then compulsory we require to declare the class as abstract. Okay, well, now one point I'm taking, sir. Here I'm trying to take strict FOP. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Is it valid or invalid? Please respond. Yes, good. Everyone, can you please respond? I want to listen the answer from each and every person. Please respond. What answer we are going to get? Don't try to execute and just tell. If I can take like this, compiler is going to get left and right, because abstract and strict FOP combination is illegal. Most of the people are going to feel like that. 100% pakka it is valid. Remember this one, 100% pakka it is the valid. Abstract strict FOP combination illegal for methods, but legal for classes. Okay, but legal for classes. A bit dangerous point. Legal for classes. This combination is legal for classes. Why? Can you please read this one? Then you can understand very easily about this point, sir. Sir, here observe carefully. Observe a bit carefully. Sir, why we are taking abstract? Abstract always talks about because of this abstract method. Okay, next, why I'm taking this strict FOP? Can you please observe? If a class declared as a strict FOP, okay, then every concrete method in that class, has to follow IEEE 754 standard. Every concrete method in that class, means strict FOP applicable for concrete methods. Now for these two I took strict FOP, but this abstract I took this abstract, sir. No contradiction. A class declared as abstract, it always refers to abstract modifier. But if the class declared as strict FOP, it is always refers to concrete methods. Remember this a bit very carefully about this one. Any doubt? Now let me execute this one. Let me execute this. 100% pakka. This one is perfectly valid. Don't keep any doubt at all. Perfectly itself is valid. So do you know we are using Java 11 version? Perfectly itself is acceptable. So abstract strict FOP combination is legal for classes but illegal for methods. Friends, any doubt? So internally, what is the reason also? So this is the most unknown factor, unknown modifier, okay, for most of Java developers. Okay, I'm sure if I can ask, do you ever strict FOP? Out of 100, 99% of the people are going to talk, I don't know about this strict FOP. That's why in the interview rooms also, the people are not asking, the people are not asking about this type of thing. Okay, just but anyway, basic idea better to have. Vishnu, if there are no concrete methods, no problem, still it is acceptable. Still it is acceptable. The reason for that is you may take concrete method, then for those concrete methods it is applicable. Suppose tomorrow I want to take 100 concrete methods. Tomorrow I want to take 100 concrete methods. So there is a possibility or not? Are you getting? There is a possibility or not? Yes, there is a possibility. You can take at that time, this one will become meaningful. Remember this, even you are not having any concrete method also, still, sir, this is the legal. Vishnu, getting? That's all. At a class level, it is acceptable, Vinay. Don't worry. So clear, right? Any explanation is required about this strict FOP? So the most unknown modifier. If you are Java developer, definitely I can use the word you don't know about this modifier. Okay, there are two reasons are there. Reason number one. Reason number one. So it is a newly added modifier. Reason number two, it is not that much frequently used because most of the times our project is always going to run on one platform. We want to run our project on multiple platforms. If we are going to execute on multiple platforms, if we want floating point arithmetic portability, then we require to go for this strict FOP. Clear, right? That's all. Okay. Now, so this is about class level modifiers, whatever I covered, sir. Class level modifiers. Okay. Can you please spell out for top level classes which modifiers are applicable? Which modifiers are applicable for class level modifiers? Which modifiers are applicable for top level classes? Sir, public is allowed. Next, default is allowed. Public default. Next, and after that, final. Next, abstract, and then what? Strict FOP. These are things compulsory you people should be aware. Okay, like, but anyway, even strict FOP not required for any certification, whether it is a Java 8 or Java 11. But for your interest sake, just I cover this one also. That's all. These are the modifiers which are applicable for the top level classes. Okay. Now the next one, what I have to take, sir. Now the next one, what I have to take, member modifiers. Member modifiers, right? Member means variables and methods. Member modifiers. Member means variables and methods, right? So very simple terminology. Very simple terminology, sir. What is member modifiers? Member modifiers, right? Very simple. So do you know there are multiple modifiers are applicable for members? Public, private, protected, static, native, synchronizer, like all the sigma will come in the picture, sir. Okay. So generally inner classes as a separate topic we have to discuss. Still, strictly speaking, it is also considered the member of a class. Okay. Next, public, final. What that Swarup I didn't get. Yeah. Okay, well, those are the modifiers, right? Good. Sir, member modifiers. Okay, now first thing, let me talk about public members. Public members, right? Okay. Here just take a bit very special care about this one. Public members. Sir, if a member declares the public, then we can access that member from anywhere. The name itself indicates, right? Public members can be accessed. Public members can be accessed. can be accessed from anywhere. From anywhere, public members can be accessed from anywhere, sir. Anywhere you can access public members, no problem at all. Now I have one small doubt is there. Okay, let me clarify. Let me explain this doubt, sir. Here, very important point. I have one package is there, sir. Pack one is there. Assume just for practice any name you can use, no problem at all. I have class A is there. This class A contain one method, public void m1 method is there. It is public method from A class. It is public method. It is public method from A class. From A class I'm taking, sir. That's all. This is so here A dot Java I'm taking. That's all. So package pack one class A public void m1. It is public method from A class like this I'm taking. Now let me go for another program, another class B I'm taking. Now package pack B, okay, like the package pack B. Next import here, import pack one dot A, import pack one dot A. Sir, here let me create an object for this A is equal to new A dot m1 I'm taking, sir. A dot m1 like this I'm trying to take. Sir, now B dot Java I'm taking. Can you please confirm, sir, yes, these two programs are valid or not? Can you please confirm? I'm trying to call public method. Public method. Yes, it is the public only. Is it going to be acceptable or not? Please confirm. Is it going to be acceptable or not? Yeah, that is what you people should be aware. Okay. Even though member is public, but the class is not public. Not public. That's why you can't access public member from outside of the class, because the class is not public. Remember this one, sir. So even though member is public, but the class is not public. That's why this class is not visible from outside of the package. Neha, take a bit very special care about this one. So this package, it is outside of the package. This A class is not visible. That's why you can't remember this one. By mistake, if you are taking like this, compiler is ready to give left and right. Remember this one. This is the small observation you have to take. Java C -d dot A dot Java. A wise no problem at all. A wise no issue at all. No problem at all. Next Java C -d dot B dot Java. Java C -d dot B dot Java. Now observe, compiler is ready to give left and right. A is not public, cannot be accessed from outside package, something like here. Just observe pack one dot A is not public. In pack one, cannot be accessed from outside, of the package. Like immediately compatible method we are going to get. I hope, are you in the position to understand this one? Yes, friends. So compulsory, the class should be public. Compulsory, the class should be public, and then only we can access. So most of the people are going to feel yes, it is a valid, because they didn't observe that class is visible or not. So if a member and the class both are visible, then only we can access that member from outside of the package. If a class is not visible but member is visible, there is no use of that. Any doubt? Any explanation is required about this one? The most valuable, very important point you people should be aware, friends. Okay, so I hope up to this is the clear for all of you. So if class and the member both are public, then only we can access that member from outside package. If both the class and the member if both the class and a member are public, if both class and member both are public, then only we can access, that member from outside the package, from outside our package. Remember, right? So now the next thing what I have to take, very important, of course it's a very easy thing. Next, default members. Now observe, default members, right? Okay, so default members can be accessible only within the current package. From outside of the package you can't access. Remember this one, sir. Default members can be accessed only within the current package, but from outside of the package, not we can't access. Remember this one, we can't access, like you should aware. Now where is the proof for that? Where is the proof for this? Just observe carefully, right? Okay, here I'm taking, here just I'm trying to take default members, right? Sir, here the class is the public, member is also public, the class is the public, member is also public, then happily the code is going to compile, no problem at all, it will run also, just because both are public. Now observe this one. Now a.java, the code compiles fine. B.java, the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Next time after that, Java pack2.b, because at the time of execution full qualified name you have to provide. Now it is public method from A class. Perfect, it's working, sir. Now the point here is, observe carefully, the class is public, but the member is not public. Default member. Can you please tell, so is it possible to access this member from outside package? Please confirm, is it valid or invalid? 100% pakka this one is invalid. But the reason, you know, sir, A compiles fine, but B won't compile. A compiles fine, but B won't compile. Yes, what the compile time error? M1 is not public in A, cannot be accessed from outside package. Oh, clearly compiler is telling that, array, it is not public. Okay, like it is telling clearly compile time error. So if a member declared as the default, then we can access that member only in the current package only. Outside the package we can't access. Remember a bit very carefully about this point. Sir, can you please confirm any doubt? Please respond. Any doubt about this one? Okay. Sir, now here just observe a bit very carefully. The same code I'm taking. Consider the following code. Here, listen this one. A small bit. Let me try to frame a small bit here. Consider the following Java source files. Okay, like a.java, b.java, like the same whatever I took, sir. A.java, b.java. Now my question is to compile these source files successfully. Which of the following modifications are required independently? Which of the following modifications are required to perform independently? Independently. Which of the following modifications are required independently? So now my first option, second option, okay, like I'm trying to take. Can you please tell modification 1, declare M1 method as public. Declare M1 method as public in A class, in class A. Yes, this one is going to solve our problem or not? Your response, this one is going to solve our problem or not? Yes. Can you please suggest any other change independently can compile this code? Any other change independently? Okay, this is one style. Any other change independently to compile both the source files? Yes, friends. Yes, friends. Yeah, excellent suggestion. Excellent suggestion from uh, from Swaroop. Okay, yeah, good thinking, man. Comment a.m1 comment a.m1 inside the B class, inside class B. Excellent, Swaroop. Okay, don't call A class M1 method, then the code is going to compile. No problem at all. Yes, this is also acceptable. Okay, theoretical. Next, any other option is there? Any other option is there? When I think is telling, Amit is telling correct. So the problem here is B is in different package. If I moved B class also to pack A. Okay, rename package B as package pack A. Rename pack B as pack A inside B.java. Inside B.java. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Is it valid or not? Yes. Here just observe that first change anyway we did, sir. First, if I declare this one as the public, yes, definitely the code both classes are going to compile, no problem at all. I declare M1 as the public. Perfect. There's no doubt at all, right? Okay. Now second change. Okay, here I don't want to take the public. Here this is the Swaroop's unique answer. Comment this line. Remove this line. Then perfect. Here you never going to get any compile time error because you are not calling that M1 method. Yes. Okay, perfect. It is the valid. But I want to call M1. I want to call M1. So let me rename this one also pack A. So package pack A. Of course, then import statement is not required. No problem at all. Even if I'm taking also, what is the problem? Okay, A.java, perfect. It's going to compile. Next to B.java. Yes, we have told, right? B.java. Yes, here there is a problem. M1 is not public in A. Cannot be accessed from outside package. Sir, here why it is telling outside package? Am I doing anywhere here? I saved also, right? Package pack. Oh, sorry, pack one. 1 minute. Here pack one. Correct. Not pack A. Pack one. Okay, pack one. Okay, or otherwise pack A. 1 minute. All our bits also. Here pack one I took, but here pack two I took. 1 minute, friends. Pack one, pack two. Pack one, here pack two. Pack two, yes, pack one. Okay, yeah. So now observe carefully. Pack one I'm taking. Now here just observe. Happily the code is going to be compiled, no problem at all. Regarding happily itself is a valid, no problem. Just Whatever package name here we use, use the same package name for this class also. Then happily the code is going to be combined. Any doubt? What is the answer we are going to get in this case? Anyone, can you please confirm? A, B, C. All the things are perfectly valid. Yes, the framing based on the small point, the question style. Okay, that's all. Here, nothing is there to talk about this. Next, let me go for last one, private modifier. Private modifiers, right? Or private members. Last, third one, private members. Members are like private members. Sir, take very special care about private members. Do you know, if a class, if a member declared the private, we can access that member within the same class only. Okay, if a member is private, then we can access that member. Within the same class only. You know, from our childhood onwards, we are discussing, sir. If a member is private, then we can access that member within the same class only. By mistake, if you are trying to access from outside of the class, immediately error we are going to get. We covered, not required to keep any explanation also. Sir, here it is the private method. But still I'm trying to access from the same package also, from the same package only, but from outside of the class. Okay, immediately error we are going to get. So no problem at all. A.java compiles fine, B.java, you are in the same package, but still compile time error we are getting. M1 has private access. In A. This is the compile time error we are going to get, sir. The most, sir, this is the very basic thing. I hope you were already right. Okay, yeah, just A.java I'm trying to take. Nothing will be there. Compile time error by default we are going to get if I can take like this. Okay, what's the reason for that? You know, private members cannot be accessed from outside. But I'm trying to access from outside of the class, of course, in the same package. So still, this one is invalid, right? Any doubt? Can you please confirm? Okay. Next, one more thing I covered very clearly in the last sessions only. This one I covered. Why private methods cannot be declared as okay, abstract. You know the reason. Not required to keep any explanation. Okay, private methods cannot be declared as abstract. Why? What is the reason for that? Private methods not visible to the child classes, but abstract methods should be visible to the child classes to provide implementation. Okay, so private methods are not visible to the child classes, but abstract methods should be visible to the child classes. That's why this one is contradiction. Immediately error we are going to get, sir. Remember this one. Immediately error we are going to get. So if for private and abstract, if we declare like this, are you getting the point, right? Any doubt about this? Respond. So any explanation is required about this point? Ayo, respond. Any explanation is required because this point already we covered multiple times. Now the next dangerous concept I have to discuss. Okay, protected modifier. So take very special care about this one. Take a bit very special care about this terminology, right? What is the problem? The problem is here protected modifier, the most misunderstandable modifier, the most misunderstanding modifier in Java. This is the protected, sir. Most of the people are not having clear clarity about this one. Compulsory you should have clear clarity about this one. Okay, what that's very simple. So if a member declared as protected, if a member declared as protected, okay, remember this one, member declared as protected, then we can access that member, anywhere, from anywhere within the same package, from anywhere within the same package, from anywhere within the same package, same package, and from outside, a package, and from outside a package, only in child classes, only in child classes. Sir, up to this most of the people already aware, not required to keep much explanation. Any doubt? If a member declared the protected, then we can access that member from anywhere within the same package, and from outside of the package only in child classes. That's why protected is equal to default. Default means package level. Default means package level plus kids. Kids means child classes. So you can use protected is equal to default plus kids. Default plus kids, like this we can take. Now the important conclusion, what you should aware, the important point, what you should aware, sir. That's all. This is about protected. Okay, like now the point is, take very special care about this one. Okay, why I told it is the most misunderstandable or misunderstanding modifier in Java? What the reason? Within a minute you will come to know, sir. Just observe carefully about this one. I have class A is there. Okay, 1 minute. Let me take here. I'm trying to take class A. Okay, here just observe this one. I'm taking class A. Class A is there. Class A is there. Next, here public class B extends public class B extends A extends A. Okay, like now I want to call this protected method. Okay, protected method. Okay, sir, it is protected method from A class. Protected method from A class or protected method, like this I'm taking, sir. Now my question is very important, very dangerous. Take a bit special care. Here A is equal to new A dot m1. B is equal to new B dot m1. A1 is equal to new B A1 dot m1. That's all. Can you please observe A and B classes are in the same package, pack one only. Now among these, which method calls are valid, which method calls are invalid? Can you please confirm which method calls are valid, which method calls are invalid? A dot m1, B dot m1, A1 dot m1. Please confirm. This total I want to save as B dot Java. This total I'm saving as B dot Java. No problem. B dot Java. It is acceptable. What the reason for that is? It is acceptable. B dot Java. Okay, because here public class B. Public class B. That's why B dot Java. It is acceptable. Yes, friends, can you please confirm? Any doubt about this? All three are valid. Neha, okay, remember this one. Remember, a bit very important, very important, sir. Remember this. So the important point here is take a bit very special care about this one. Sir, here a dot m1, b dot m1, a1 dot m1, like within the same package. Okay, within the same package, we can access protected members. We can access protected members. We can access protected members within the same package. We can access protected members either by using parent reference, or by using child reference. Either by using parent reference or by using child reference. That's why whether you are using either parent reference or child reference, no problem at all. All the three things are acceptable. Okay, like now have a look once about this one. So sorry, here b.java, because our program name is b.java. Sorry, b.java, only one thing is there, b.java, acceptable. Next, java pack1 dot b I'm taking. Yes, protected method, all the three method calls are valid. There is no problem at all. Yes friends, any doubt about this code? Please confirm. Which of the following lines causes compile time error? Which of the following lines causes compile time error? Like sir, line 1, line 2, line 3. Okay, none of these. Sir, what is the answer? You can, what the answer, sir? D. No problem at all, sir, because nothing is going to cause the problem. Okay, within the same package we can access protected members either by using parent reference or by using child reference. No restrictions, right? Okay, sir, now my question is, what about the next one? This is about private members, right? Okay, like what is the next thing? Sorry, this is about protected members within the same package. But now here observe this one. Sir, this A is available inside pack1. Now listen, I'm trying to change my code. Okay, A is available inside pack1. Inside pack1. Let me make the class also public. Okay, here I'm saving this code as a.java. But B is available. Inside pack2. B is available inside pack2. Public class B extends A and import pack1 dot A. Sir, this concept is very important if you are planning for Java 11 certification. That's why please make sure you should aware. Now, can you please tell among these which lines are valid, which method calls are valid, which method calls are invalid? Yes, which method calls are valid, which method calls are invalid? Yes, friend, can you please confirm? Okay, now the point here is, listen very carefully, sir. Okay, sir, here within the same package we can access protected members either by using parent reference or by using child reference, but from outside of the package, we can access protected members. Only in child classes. And we should use and we should use child class reference only, and we should use child class reference only, that is to access protected members, from outside package we can't use parent reference, that's all. How beautiful this point. Now based on this, okay, based on this, which are valid and which are invalid, which is the parent class, which is the child class. A is the parent, B is the child. From outside package to access protected members, okay, we can't use parent reference. Here I use parent reference. Here I use parent reference. A1 is what type? A type. A is what type? A type. That's why in this line we are going to get compile time error. Remember, right? Okay, so let me, I will show this one, don't worry at all. Okay, consider this is my a.java, the most valuable, important for the exam sake. Take a bit special care about this one. Next b.java. Next b.java, okay, like b.java. Now sir, this is, so which lines causes compile time error? Okay, now the same, which of the following lines causes compile time error? Okay, now I'm trying to take line 1 and line 2. I'm taking line 2 and line 3. I'm trying to take. Next line 1 and line 3. I'm trying to take line 3. Next sir, all line 1, line 1, line 2 and line 3. I'm trying to take. Yeah, can you please guide which one is the correct answer in this case? Yes friend, can you please tell line 1 and line 3? Okay, here just observe which of the following lines cause compile time error. Okay, which of the following lines cause compile time error? You people should aware, right? Okay, so now here just observe carefully. Okay, observe carefully. Now let me execute a.java. Sir, any doubt? Everyone in the position to understand my explanation? Please confirm. Clearly documented also. Everyone in the position to understand? Can you please confirm? Yes friends. Okay, so happily, do you know, parent within the same package you can access either by parent reference or by child reference, but from outside of the package we should use child reference only. Parent reference cannot be used to access okay, protected members from outside package. Okay, remember, very important point. Now let me compile a.java. Yes, the code compiles. Let me compile a.java. Happily the code compiles. Now let me compile b.java. Compiler is going to give left and right at line number 2 and 1 and 3. 1 and 3. Are you getting? At which lines we are getting compile time error? It is very clear for you people, right? Just observe that line 1 and line 3 we are getting compile time error. Okay, at line 1 and line 3 we are getting compile time error. Let me comment these lines. Let me comment line 1 and line 3. Perfectly it should be acceptable, no doubt at all. Okay, now here a.java we are not required to compile. But b.java, do you know, here just observe, happily the code compiles fine, no issue at all. Okay, like now java here packed 2.b I'm taking. Now observe this one, happily it's going to execute, sir. Happily this one is going to execute, no problem at all. Sir, 1 minute. Yes, are you getting the point, right? If I execute it, definitely this one is going to be compiled, no problem at all. Okay, so what may be the reason? What may be the reason? Do you know the name itself is protected? Protected, Vinay. The name itself is protected. Protected means, do you know, in the worst case only you can use. It is a saved method. In the worst scenario only you have to use. Okay, don't bring this method always. Always don't bring this method always. Okay, like so. What they are telling? Array, you are already in the outside package. You are already in the outside package. Don't depend on this protected method. You have to define that protected method, okay, in your class. You require to define that method in your class and you can access. If you are providing a by using a m1 means you are directly telling I want parent class m1 method. It is protected. In the worst scenario, if your class doesn't contain, then only I will come in the picture. Do you know protected means? Protected means, sir, protected means highly recommended to override. Highly recommended. Highly recommended to override. Override in the worst case scenarios only. Worst scenarios only. Scenarios in the worst scenarios only bring this method. Bring this method. This is the meaning, sir. Protected. Abstract is the different. Sir, observe, don't get confused. Abstract means you should override. You should override to provide implementation. To provide implementation. You should override to provide implementation. But here, protected means highly recommended to override this method. Don't depend on that. In the worst scenarios only bring this method like that. So now do you know you are in the same package, then anyway it is visible. Anyway it is visible. That's why you can use either parent reference or child reference, no problem at all. But you are outside person. You are outside person, outside of the package. But how you can give a about my method, man? Don't. Sorry, you can't call like this. Like this type of restriction, the Java people kept. There's a big reason internally there. When are you getting at least basic idea? What may be the internal reason? Yes, getting the point. Now, so what their intention is, okay, compulsory you have to provide public void yammer. Okay, in your class, better to define this one. Better to define this one. Why you are talking about a class yammer? So a class yammer method we are not going to highlight to you because it's a protected. In the worst scenarios I will provide support. Don't worry, but don't. I won't yellow you to call directly like this. Okay, this is the meaning of this. Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand what the meaning of protected? Why the word? So that's why at the beginning only I used the most misunderstandable modifier in Java is the protected. The most misunderstanding modifier in Java is the protected modifier. Okay, because these are reasons. Now, just any doubt about this? Can you please confirm? Within the same package, we can access protected members either by using parent reference or by using child reference. Okay, but from outside of the package, we can access protected members only in child classes, and we should use a child class reference only. That is to access protected members from outside package. We can't use parent reference. Any doubt? Any doubt about this? Okay, now still, okay, now still one more important thing is there. Okay, one more important thing is there. Take very special care. Okay, dangerous point I have to talk. Sir, up to this, okay, acceptable. Now my point is, listen this one. Listen this a bit carefully. Now I'm trying to take. So let me close this b.java. Let me close this b.java. I'm trying to close. Okay. Let me open another file. Now I'm saving. package pack 2. Okay, package pack 2. Import pack 1. Import pack 1. Class B extends A. Class B extends A. Extends A. Next, public class C extends B. Public class C extends B. Now observe the relation. A is the parent. For that B is the child. Okay. For B, sir, C is the child. For B, C is the child. Okay. A is the parent. B is the next child. C is the next child. Okay, like that. Public static void main. Sir, here I'm taking A is equal to A dot M1. B is equal to new B dot M1. A1 is equal to like this. Excellent. Next up, A2 is equal to new C A2 dot M1. Next, okay. B1 is equal to new C B1 dot M1. Next, C1 is equal to C is equal to new C is equal to new C dot M1. What wonderful. Let me save this one. Yes, C dot Java. Okay. Now my question is, listen carefully. Sir, this is line 3 and this one is the line 4. Okay. Line 5. Next line 6. Yeah. Can you please observe? Among these lines, which lines are valid, which lines are invalid? Among these, which lines are valid, which lines are invalid? Okay, safe side. Let me remove spaces here. Yeah, all are visible. Can you please confirm among these which lines are valid, which lines are invalid? Line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, line 6. Yes. Please confirm. Anyone? Yeah. Don't try to execute and tell what may be the answers. One, 3, 4 are invalid. Okay, just better to think a bit carefully and then let me know. Okay, just I'm stopping the session here. Observe, I have package pack 1, public class A, protected void M1, system.out.println protected method. Okay, like I have these ones. Next, C.Java, package pack 2, import pack 1.a, class B, like I have. So now here just take very special care among all these things, which things are valid. Sir, here just take very special care. B is the child class of A. B is the child of A. Next, C is the child of B. C is the child of B. Sir. So C is the child of B. B is the child of A. A present inside outside package. B and C are in the same package. Okay, like B and C are in the same package, right? Now, do you know here just among all these things, can you please tell which is valid, which method calls are valid? The most valuable, very important point. Anyone, can you please tell? Can you please guess? Swarup, I hope you are expert in the subject. Swarup answer not required to consider because he's already rounded all these things twice or thrice. What about remaining people? Please, Ramesh, Nagateja, Swarup already covered. So Vishnu, can you please tell among these method calls which method is the valid? Sir, A, parent reference, parent object. B, of course, a child reference, a child object, because B is the child of A. Next, A1 is equal to new B, A1 dot M1. Okay, A2 is equal to new C, A2 dot M1. B1 is equal to new C, B1 dot M1. CC is equal to new CC dot M1. Any one, can you please tell, is it valid? I mean, which things are valid? Nagateja, what about your answer? Yes. Ahmad Sheikh, Abhishek. Line 1 is valid. Ayo. Nagateja, I hope you didn't attend last session, it seems. Okay, just I'm using one small, of course, that notes also I dictated. You may aware that 1 minute, sir. Here just observe that. Here that notes also the dictated, just at least notes point you have to observe. Okay, here just the last point whatever we have, can you please observe carefully? I dictated the point also. Within the same package we can access, within the same package we can access protected members either by using parent reference or by using child reference. But from outside of the package we can access protected members only in child classes, and we should use a child class reference only. That is, to access protected members from outside package we can't use a parent reference. Okay, that's all. This is the thing what we have. Can you please based on this at least, Nagateja? Okay, yes, based on this at least you have to respond. Can you please tell what is the answer we are going to get in this case? Yes, can you please confirm among these which method calls are valid, which method calls are invalid? So we are using parent reference to access protected members. 100% pakka it is invalid. Line 1 is invalid. But we are using here B the child class of A, B the child class of A. So I have some doubt on 2. Next up, so here parent reference gone, here also parent reference gone, but here B1 is equal to new C, line 5. B1 is equal to new C, line 5. Maybe I have doubt it may valid. Next, CC is equal to new C dot M1. Okay, I hope it may valid. So among all these things, which things are valid? Wherever parent A reference is there, 100% pakka it is invalid. Wherever parent reference is there, 100% pakka it is invalid. Don't keep any doubt in that. Okay, perfectly this one is invalid. Okay, next what is B under C? What about B reference and C reference? Okay, just listen this point very carefully, friends. What the point is? Can you please observe that within the same package we can access protected members either by using parent reference or by using child reference, but from outside of the package we can access protected members only in child classes, and we should use child class reference only, and we should use child class reference only like this, right? So that is, to access protected members from outside package we can't use parent reference. That is, to access protected members from outside package we can't use parent reference. We can't use parent reference. Okay, that's all. So we are not allowed to use parent reference to access protected members from outside package. So that's what you should evade. there is one more small point is there, sir. What is that point is, from outside package, we can access protected members only in child class, and we should use here there is a small correction still is required. Still there is a small correction is required. What that correction is, we should, okay, from outside package, okay, we can access protected members. From outside package we can access protected members only in child classes, and we should use current child class reference only. Current child class reference only. Remember, these ones are very important point, and we should use current child class reference only. Okay, this point is the most valuable, very important point, sir. So here you are trying to access from which class? Child C class, and we should use C reference only. By mistake, if you are trying to use any other reference, immediately compile time error we are going to get, sir. So this point is a very dangerous point. Most of the people don't know about this point, but take very special care about this one, sir. Okay, like can you please confirm what the answer in this case? So the first one, what the answer? First one, parent reference. This one is also invalid because you are in the C reference, because you are in the C class. That's why you should use C reference only. Wherever you are using C class reference, only this thing is valid. Except that, all the remaining things are invalid, friends. Okay, if you want, you can cross check here. Just let me compile. Here just let me compile this one. Here I'm trying to take, okay, here just I'm trying to take, here is, observe carefully. Here Java C -d dot a dot Java I'm taking. Can you please have a look once? Java C -d dot a dot Java. Next Java C -d dot b dot Java I'm taking. Have you observed, right? So now compile is fine. No, here 1 minute, because our program is C.Java. Java C -d dot C dot Java. This is our program, friends. C.Java. Now 5 compile time errors or multiple compile time errors you are going to get, sir. Just observe that. Yes, have you observed, right? 5 compile time errors we are getting. 5 compile time errors, sir. So line 1 compile time error, line 2 compile time error, line 3 compile time error, line 4, line 5, like M1 has protected access in A, like 5 compile time errors we are going to get whenever we are trying to compile A. Means that only one thing is valid. What is that thing is? Only one thing is valid. What is that is? Line 6 is the valid. Only line 6, sir. Only line 6 is the valid, sir. So everyone is in the position to understand this one. Yes, friends, are you getting? Currently we are in C class. We should use a C class reference only to access protected members from outside package. Currently we are in the B class. Then we should use B class reference only to access protected members. Access protected members from outside package. Remember this one, sir. I hope terminology is the very clear for you people. Not required to keep much explanation about this, sir. Yes, friends. Are you feeling any difficulty to understand? Yes, friends. So clear, right? The most dangerous point, friends. The most dangerous point. Okay, this is, most of the people don't know about this one again. Yes, how many people already aware this point earlier? How many people already aware about this point earlier? Can you please? Anyone? Yes, friends. Anyone aware already about this point earlier? I don't think so. This is a bit dangerous point. Take a bit special care. From outside package, if you want to access protected members, we can access only in child classes. and we should use child class reference only. Remember, right? Okay, so that's all. Now what is the next thing I have to discuss? There is one small important loophole is also there, friends. What is that? Maybe in the next somewhere in your classes you may require to get this one, sir. Sir, here assume I have class test is there. Okay, assume that I have class test is there, sir. Now my test class contain, there is one class dog is also there. Class dog is also there, sir. Now I'm trying to take, sir, here do you know class dog implements clonable, because I want to create cloned object for the dog. I want to create cloned object for the dog, and the class test implements clonable. Okay, class test implements clonable like here just I'm taking. Next, whenever we are using clone method, immediately clone not supported exception is there, which is the checked exception. That's why just I'm taking. If any exception I don't want to handle, my JVM is going to take care. Like throws exception I capture. Now here just dog d1 is equal to new dog. Just I created dog object. Next, dog d2 is equal to dog of d1 dot clone method I'm taking. d1 dot clone method. Dog d2 is equal to dog of d1 dot clone method, right? Next, here test t1 is equal to new test I'm taking. Next, test t2 is equal to test r t1 dot clone method I'm taking. Yes. Can you please tell among these two things? Okay, sir, line 1 causes compile time error. Line 1 causes compile time error. Okay. Next, line 1 causes runtime exception. Line 2 causes compile time error. Line 2 causes runtime exception. Can you please observe carefully? A bit dangerous question. Yes, what is the reason for that, and which is the correct answer for this? Okay, anyone, can you please tell? Of course, clone method you may not aware. Clone method you may not aware. That's why. So line 1 causes compile time error. Line 1 causes compile time error. Yes, line 2 causes compile time error. Line 1 causes runtime exception. Line 2 causes runtime exception. Like 4 options are there. Among these options, which one is the valid, which is the invalid, sir? The most dangerous question. Sir, take very special care about this one. Anyone, can you please tell which may be the answer in this case? Sir, here the reason for that is, what the reason for this is? Now listen. So clone method present inside object class. Swarup, now I hope very few days before you asked this doubt. Okay, you asked this doubt a few days before. Okay, now clone method present inside object class, which is a protected method. So present inside java.lang package, but my code, my classes present d::Durga classes is my default package. Current working directory itself is the default package, right? Now the point here is take very special care about this one. So object class present inside java.lang package. Are you observing? Object class present inside java.object class present inside java.lang package. Lang package, right? Next, sir, do you know in the java.lang object class contain clone method, which is the protected method. Clone method, protected method present inside object class. Now dog class and test classes, dog class and test classes present inside d colon Durga classes, d colon Durga classes, d colon Durga classes outside the package. Okay, fine. Next, both are child classes of object only, no problem at all. Both classes are child classes of object. So from outside package you can call clone method, from outside package you can call clone method. So outside package only in the child classes. Yes, dog is the child class of object, test is the child class of object. That's why happily you can call clone method from outside package in child classes. But the most valuable, very important point I covered. What is that point is? But from outside package we can access protected members only in child classes, and we should use current child class reference only. This line is the most dangerous line. We should use current child class reference only. This line itself is the most dangerous line. Remember this one, sir. What is the reason for that? Why but this point you should aware. Now observe that. Now observe this one. You are in the test class. You can call clone method on the test class object. You can call clone method on the test class object, but not on the dog class object. Are you getting? But not on dog class object. Immediately, line number 1, compilation fails because clone method present inside object class is a protected method. Remember, right? Okay. Now have a look once, sir. If I can take line 1 causes compile time error. Line 1 causes compile time error. Yes, perfect, sir. We are getting compile time error at line 1. Okay. Now let me comment that line 1. Okay, line 1 causes compile time error, sir. I'm sure. Next, let me comment that compile time error. Okay, like just I commented that line. Now we won't get any compile time error because we are calling clone method on T1. T1 is the tester. Test is the current child class only. That's why no problem at all. But to call clone method on any object, compulsory that class should implement clonable interface. Remember this one, compulsory that class should implement clonable interface. But our tester class doesn't implement clonable. That's why immediately we are going to get clone not supported exception. Immediately you will get clone not supported exception. No compile time error. Happily the code compiles fine, but line 2 causes clone not supported exception. Exception in the thread main. So clone not supported exception for which class objects are test class object. Oh, dangerous point. Take very special care, sir. Any doubt about this one? Friends, exception in the thread main. Java.Lambda clone not supported exception because compulsory this class test implements clonable, then the problem by default will be solved, sir. Okay, so the correct answer in this case is line 1 causes compile time error, line 2 causes runtime exception. Yeah, good example, friends. Clone method present inside object class is the protected. Clone method present inside object class is the protected. Remember this one. Object class clone method is the protected. So from outside of the class we can. From outside of the class, okay. Clone method present inside object class. Object class is protected. That's why all these restrictions are coming, sir. Any doubt? Okay, next can I go for next point? Listen very carefully, sir. This is the most dangerous. Okay, next one more point is there. How many people can give it this one? Okay, there is one more thing is there. Now I'm trying to take class dog class like. Now observe this one. Now have a look once, sir. Dog D1 d1 is equal to new dog, new dog, dog d1 is equal to new dog. Yeah, no problem. You dog d1 is equal to new dog. Now my requirement is, sir, here d1 dot finalize method I'm taking, sir. So finalize method present inside object class. Object class contain total 12 methods are there. In that finalize method is also there. Okay, which methods are there present inside object class? Anyone having the idea? ToString method is there. Long days before I discussed it. ToString method is there. Hash code method is there. Next, and after that, get class method is there. Get class method is there. Next, wait, like 3 wait methods are there. Wait, 3 wait methods are there. Notify all methods are there. Notify all. Wait, like 3 wait methods are there. Okay, so notify all methods are there. Okay, next, do you know, just now we covered clone method is there. Next, finalize method is there. Finalize method is there. Finalize method is there. Sir, up to this, how many methods came? 3 plus 3 6, 6 plus 4 10, but still one more method is there. Still 2 more methods are there. Anyone, can you please tell? Long days before we discussed about this one, that's why I may not remember exactly. ToString, hash code, get class, wait methods, 3 wait methods are there. Note equals, yeah, I didn't specify equals method. Equals method is there. Next, one more method is also there, but anyway, most of the times we never going to consider that method. So that method is load native libraries or something like that. Okay, 1 minute, let me cross check. Yes, static block is there, that is a different. Okay, now let me show what is the other method we have. Of course, even in API also, that method they are not going to highlight. The reason for that is the reason for that is, sir, this is do you know why the reason for that is it is the private method, private method, like that's why most of the people are not going to highlight that method. But anyway, even that is also method. Okay, so 11 methods in the API also, it is showing 11 methods only, but the 12th method is also there, but it's the private method, internal use only. Okay, now let me consider object.java. Okay, is it added on my desktop? Not added. 'Program name on drive on this computer', yes. Why this is not that? One minute, I want to show. Extract we can, but directly we can copy. That option is there. Let me extract that particular class. Okay, so now observe carefully. How many methods are there? Yes, how many methods are there, sir? Hash code method is there. Next, and after that, equals method is there. Next, here do you know clone method is there? Just now I told clone method is there. Next, ToString method is there. Yes, a ToString method. Next, notify method, notify all method, notify all. Next wait long. Next wait method is there, long. Next wait long milliseconds into nanoseconds, long milliseconds into nanoseconds. Okay, like is there. Next wait no argument method is there. Next finalize method, protected void finalize throws throwable, like it is also protected method. Sir, have you observed, right? This is the protected method, but still we are missing one method by overlook or somewhere. Let me cross check at the beginning, maybe there. Okay, here just observe. Can you please observe this one, sir? Register natives. So it is also one method is there. Of course, register natives. It is a private method, static method like this. So total, these are the methods we have. Okay, long milliseconds into nanoseconds, nanoseconds like that. So these methods present inside object class, friends. Okay, total 12 methods are there present inside object class. Okay, now here just observe that dog d1 is equal to new dog d1 dot finalize method I want to call. Parent class finalize method is there. Parent class finalize method is there. The finalize method present inside parent class has just empty implementation. Are you saying right? Empty implementation. Okay, like can you please confirm, is this code is it going to run, is it going to compile or not? Anyone, can you please tell? Just I'm calling d1 dot finalize. Is it going to call finalize method or not? Valid or not? No. Immediately error we are going to get. What is the reason for that? Is object class finalize method is the protected method. From outside package we can call only in child classes, and we should use that particular child class reference only. But here you are calling finalize method on the d1, but you are in the test class. That's why immediately compile method we are going to get, sir. Available once, sir, clone method, whatever problem we face, is the same problem we are going to face even in this case also. Okay, Java C tester.java. Have you observed, right? Finalize has protected access in object class. Finalize has protected access in object class. This is the error we are getting, sir. Okay, now here just take very special care about this one. Suppose if I can take tester t1 is equal to new tester t1 dot finalize. I'm calling t1 dot finalize. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Yes, is it valid or not? Is it valid or not? Yes, observe carefully. Am I facing any problem related to this t1? No. So earlier compile method only. Let me comment this line, then automatically now happily the code compiles fine. There is no problem at all. Okay, happily the code compiles fine. No, because here unreported exception throwable must be cut or declared to be thrown, because the reason is, sir, here finalize method, object class finalize method throws throwable. Compulsory we should handle either throwable or its parent. So let me change it to throwable. Okay, like I'm trying to take, sir. Now the problem by default will be solved. Don't worry. Yes, we are not seeing any error at all. At all. Next, it is showing some. Okay, this is a deprecation. Which method is the deprecated in the newer versions? Java C. Okay, here I'm trying to take next tester.java. Okay, now so finalize is deprecated in object, has been deprecated. Finalize method present in the newer versions. This finalize method may be deprecated concept. Okay. Yeah, that's all. So perfectly this one is the valid, but why this one is the invalid? You know the reason for that. Yes, friends, any doubt related to this? Yes, any doubt about related to this one? Can you please confirm? What is that error we are getting in this case is, sir, here this is the error we are going to get. So this error we are getting at line 1. Okay, like good. So can you please tell, there are two important points I have to tell. So do you know protected, what is the reason for that? Why these methods are protected? Why these methods are protected in the object class? Out of 12 methods, only 2 methods are protected. Why these 2 methods are protected in object class? In object class, right? What the reason? What the reason for that? Sir, here just a very important conclusion is, there is a specific reason is also there. What the reason is? First one related to the clone. So why object class clone method is the protected? Anyone can you please tell what is the meaning of protected? In the last session somewhere I covered, sir. Protected method means highly recommended to override. Highly recommended to override. And in worst case scenarios only use protected method. Use protected method. Okay, protected, it is protected to handle worst case requirements, but not common requirement. That's why protected means highly recommended to override. It doesn't mean you should override. You should override means abstract method. Highly recommended to override means protected method, right? Now clone method, why it is the protected? The reason for that is, by default object class clone method, okay, meant for object class clone method, meant for shallow cloning. Remember this one, meant for shallow cloning. But most of the times our requirement is deep cloning. Deep cloning. That's why highly recommended to override this clone method in your class. Don't depend on object class clone method. In the worst case only you can depend on this object class clone method. That is the meaning, sir. Friends, are you in the position to understand? When I sing, are you getting the reason why clone method is the protected? Because most of the times our requirement is deep cloning, but not shallow cloning. That's why highly recommended to override this method. One thing. Next, finalize method. Sir, here do you know when the finalize method will be executed? Anyone, can you please tell when the finalize method will be executed? Yeah, remember, just before destroying an object, before destroying an object, garbage collector calls finalize method. Garbage collector calls finalize method to perform cleanup activities. Are you getting? Garbage collector calls finalize method to perform cleanup activities. Cleanup activities like this, right? So now cleanup activities means closing the streams, correct? Closing database connection, something like closing the streams. Such type of statements we require to write inside finalize method. Okay, just before destroying an object, garbage collector calls finalize method to perform cleanup activities, right? Okay, so your object related cleanup activities you should be aware, but how the object class finalize method can be there? That's why object class finalize method has empty implementation. Are you getting that? Has empty implementation. Object class finalize method has empty implementation. Okay, and hence we should, and hence it is highly recommended to override to define our own cleanup activities, right? Yes, take very special care about this one. Are you getting? So in object class finalize method meant for sir nothing. It is not doing anything, sir. Just has empty implementation in our class. If you have cleanup activities for your object, you are responsible to override that method. It is recommended to override. That's why it is a protected method and has empty implementation. If you want, you can cross check, sir. Are you seeing what is the implementation is there inside object class finalize method? What implementation is there? Empty. So if you call empty implementation, what is the use? Okay, just for syntax satisfaction, okay, but there is no use of that. Then you whatever cleanup activities you have, you require to redefine. You have to define those cleanup activities by overriding finalize method in your class. Friends, are you seeing internal reason also for this? The most valuable, very important concept you should aware, friends. Any explanation is required when I say internal reasons? Are you in the position to understand, right? Yeah. So all the things are very clear for you people. Not required to keep much explanation about this. Okay, that's all. This is about sir class level. This is about modifiers related to member modifiers, right? So something like we covered public, we covered. Next and after that private we covered. Next protected we covered. Next default we covered. These things are very important, but among all, protected itself is the most dangerous modifier. Take very special care about this terminology, friends. Okay, that's all. So now we have to talk about the next concept, very important concepts are final variables. Remember this one. Now very important concept I have to discuss, final variables concept, right? Okay, so now can I go for this concept, final variables, especially the people who are planning for Java 11 certification? This concept is the most valuable concept. Remember this one, especially for Java 11 people, this concept itself is a very important concept, right? So what is final variables? Can I go for the valuable concept? We require to talk about final variables, right? So very simple. We have three types of variables are there. Have you remembered? Instance variable, static variable, local variables. Instance variable, static variable, local variables, right? So now my important point here is take very special care this terminology, friends. So now I'm taking here just static int x. I'm taking static int x. Now system.out.println of x. System.out.println of x. Can you please tell what is the answer we are going to get? What is the answer we are going to get? Now let me take int x. Tester t is equal to new tester. Tester t is equal to new tester. T dot x I'm taking. Can you please guide what the answer we are going to get? The most valuable, very important points. Please take a bit special care. Okay. So for the instance variable, JVM will always provide default values. We are not required to perform initialization explicitly, but the answer we are going to get is 0. By default we are going to get 0. We are going to get. So what the answer we will get is 0. We are going to get, sir. Okay. Now Java test I'm taking 0 itself is the answer. Now my point is, if instance variable declared as the final, okay, if instance variable declared as the final, what is the output we are going to get? Take very special care, sir. Very important point. For instance and static variables, JVM will always provide default values. JVM is always going to provide default values. But if the instance variable and our static variable declared at the final JVM won't provide default values, compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly. Compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly. Now observe this one. Compiler is ready to give left and right. Compiler is ready to give left and right. Variable x not initialized in the default constructor, something like we are getting compile errors. Okay, remember a bit very carefully about this terminology. What the answer by default we are going to get here, if it is not final, the output we are going to get 0. If this is the final, then immediately compile error we are getting. What that error is? What is that error? Variable x not initializer. Variable x not initializer in the default constructor. This is the compile error we are going to get. Any doubt about this one, friends? Any doubt about this terminology? Final, instance variable, compulsory we have to perform initialization explicitly, otherwise get compile errors. Next, is there any rule to perform initialization? Yes, there is a rule is there. Okay, so what is the for final instance variable, for final instance variables, we should perform initialization. We should perform initialization. We should perform initialization before constructor completion. Remember this one, before constructor completion. Okay, so before constructor completion we have to perform initialization. Okay, like where we can perform initialization, that is first place at the time of declaration. Second one at the time of declaration is the first one. So we should perform initialization before constructor completion. First one at the time of declaration. Okay, here at the time of declaration means int x is equal to 10, like this I'm taking, sir. Okay, now have a look once. Perfectly it is the valid. Sir. This is the first way. Sir. At the time of declaration we can perform initialization, no problem at all. Now second one, inside the instance block, inside instance block, can you please confirm inside instance block, can you spell out when the instance block will be executed? Sir, first you should aware what is instance block. Just do you know curly brace open and close, this is called instance block. When this instance block will be executed, sir, for every object creation instance block will be executed before constructor execution. First instance block and then constructor. That's why. So our rule is do you know, before constructor completion you can perform initialization for final instance variable at the time of declaration. Is one. Next, inside instance block will be executed before constructor completion only. That's why here instead of performing initialization here, now you can perform initialization. X is equal to 20, something like this. We can x is equal to 20 like this, we can do that. Now have a look once. Happily the code compiles fine. Yes, what the answer we are going to get? Perfect, 20 we are getting, sir. So when here when the instance block will execute, before constructor instance block will be executed. That's why even you can perform initialization inside instance block. Next, our rule is before constructor completion. This is about our rule. Before constructor completion, for final instance variable should be initializer. Like now, what I have to say, inside constructor also. Inside constructor we can perform initialization, no problem at all. Inside constructor we can perform initialization, no problem at all. Remember this one, sir. So now I'm trying to take here they are just this is. Can you please tell what is the syntax? Anyone can you please tell what is the syntax? This syntax is called what? Okay, constructor. This syntax is called constructor. X is equal to 30, something like I'm taking. So inside constructor also you can perform initialization, perfectly acceptable. But the output we are going to get here is, are you seeing right? 30 we are going to get the answer. Any explanation is required? Can you please confirm? So final instance variables will be stored where? Swarup, I hope yeah, the part of object only in the heap area, because instance variable means for every object separate copy must be required. That's why yeah, the part of object inside the heap area. Correct, Amit. Reassignment is not allowed for final variables. That's why we can perform initialization only in one place. Either at the time of declaration or inside instance block or inside constructor. Remember, if we are performing initialization anywhere else, if we are performing initialization anywhere else, we will get a compile time error. Remember this one, we will get a compile time error. Sir. So what are various places are there to perform initialization? Sir, one is at the time of declaration. At the time of declaration, first one. Second one, sir, inside instance block. Third one, sir, inside constructor. If we are performing initialization anywhere else, immediately compile error by default you are going to get. Remember this one, sir. Okay, so now here just take a bit special care. What I'm trying to take is array public void m1 method I'm taking. Public void m1 method I'm taking, sir. So now do you know public void m1 method I'm taking? Now here tester t is equal to new tester. That's all. Even I'm not calling m1. What will happen here is just observe this one. So do you know cannot assign here? What the error? Cannot assign a value to final variable x. Immediately compile time error you are going to get. You can't assign a value to final variable x like a compile time error, sir. So please make sure please make sure where we have to perform initialization for final instance variable. Only 3 places are there: at the time of declaration, or inside constructor, or inside instance block. That's all. Nagateja, static blocks, such type of terminology is not applicable, because the reasoning is from static area we can't access instance variables directly. Nagateja, have you remembered? From static area we can't access instance variables directly, otherwise we will get compile time error. Clear, right? This is final instance variables, so the most valuable important concept. For the exam sake, take very special care, especially for Java 11. Okay, similarly, what about final static variables? Final static variables, right? Remember this one, very important, sir. Yeah, Amit, we will discuss final static variable. Sir, here I have one static variable is there. static int x, that's all. So now system.out.println of x, system.out.println of x. Okay, that's all. Can you please tell what the answer we are going to get? What the answer we are going to get? Public static. Here, like I'm trying to take, sir. What the answer we are going to get in this case? Yes, friends. Just I'm trying to take. Yeah. Anyone, can you please tell what is the output we are going to get? 0. For static variable, JVM is always going to provide default value. For static variable, JVM will always provide default value. JVM will always provide default value. But the answer we are going to get is 0 is the answer. 0 itself is the answer, sir. Perfect. For static variable, JVM will always provide default value, right? But if the static variable declared as the final, if the static variable declared as the final, immediately, so comparative error we are going to get, because for final static variable, JVM won't provide default values. Remember this one, okay? For final static variable, JVM won't provide default values. Compulsory, we should perform initialization explicitly. Okay, compulsory, we should perform initialization explicitly. Okay, like what comparative error we are getting? Variable x not initialized in default constructor. Okay, like not that much meaningful, not that much meaningful comparative error, but this is invalid comparative error we are going to get, sir. But comparative error, Java people has to change in this case. Okay, variable x not initialized in the default constructor, it is a meaningless. So now observe this one. So I hope it is clear for you people. For final static variable, JVM want to provide default values. Compulsory we have to perform initialization explicitly. Otherwise, we will get a compile time error. Okay, like, sir, where we have to perform initialization? What is the rule? Where we require to perform initialization? What is the rule, sir? The rule here is take very special care. Okay, sir. Here, just observe this one. Rule. What is the rule, sir? For final static variables, compulsory we should perform initialization. Compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly. Compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly before class loading completion. Before class loading completion, that is, so at the time of declaration, second ones are inside instance block, inside static block, because static block will be executed at the time of declaration. Static block will be executed at the time of class loading only. That's why before class loading completion, final static variables should be initialized, friends. Remember, right? A bit very carefully about this terminology. Okay. Now, what is the answer? What is the answer we are going to get? Just observe what options are there. Here I'm taking at the time of declaration. Perfectly acceptable. Yes. The code compiles fine. Yes, 10 is the answer. Okay, 10 itself is the answer. 1 minute. For final static variable, compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly. So like inside static block or at the time of declaration. So the first one perfectly valid. Don't keep any doubt at all. Itself is acceptable. Okay. Now the second one, sir. This is the first one. Now the second one. What is that second one? Is the static block also. Here I'm taking static block. X is equal to 10 like this I'm taking, sir. Even inside static block also we can do that. We can do that. Okay. Now observe carefully. Yes, it is also acceptable. No problem at all. Okay. Even in this case also acceptable. If we are performing initialization anywhere else, we will get compile time error. if we are performing initialization anywhere else, we will get a compile time error. If we are performing initialization anywhere else, we will get a compile time error. Error. Okay, like that. So what the reason? What the reason for that is, sir, here just observe. If I want to perform initialization inside main method, of course it is the static method only. Compiler will give left and right. Observe that. Yes, here we observe. So cannot assign a value to final variable x like a comparative method we are going to get in this case, sir. Sir, take very special care about this terminology. Yeah. So before class loading, static block will be executed along with that initialization. Correct? Any doubt about this one? Can you please confirm? Everything is clear. Yeah, Swaroop is asking, having one bigger doubt. Ask Swaroop. That's all. This is about final static variable. Now the next cinema we have to talk about final local variables. Okay, final local variables. Okay, this part we will discuss in the next session. Next Swaroop doubt is, for static variable and static method we can call using object reference, using class name, and if it in the same class we are not required to. But for static nested class we can't call using object reference. We can't call using object reference. Yeah. Okay, so that's all. Just I'm closing the session. Okay, tomorrow we will talk about this final local variable. Extra, there is one small change is there in the tomorrow schedule. Only one day, please. Okay, tomorrow the class will start a bit early. At 7:30 only, I will take the session. Please, only one day. Only one day. Okay. Is it valid or invalid? Please confirm. I'm taking int x class test, int x system.out.println of hello. Respond. Is it valid or invalid? 100% pakka. This one is. Respond. Is it valid or invalid? This is valid. Because the reason for that is, the reason for that is we are not performing. We are not using that local variable. That's why itself is the valid. Itself is the valid, sir. Valid. Now if I compile this code, happily the code is going to compile. Now 1 minute. I want to compile this code. Okay, sir, let me set the path explicitly. Set path is equal to, like I'm trying to take. Yeah. Now observe carefully, sir. Here just let me compile this code. Let me compile this code. Java C test.java. Java C test.java. 100% pakka the code is going to be compiled. No problem at all. Java test, yes, it is going to work. Hello is the answer, sir. Now my question is very important, sir. Please respond each and every person. If I declare local variable as the final, can you please tell if the code is going to compile or not? This is what I'm looking. If I use this variable as the final, can you please confirm if the code is going to compile or not? Yes, Amit, Vishnu, Swarup. If the code, don't try to execute and don't try to compile, just analyze. That's all. Don't execute parallelly. Not a good programming practice. You won't get much subject, I'm sure. Okay, can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Yeah, is it valid or invalid? Yes, 100% pakka. This is very Swarup. Swarup, is it valid or invalid? Yes. Okay. Now, take very special care about this terminology. So if I can take like this, 100% pakka it is the valid. Even though local variable is the final, even though local variable is the final. So before using only, we have to perform initialization. If we are not using a local variable, even it is the final, we are not required to perform initialization explicitly. Remember this one, 100% pakka valid. Most of the people out of 199% of the people are telling yes, it is invalid, something like that. Now observe this, the code compiles fine. Yes, if I'm trying to execute, happily hello is the answer we are going to get, even it is the final. Are you observing right? Even this one is the final, still it is valid, no problem at all. Even it is the final, still it is valid, sir. So hello is the answer we are going to get. Yes, friends, can you please observe that? Can you please have a look once about this one? For local variables, JVM want to provide any default values. Compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly before using variable. If we are not using local variable, then we are not required. Then we are not required to perform initialization. We are not required to perform initialization explicitly. We are not required to perform initialization explicitly. Remember, right? Okay. Even the variable, even the local variable is a final. Rule is the same. Remember this one, sir. If instance variable and the static variable are final, whether you are using or not using, compulsory we should perform initialization, friends. But if the variable is final, even local variable is the final, rule is always the same. Remember a bit very carefully, right? Now based on this, just suppose I'm trying to use this x. Whether it is the final or non-final, immediately comparative method we will get. Now have a look once. Okay, variable x might not have been initialized. This is the comparative method we are going to get, sir. Sir, take very special care about this terminology. Even the variable is the final. Before using only, we have to perform initialization. If we are not using, then we are not required to perform initialization explicitly. Can you please confirm? Everyone in the position to understand this? Yes, friends. Okay. Now there is one more important point. Just observe the following. Consider the following coding snippets. Consider the following coding snippets. Consider the following coding snippets like so final, local, and a final static stored where. Swarup, final local variables are going to be stored as the part of stack memory. Final stack variables will be stored as the part of method area. Now here just observe, sir, coding snippet 1, coding snippet 1 like this I'm taking. Here my requirement is, my requirement is very simple, sir. Just I'm trying to take this is the coding snippet 1 I'm take, sir. Sir, class here, just a class test I'm taking. Int x is equal to int x, that's all. Class x, int x I'm trying to take this one, sir. Now here just observe carefully about this terminology, right? Now I'm trying to make small changes for this, okay, like a third one, and then fourth one, and then fifth one, like so. The first one int x, next final int x, next in static int x, next final static int x, next here public void m1, int x, public void m1 int x, next public void m1 final int x, that's all, sir. Now observe, there are multiple coding snippets are there, okay, sir. Here just around 6 coding snippets are there, sir. 4, 5, okay, and then 6, like total 6 coding snippets are there, like can you please confirm, okay, among these coding snippets, in which of the following cases we will get compile time error? Anyone? Which of the following coding snippets will cause compilation fails or will cause compile time error? Anyone? Please confirm. So now can you please confirm first one, is it valid or not? First one valid, second one invalid, because if the final variable, if the instance variable declared at the final, compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly whether we are using that variable or not. Next, sir, this one is the valid, no problem at all, but the fourth one is invalid. Again fourth one is invalid, because if the static variable declared at the final, compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly whether we are using or not. Next, what about fifth one and the sixth one? Fifth and the sixth. Okay, what about fifth and the sixth? Can you please confirm? Sir, fifth valid or invalid? Swarup, fifth valid or invalid? Fifth one, is it valid or invalid? 100% pakka fifth one is valid. What about sixth one? Sixth one, what about sixth one? Is it valid or invalid? That's what you people should be aware the difference. So sixth one is also valid. Even local variable at the final, before using only, we have to perform initialization explicitly. Remember a beautiful point. Okay, so here just observe the answers. So here in which of the above cases we will get compiled coding snippets? Which of the above coding snippets causes? Which of the above coding snippets causes compile time error? Causes compile time error. Okay, which of the coding snippets cause compile time error? Sir, A, coding snippet 1. Okay, coding snippet 1, Okay, like 6 I'm taking, sir. 1 2 3 4 3 4 5 6. Okay, like what is the answer we are going to get here is A, B, C, D. Okay, E I'm taking F. F. Can you please tell what is the answer we are going to get in this case? Anyone, can you please confirm, sir? What the answer in this case we are going to get? So here coding snippet 1 2 3 4 5 6. But the answers we are going to get is, sir, 1 is valid, 2 is invalid, 2 is invalid, 3 is valid, but 4 is invalid. Okay, like only B and D causes compilation fails, except that all the remaining things are perfectly valid. Okay, so take very special care about these things, right? If you have the clear, okay, the required theory already there, if you want just read this one, that's all. Just if you read this thing, yeah, if you read this theory, then you can answer very easily about this terminology, right? Sir, can you please observe, for instance and static variable, JVM will always provide default values, but if we declare instance and static variable at the final, JVM won't provide default values. We have to perform initialization explicitly, whether we are using or not, whether we are using or not. Okay, for final instance variable, we should perform initialization before constructor completion. For final static variable, we should perform initialization before class loading completion. Remember this one, sir. Okay, like so for local variable, JVM won't provide any default values. Compulsory, we should perform initialization explicitly before using that local variable. Sir, we observed, right? Complete the required theory already there here. Okay, please make sure, sir, which things are valid, which are invalid. Any explanation is required? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends. Everyone in the position to understand this, not required to keep any explanation about this. Okay, now the next one. Can I go for next point? Please respond. Yeah, now the next thing, very important thing, what I have to take is, sir, take a bit special care about this one. Do you know, maybe I covered this point in the last sessions, but still, so let me talk about this. Here I can take int x is equal to 10, static int y is equal to 20, static int y is equal to 20. Next, sir, here int z is equal to some 40 I'm taking, or 30 I'm trying to take, sir. Can you please tell what is the difference between these three variables, right? Sir, this is the instance variable, this is the static variable, it is the local variable. Are you getting that? Instance variable, static variable, local variable, right? Now the point is, observe a bit carefully. Now the point is, so instance variable, static variable, local variable, like three. If I declare instance variable as a public, then you can access this variable from anywhere. If I declare as a private, then you can access within the class only. Like so public, private, protected, default, such type of terminology happily you can apply for instance and static variable, no problem at all. But for local variable, the scope is always fixed. You have to access the variable where we declared. That's answer. We require to access the variable where we declared. Beyond that, we are not allowed to use. We are not allowed to use anywhere else outside of this method. We can't use this local variable. The scope of local variable is always fixed. Then, so because of that, public, private, protected, under default, such type of terminology not applicable for the local variables. Remember this one, sir. The only applicable modifier for local variables is always final. By mistake, if you are using any other modifier, immediately compile error we are going to get. Remember this one, very important point, sir. Okay, the only applicable modifier, the only applicable modifier for local variables is a final, by mistake if you are using any other modifier, if you are using any other modifier, then we will get compile time error, then we will get compile time error like this, right? So are you in the position to understand this one, right? Okay, that's all. This is what you should aware, sir. So now from this, what the possibility to ask the questions, right? So can you please consider, okay, the following inside a method, which of the following declarations are allowed, something like, or otherwise just observe that. Okay, now I'm taking private integer. So just inside main method, which of the following declarations are allowed? Okay, just observe that within the inside main method, which of the following declarations are allowed? Which of the following declarations, which of the following declarations are allowed? Which of the following declarations are allowed? Maybe a chance. So now I'm taking private int x is equal to 10. I'm taking, okay, now public int x is equal to 10, protected int x is equal to 10, protected. Next, transient int x is equal to 10, volatile int x is equal to 10. Next, final int x is equal to 10. Next, static int x is equal to 10. Okay, like this one. So multiple options are there. Can you please confirm among all these things which option is the valid, friends? Please respond. Please respond. Among all these things, which option itself is the valid? Inside main method, which of the following declarations are allowed? What answer you can tell? Please confirm. Yes, friends, which of the following declarations are allowed? Answer is only. Answer is only. Do you know what is that, sir? Answer is only, sir, F. By mistake, if you are taking any other, immediately we are going to get the error. Okay. Next and after that, what about transient and volatile? Very briefly, I will discuss the next level. Don't worry at all. As of now, not required. So this can be used for serialization purpose. This can be used for multi-threading sake. Okay, remember you won't get any questions related to these two areas. Okay, just for bit coverage sake, I'm providing, right? Next, maybe, okay, here just observe a bit very carefully about this one. Maybe, okay, maybe a chance to ask this type of questions also. So while answering this, you require to take very special care, sir. So private int I is equal to 0. For int j is equal to 0, j is less than 3, j plus plus. Okay, sir, j is equal to j, I is equal to I plus j, I is equal to I plus j. J system dot out dot print ln I value, right? Okay, sir, if I can take like this, immediately compiler is ready to give left and right. But most of the times, if you are seeing this question in the original exam, our head is always rounded. Our head is always rounded with this for loop only. Are getting this? Our head is always rounded with this for loop only. Okay, because the reason is most of the time, so first time j is equal to 0, and j is equal to 1, j is equal to 2. Every time we are adding j value to the I. First time 0 will be added, next time 1 will be added, next time 2 will be added. So that's why the answer should be 3, something like most of the people are going to fail. But the problem here is, yes, a local variable we declared as the final, private. This one no one is going to observe. Yes, friends. Any doubt? Can you please confirm? Okay, is it valid or invalid? Is it valid or invalid? Answer, sir, A, 3 is the answer. Next, B, 2 is the answer. C, sir, 0 is the answer. Next, D, compilation fails. Okay, compilation fails. Sir, obviously, which is the correct answer in this case is compilation fails. What is the reason for that is the only applicable modifier for local variables is final. By mistake, if you are taking any other, immediately compiling error you are going to get. Any explanation is required? Can you please confirm? Okay, that's all. But only transient and volatile I didn't explain. Next level will come, Ahmad. There I will discuss in detail. Don't worry at all. Can I go for next level? Okay. Now here just observe. Do you know if you have one method is there, sir? Okay, my required method is just I have one method is there. Public static void m1 public static void m1 int I comma int j int x comma int y is there. Assume that int x comma int y is there. Okay, like now do you know here is a very interesting thing, very interesting, sir. Sir, I have this method is there in my class. In my class, this method is there. Okay. Now, here, do you know? Here, I want to call m1 by passing 10, 20. Listen carefully, right? Listen carefully. Do you know these things are by default considered as actual parameters? Whatever values you are passing, these things are actual arguments or actual parameters. Actual parameters are arguments like we can actual arguments are parameters like. Next, these things whatever I'm taking inside a method, these things are by default considered formal parameters. Formal parameters like. So this is actual arguments. This one is formal parameters. Take very special care about this one. Actual arguments and the formal parameters like. Now the point here is, yes, very important. What I'm trying to take, sir, I'm just declaring final, and then x is equal to 100 I'm taking, y is equal to 200 I'm taking. Okay, system dot out dot print ln, system dot out dot print ln. Sir, can you please print x value plus can you print y value? Okay, like I'm taking x value and then can you print y value? This is about my code, sir. Okay. Now my question is multiple options are there, sir. Sir, the code won't compile. Okay, compilation fails. Option A. Compilation fails because we can't declare formal parameter as final. We can't declare formal parameter as final. Okay, we can't declare formal parameter as final. Sir, formal parameter means this one, sir. This one, the final. Second one, compilation fails because we are calling m1 before declaration only, okay, like. So now compilation fails because we are performing reassignment for x. We are performing reassignment for final variable x, for final variable x. Sir, the code compiles and runs fine, compiles and runs fine, and compiles and runs fine. That's all. Okay. Can you please confirm what sir, what is the correct option in this case? Anyone? Yes, friends. What may be the correct answer? Nagateja, I hope you may not see such type of questions earlier, but anyway, For the exam sake, a bit rare to answer this, but still possibility is there. Yeah, what may be the answer? Please respond each and every person. Yes, Abid. Yes. Anyone, can you please tell what the answer we are going to get in this case? I mean, okay, just observe that. So do you know, here just in this example, listen carefully. In this example, here these variables are local variables of the method. The formal parameters, here just observe the formal parameters, the formal parameters of a method are simply acts as local variables of that method. Local variables of that method. Just now I covered local variables of that method, and local variables can be declared as local variables can be declared as final. Local variables can be declared as final. Next, if the formal parameter declared as final, then inside that method, we can't perform reassignment. Remember this one. Inside that method, we can't perform reassignment. That's all. So, any doubt about this terminology? Can you please observe that? Now you can easily answer which may be the correct answer. Okay, the correct answer is formal parameter can be declared as the final, no problem at all. But if we formal parameter declared as the final, then we can't perform reassignment. So answer is anyone? Can you please tell what is the answer, sir? C. Answer is a C. Nagateja. What about remaining people? Ahmad. The answer is a C, because it is declared as the final. If it is declared as the final, then we can't perform reassignment, right? Okay. If you want, just observe this one. Now I'm trying to declare as final. Let me compile. What is the error we are going to get is, now observe the problem. Okay, final parameter x may not be assigned. So it's always showing the problem yet x is equal to 100, but not yet this line. Okay, so x is equal to 100, but not yet this line. Remember this one, sir. Final parameter x may not be assigned. Okay, like compile time error we are going to get. Remember, suppose if I remove this final, then it shall be the value. If I remove this final, then it shall be the valid. No problem at all. If you want, just observe that. What the answer 100, 200, like we are going to get. Sir, even it is the final. If I comment this line, I'm not performing reassignment. Then still the code compiles fine. Okay, like sir, 10, 200 is the answer we are going to get. So take very special care about this terminology, friends. Okay, so that's all. Just maybe the same question in different style. Okay, just observe this code. So to compile this code, okay, this is the line 1, this is the line 2. Okay, to compile this code successfully, which of the following modifications we have to perform independently? Which of the following Sir, which of the following modifications we have to perform independently? Which of the following modifications required independently? Okay, like sir, first option, remove final at line 1, remove final at line 1 okay. Next, second option, okay, reassign just a comment line 2, comment line 2, next comment line 2, okay, like next third one, remove final at line 2, third one comment at line 2. Next, do you know both of these modifications are required? None of these modifications, both we should remove final at line 1, we should remove final at line 1. Next, can you please observe that a bit very carefully? Which of the following modifications are required? I will do one thing. Sir, modification 1, like this I'm taking. Modification 2, like I'm taking. So, which of the following modifications are required? Okay, just consider the modifications. Okay, consider the modifications like M1, M2. To compile this code successfully, which of the following modifications are required independently? Sir, only M1, B, only M2, C. Okay, both the M1 and the M2, D. Either M1 or M2. So which one is the correct answer? Which one is the correct answer in this case? Yes, friends. Now perfect it seems. So and consider the modifications. Modification 1, remove final at line 1 or comment line 2. To compile this code successfully, which of the following modifications are required independently? So only M1 is required, or only M2 is required, or both M1 and M2 is required, or either M1 or M2 is required. Which one is the correct answer? Am I narrating properly? You can perform either first one or second one. You are not required to do both modifications. Next, only M1 not solution, because M2 also can provide solution. Only M2 is not solution. So which one is the correct answer? Is there any wrong understanding, misperception in this bit? Please confirm. Your response. Array, why man, no response. Can you please confirm? This one is the valid, right? Sir, you can perform either M1 modification or M2 modification, no problem at all. Itself is acceptable. Okay, that's all. Now here just take very special care. Of course, that's all. These things are more enough. Okay. Next and after that, here just one or two points. Just we may have. This is here. Yeah, that's all. This is about the formal parameters which are related to local variables, right? That's all. These are various things what you people should aware. Okay. So the next thing what we have to discuss, the next one what we require to discuss is sir, in the last session we covered okay multiple things related to sir modifiers. I mean about final variables we covered final local variables, final static variable, final instance variable. What about formal parameters? Like we covered multiple things, not required to keep much explanation about this terminology, right? Okay, so now take very special care about this terminology. Okay, take a bit special care about this one. Next we have to talk about static modifier. Static modifier, of course static variables we covered already. Just maybe one or two new points you may get from this discussion. Static modifier, right? Sir, where we can use a static modifier? Okay, where we can use a static modifier? We can use a static modifier. We can use a static modifier. Okay, for we can use a static for variables. Next and after that methods and the blocks next we can't declare top level class. We can't declare top level class as with a static, but we can declare inner class. But we can declare inner class as a static. We remember, right? We covered somewhere. Okay, this type of point also. So we can't declare top level class. We can't declare top level class as a static modifier, but we can declare inner class with a static modifier. Remember this a bit very carefully about this terminology. First, where we can declare, where we can use a static modifier, right? Okay, next there are 3 or 4 important points are there related to static modifier. Most of the things already known things for you people, right? But the first ones are very simple. So you know, if it is instance variable, how many copies of instance variable will be created? Anyone, can you please tell? Yes, friends. In the case of instance variables, for every object, a separate copy. For every object, a separate copy will be created. A separate copy will be created. But in the case of static variable, static variables, so how many copies will be created, right? At class level, only one copy will be created. Only one copy will be created and shared by every object of that class. Only one copy will be created and shared by every object of that class. Every object of that class. Remember this one, sir. So if it is the instance variable, how many copies will be there? Only one copy. If it is the static variable, so if it is the instance variable, for every object separate copy is there. But if it is the static variable, do you know? So just how many copies will be there? Only one copy and shared by every object of that class. We covered this point multiple times, right? Okay. Just before that, sir, where we can for which of the following members, just let me convert into a small bit style, sir, these two theoretical things, right? Now I'm taking for which of the members, for which of the following members we can declare, we can use static, we can use static. So just I'm taking variable, next and after that variables, next methods, next and after that blocks. Okay, blocks. Okay, next top level class, top level classes, next inner classes. Okay, like so have you remembered, right? For where we can use, for which of the following we can use static, for which of the following can be declared with a static modifier. Okay, just which of the following, which of the following can be declared with the static modifier, can you please confirm what the answers are? Yeah, except D, all the remaining things A, B, C, and then D. Okay, remember this one. We can use static for variables, methods, and blocks, but we can use static for variables, methods, and blocks. Okay, like next, do you know what top level class we can't declare, but inner class can be declared with a static modifier, no problem at all. Sorry, E. Okay, next thing what we should aware, sir. Sir, this point very important for the exam. Take very special care, sir. This point is very important for the exam. Maybe a chance to ask this type of questions also for the exam sake. Sir, I have class test. Now have a look once. I have static int x is equal to 10. Next int y is equal to 20. Like this I have. One is static variable. Second one is instance variable. Okay, like sir, now my requirement is test t1 is equal to new test. I'm taking test t1 is equal to new test. T1 dot x is equal to 888. I'm taking T1 dot y is equal to 999. Okay, like I'm trying to take, sir. Now tester T2 is equal to new tester. Tester T2 is equal to new tester. System dot out dot println T2 dot x plus dot or otherwise just I'm trying to take. Okay, T2 dot y I'm trying to take this one. Sir, can you please confirm? What is the answer we are going to get, sir? Yes, please respond. What the output we are going to get in this case? Yes, good. Not required to keep any explanation about this one because we covered already this one. Because we discussed already this one. If any person is telling wrong answer, I will give left and right. Bhaskar, be ready. I will give left and right. Okay, what is the answer we are going to get in this case? So just to take very special care about this one. So for every object, a separate copy of instance variable will be created. But for all objects, only one copy of static variable will be created. Bhaskar, observe. For all objects, only one copy will be created if it is a static. But for every object, separate copy of instance variable will be created. So if you perform any change to the instance variable of one object, that change won't be reflected to the other object because for every object a separate copy of instance variable is there. For the second object, what is the y value? Is the 20 only. Because for the 20 itself, only 20 only. What the reason is? Because for every object, separate copy of instance variable will be there. Next, if you perform any change to the static variable, so those changes will be reflected for all objects because only one copy of static variable is there. That's why what the answers are 888 we are going to get. So what the output we are going to get, sir? 888 followed by 20. Remember that, sir. Just observe carefully about this one. Here, if I can take this, what is the answer we are going to get? What is the answer we are going to get is 888 followed by 20 is the answer. Now let me cross check. Here, just observe that. Okay, just have a look once. Program files. Okay, here just this is the 888 followed by 20 itself is the answer, sir. Okay, here just observe that. Yeah, here just observe Java C. Okay, tester.java. Java C tester.java. Perfect. The code is going to compile. Next time after the Java tester, what answer we are going to get, sir? 888 followed by 20. Perfectly, this one itself is the answer. Are you in the position to understand, right? So take a bit very special care about this terminology, friends. Okay. So here just observe carefully. Observe carefully. Here maybe a chance to ask this type of question also for the exam. So what the answer we are going to get is 88820 is the first option. 88820 is the first option. Second option 1020 is the second option. 888 999 is the third option. Okay, 10,999 is the fourth option, right? So obviously, which one is the correct answer is? Anyone, can you please tell what the correct answer? Just now we covered A. Answer itself is A. Please make sure, sir. This is a very important question for the exam sake. Okay, most valuable, important question for the exam sake. The reason for that is you should aware how many copies of instance variable will be created, how many copies of static variable will be created. Compulsory, you should have clear clarity about this terminology, friends. Okay, that's all. Can I go for next one? Yes, this is one important point. Next, there is one more point is there. Please confirm very carefully, sir. Very carefully, sir. Now here just observe that we can access instance variables. We can access instance variables or instance members. We can access instance variables directly from instance area, but we can't access from static context. We can't access directly from static area. Remember this one, sir. Instance variable cannot be accessed directly from static area. By using object reference, you can access, no problem at all. Sir, you are in the static area. How you can access by using object reference only. Directly you can't access. Remember this one. So we can access instance variables directly from instance area, but we can't access directly from static area. So instance variables cannot be accessed from static context, or non-static variables cannot be accessed from static context. Remember this one, cannot be accessed from static context. Okay, like any doubt about this one? Please confirm. So instance variable object related, static means nowhere related to object. Instance variables cannot be accessed directly from static area. By mistake, if you are trying to access, immediately you will get compile time error. But static variable can be accessed directly from both the static and non-static areas. No issue at all, because static variables will be created at the beginning only. That's why you can access static variables from anywhere, no problem at all. Friends, any doubt regarding this one? Okay, now my question is, now observe carefully, right? We can access instance variables here. Now observe, based on from this, maybe a chance to ask the question for the exam. Maybe a chance to ask the question for the exam. Observe that. What about my just consider the following four coding declarations. Assume that, sir. Consider the following four declarations. Okay, like, so the first declaration I'm taking int x is equal to 10. Second declaration I'm taking static int x is equal to 10. Third declaration I'm taking public void m1 method system.out.println of x. So fourth declaration I'm taking public void m1 public static void m1. Okay, like that. So total how many declarations are there? Okay, 4 declarations are there, sir. Assume that, consider the following 4 declarations within the same class. Okay, within the same class, which of these declarations are allowed? Okay, within the same class, which of these declarations are allowed? Which of these declarations are allowed? Declarations are allowed simultaneously. Okay, just option 1. Option 1, 1 under 1 under 3, 1 under 3. Second one, sir, 1 under 3. Second one, 1 under 4, 2 under 3, 2 under 3, 2 under 4, 2 under 4. Okay, like 1 under 2, 1 under 2. Next and after that, 3 under 4. Like this, I'm taking, sir. Beautiful example. Okay, to know this one, sir. Here, can you please confirm what is the answer we are going to get in this case? Please confirm what may be the answers. There are 4 declarations, sir. Instance variable, static variable, sir, public void m1, instance method, and then this is the static method. Within the same class, which of these declarations are allowed? Please confirm what the answer we are going to get. What the answer we are going to get in this case? Anyone? Yes, friends. 1 under 3. 1 under 3. Sir, here instance variable. Under this method is the instance method. Instance method, no problem at all. Okay, acceptable. Instance variable can be accessed. Can be accessed from instance area. No issue at all. That's why answer A is allowed. Next, 1 under 4. 1 under 4. It is the instance variable, but this one is the static method. Instance variable from static method, this one is invalid. Compile method we are going to get, because non-static variable cannot be referenced from a static context. This is the invalid, right? B itself is invalid. 2 under 3. 2 is a static variable and instance method. Static variable can be accessed directly from the instance method, no problem at all. So 2 under 3 is allowed. Next, 2 under 4 is also allowed. 2 under 4 is also allowed. Two under 4 is allowed, no problem at all. Sir, now what is the next thing we have? 1 under 2 under 3 under 4. Can you please tell, is it allowed or not allowed? 1 under 2 within the same class I want to take. 1 under 2, is it possible or not possible? Not allowed. Instance variable and the static variable with the same name, not allowed, sir. Instance variable and the static variable with the same name is not allowed. Now observe carefully. Forget about this all. Sir, here just I'm trying to take static index is equal to 20. Array variable x is already declared. Why you are redeclaring again? Variable x variable x is already defined in class test. Why you are redefining again? Okay, instance variable and static variable with the same name is not allowed. Instance variable and the static variable with the same name is not allowed. Is not allowed. Remember this one, sir. Instance variable and static variable with the same name is not allowed. By mistake, if you are trying to take, immediately error we are going to get. Okay, take very special care about this one, sir. So next, similarly, can I take sir, 3 under 4 instance method and the static method with the same signature? Instance method and the static method with the same signature. Sir, same signature means method followed by arguments. Sir, very important. So within a class, 2 methods with the same signature not allowed in a class. 2 methods with the same signature. 2 methods with the same signature are not allowed within the same class. Within the same class. Remember this one, sir. 2 methods with the same signature are not allowed within the same class. Okay, by mistake, if you are trying to take, immediately error we are going to get, sir. Sir, just observe public static void m1 I'm taking, sir. Public static void m1 I'm taking. Now public void m1 public void m1. Array signature is always the same. Method name followed by arguments are always the same. Now m1 has already defined. Okay, now observe this one. What the compile method we are getting? Yes, m method m1 is already defined. In class tester. Why you are redefining? Like a compile method we will get. So it's a good example to understand this one, sir. Instance variable and static variable with the same name is not allowed. Two methods with the same signature are not allowed within the same class. Any doubt about this one? Can you please confirm? Signature won't accept, won't. Return type is not part of signature. Bhaskar. It is in C language or C++, return type is the part of the signature, but not in Java. Signature return type is not part of the signature, even though return types are different. Still these methods are not allowed. Here observe that int is the return type, but here void is the return type. Both are different return types, but still immediately compile method we are going to get same method. Have you observed, right? Clear? Okay, this is another important point for the exam set, friends. Okay, that's all this is. Next, there are there are some more things are there, but anyway, this is these points already we discussed in our regular sessions, but still just a matter of few minutes. Do you know for static methods, we can here just observe overloading concept is applicable or not. Yes, applicable. Yes, applicable. Have you remembered, right? Have you? I hope you people may be aware. For static methods, overloading concept is applicable. Right? So if I can take this one, just observe that. Sir, system dot out dot print ln. Sir, here string array. I'm trying to take. Now let me go for public static void main int array args. Sir, here I'm taking int array like this, right? Now total two methods are there. Total two main methods are there. Is it valid or not? If I compile and run this code, what is the output we are going to get? JVM is always going to call what? String array method only. So overloading concept applicable. Overloading concept applicable for static methods, including main method. But JVM will always call, string array argument method only. String array argument main method only. Remember, right? Okay. So if I consider this one, what is the result? If I consider this, what the result, sir? Now, sir, here my result is first option, string array is the output. Next, and after that, second option, int array is the output. Third option, compilation fails. Okay. Fourth option, compilation fails. Fourth option, sir, an exception is thrown at the runtime. Can you please confirm what the answer we are going to get? Please respond. What the answer we are going to get, sir? It's the string array. Okay, like we are going to get. Any doubt? So overloading concept, is it applicable for main method or not? Yes, applicable for static methods, including main method also. Remember, right? Sir, next one more thing, sir. Of course, we discussed already this terminology. So I don't think it is a new thing for you people, right? Sir, class parent. Okay, assume that this is the class parent. Okay, now class child extends a parent. Class child extends a parent is there. Now here just parent main method. Now my question is, sir, inheritance concept, is it applicable for the static methods or not? Yes, including main method also. while executing child class, if the child class doesn't contain main method, then the parent class main method will be executed. Remember this one, sir. Then the parent class main method will be executed because inheritance concept applicable for main method. Inheritance concept applicable for the methods including main method. Remember, right? Okay. So now observe carefully. Here, just observe. Let me consider the code. This total thing I saved the code. Yeah, parent.java. Assume that, sir. I saved this code. Yeah, parent.java. Okay. Now parent.java I'm taking, sir. Now my question is, observe this. Now my question is parent.java. So if I'm trying to compile, trying to run child class Java child, okay, Java child, sir, what will happen? What will happen, sir? Parent class main method will be executed. Parent class main method will be executed. Parent class main method will be executed. Otherwise, compile time error, an exception is thrown at runtime. Next, an exception is thrown at runtime. Sir, compilation fails. Okay, like some other option we can frame. Okay. Now, do you know, whenever we are executing child class, whenever we are executing child.class file, whenever we are executing child class, sir, Java child, sir, what is the result? What is the result? Parent class main method will be executed, or an exception thrown at runtime, compilation fails, or otherwise none of these, something like that. So it won't compile and runs fine, but no output like this I'm taking, sir. So can you please confirm what is the answer I'm taking, sir? So in this case, A is, so remember that over, do you know, overloading, here just observe that. So inheritance concept applicable, inheritance concept applicable for main method, applicable for static methods, including main method. Hence, while executing child class, if a child class doesn't contain main method, then parent class main method will be executed. That's all. So, are you feeling comfortable about this one? Next, Swaru, why you took parent class as the public? Nothing, even not required. But I'm saving this one as the parent.java. Nothing, no speciality here. Regarding just I'm making. I want to save this one as the parent.java. Okay, like. Yes, Vishnu. Main method syntax is always strict. It's always looking for string array argument main method only. For the normal methods, your approach is going to work, but not for the main method. Main method inside JVM. So what the prototype configured, okay, to call, compulsory the argument should be string array only. That's why it's always looking for string array main method. Completed? Okay, now that's all. So here just observe this point is the most valuable. Inheritance concept applicable for static methods including main method. Hence, while executing child class, if child class doesn't contain main method, then parent class main method will be executed. Remember it. So now the same thing what I want to take here. Let me take in the child class also. Let me take the child class also contain main method. Okay. Now this is child class main method. Like this one I'm trying to take. Now here just observe the same here. Just I'm trying to take. Okay, this is about consider the code parent dot java. This is my name of the source file. Okay, now which of the following here just observe that which of the while executing, if I'm executing child class, whenever we are executing child class, okay, whenever we are executing child class, sir, what will happen, what will happen, right? Okay, now here just whenever we are executing child class, choose the correct statement, choose the correct choose the correct statement. If we are executing child class with the following command, java child, choose the correct statement. Okay, like parent class main method will be executed. Next, child class main method will be executed. Child class main method will be executed. Next, an exception is thrown at runtime. Next, the compilation fails. Yes, friend, can you please confirm what the answer we are going to get in this case? Okay, B, child class main method. If the child class doesn't contain main method, then only parent class main method will be executed. Okay, while executing child class, if a child class doesn't contain main method, then only parent class main method will be executed. Okay, while executing child class, if child class doesn't contain main method, then only parent class main method will be executed. If the child class contains main method, then if the child class contains main method, then it will be executed. That's all. So overriding concept applicable for the main method or not? Can you please confirm? Overriding concept applicable for the main method or not? No, sir, seems to be overriding concept applicable for the main method. It is not overriding, it is method hiding. Remember, sir. So overriding and a method hiding, there is a small difference is there. Remember, right? Okay, it is not overriding, it is method hiding. Okay, if the parent class and the child class methods are static, such a type of overriding is called method hiding. Okay, like so now if the overriding concept is not applicable for static methods, not applicable for static methods, and it is method hiding. Overriding concept is not applicable for static methods, and it is method hiding. Okay, like so that's all. So take very special care about these things, right? These are various things what you people should be aware. Next, immediately ask what is method hiding. That part we will discuss in the Woods concept. Don't worry, sir. Okay, that's all. Any doubt about this? Clear, right? Okay. Next, aware. Yes, aware. One small point. Aware just one or two small points not required for the exam sake. Remember, right? Just not required for the exam sake. Sir, native modifier is there. Sir, I want to discuss just very briefly, very less time, because nowhere related to exam. Native modifier is there. Sir, here just applicable only for methods. Applicable only for methods. Next, native method means the method which is implemented. The method which is implemented in non-Java. The method which is implemented in non-Java. Sometimes to improve performance, we may require to depends on C language or C++ code. So in that case, so the code which is implemented in non-Java, we can invoke that code by using native modifier. Okay, just aware. Native means the methods which are not implemented in Java. Native method means the method which is implemented in non-Java. Such type of methods are called native methods. That's all. Internally, there are multiple improvements, performance improvements are there. Next, multiple uses are there, sir. But those things are not required for the exam sake. Just aware only this word more enough. Next, and after that, synchronizer keyword is there. synchronizer keyword is there, sir. Sir, what is the meaning of synchronizer keyword? Sir, it is also for first level certification is not required. Maybe for second level certification it is required, sir. Just aware. Synchronized applicable only for methods and blocks. If a method or block declared as synchronized, yes, if a method or block declared as synchronized, if a method or block declared as synchronized, then it is applicable. Only then it will be executed by only one thread at a time. Only one thread at a time. Okay, synchronized means only one thread at a time. Okay, thread safety I require, sir. Multiple threads are not allowed to execute simultaneously. So to handle such type of terminology, we require to go for synchronizer keyword. Okay, remember that. But anyway, for our certification sake, not at all required. Okay, like just aware the basic idea. Next, transient keyword. Of course, in multi-threading, we have to talk about synchronizer in detail. But anyway, for the exam, it's not required. Next, transient. This is also a bit important, sir. Okay, very simple. I have an object is there, sir. Assume that I have one Java object is there. Okay, sir, I want to save this object to a file. And I want to read this object from the file based on my requirement. Okay, so this is one scenario. One scenario. Saving the total state of object to a file and reading and get that object and use that object based on our programming requirement in the future. Okay, like it's a very common requirement. Now, saving object to a file, this process is called serialization concept. What is this concept? Serialization. Okay, serialization. Next, reading state of an object from your file. This concept is called deserialization. Remember that. So the first one is the serialization. The second one is the deserialization. Deserialization means a reverse operation. Reading an object from your file, state of an object from your file is called deserialization. Saving state of an object to your file is called serialization, right? So now saving object to a file means, do you know, this is a permanent storage. Okay, this is permanent. Saving object to a file itself is nothing but permanent storage. Remember this a bit very carefully about this one, sir. It is a permanent storage. So if it is a permanent sensitive information, we should not save. So like the password, PIN numbers, such type of thing we should not save. So at the time of serialization, if we don't want to save the value of a variable, so to meet security reasons, okay, better to declare that variable as a transient. Remember this one, sir. So at the time of serialization, if we don't want to save the value of a variable, to meet the security constraints, then we should go for transient. Remember this one, sir. Then we should go for transient. Best example, sir, I have class account class is there. Assume that account class is there. Okay, so my username, okay, string username is equal to Durga. Next, string password is equal to, sir, assume that some Anushka, like I'm taking, sir, string password is equal to Anushka, like I'm trying to take. Now my question is, my question is, sir, username you can save anywhere, but password you should not save. Password we should not save. That's fine. What I will take is, I have to declare with the transient keyword. If I declare with the transient, now instead of original password, just a default value for the string and null will be saved to the file. Regarding this is where we can use in serialization concept, we are going to use a transient. If you don't want to save, okay, just if you don't want to save the value of a variable, okay, to meet security constraint, then we have to declare with the transient. Any doubt, friends? Transient variable value after deserialization, transient variable value after deserialization is just a default value null only, but not original value. Constructor won't be called in the case of serialization at the time of deserialization. Remember that the state of object already there, in the file. So that's why constructor won't be called at the time of deserialization. Amit, still it is the default value. So I don't want to get default value. I want to get original value. Then we should go for customized serialization. There is some concept is there. Or otherwise password we will send by using some other way. Need not be from the file. Best example, bank people are going to send your ATM card. They will hand over to you, but PIN number they are going to send by post. Have you remembered? PIN number they are going to send by post. Okay, the reason for that is security. Serialization concept is not required for certification. That's why I'm not talking about this. Yes, compulsory. If you want to serialize an object, you require to implement serializable interface. Correct. If you want to serialize an object, you require to implement serializable interface. Marker interface. It doesn't contain any methods. Okay. Now, so volatile modifier. Okay. What the meaning of volatile? What the meaning of volatile, sir? Very simple. It is also not required for certification. Almost it is deprecated. The people are not using. So that's why you are not required to worry much. But anyway, just aware that point, sir. Do you know what will happen, especially in multi-threading concept? As alternative to synchronizer, happily we can use volatile. What the reason for that is, I have one variable is there, sir. Inside an object I have one variable is there, sir. This variable can be accessed by multiple threads simultaneously. Array first thread and the second thread, okay, and then sir nth thread trying to access simultaneously. If multiple threads are trying to access simultaneously, one thread is changing the value, then the change will be reflected for all other threads. Maybe a chance of inconsistency problem. So if the value of a variable keep on changing by multiple threads, maybe a chance of inconsistency problem. Remember that. Now array, this is the common data. So if everyone is keep on changing, then the remaining people are always going to face the problem. That's why for every thread, better to maintain one separate local copy. For every thread, better to maintain some local copy. If you want such type of behavior, better to go for volatile. Okay, if a variable declared as volatile for every thread, okay, for every thread a separate copy, for every thread a separate local copy of the variable will be created. A separate copy of local variable will be created. Remember this one, sir. So what is the meaning of volatile? If you want separate copy for every thread, such type of variable, we have to declare with the volatile modifier. Any doubt? Okay, so that's a beyond that, nothing about this volatile, sir. Okay, so just take very special care, just basic idea, whatever I provided about these things, maybe not required for the certification sake. That's why just aware the basic terminology, beyond that nothing. Do you know volatile? Why the volatile is deprecated? Because creating separate copy for every thread is not that much easy. Unnecessary performance issues will come in the picture. Performance of the system is going to be down. That's why never recommended, okay, to use sir this volatile modifier. Remember that, sir. That's all. Next, the most valuable, very important concept what we have to discuss is interface concept, especially the people who are planning for next level certification. Next and after that even 816 for them, this interfaces concept is the most valuable concept. That's why compulsory you people should be very clear, right? Okay, Swarup, you can ask the doubt. Yes, Mahalakshmi. Uh, in the case of volatile, for every thread, a separate local copy will be there. Sir, all intermediate modifications performed by that thread will take care in the local copy instead of master copy. Okay, once all intermediate modifications are completed, just before terminating the thread, that final value will be updated in the master copy. Mahalakshmi, getting right? So for every thread local copy, array whatever changes you want, you can perform in the local copy but not in master copy. But so after completing all your operations, just before terminating, that final value will be updated in the main copy, so that stable value will be available for all the threads instead of intermediate copy. Okay, next Swarup, just generally, just take very special care. What we have, okay, here the methods, instance method, static method, like the method should be part of dot class file. It will be stored inside the method area. Remember this one. I mean, inside the total dot class file will be stored inside method area. Okay, like next, instance variable will be part of object. It will be stored inside the heap area. Next, a static variable will be part of the dot class file, will be stored inside method area. Next, final instance variable will be stored at the part of object only. Final static variable will be stored in the method area. Remember that. Swarup, getting? Final instance variable is also part of the object only, because for every object separate copy will be created, but only thing is you want to change its value. Final instance variable is the part of the object. It will be stored in the heap area. Final static variable will be stored, sir, where the final static variables will be stored is inside the method area. Getting? Yeah, that's all. So this is about modifiers concept, what we have. Now the next concept we have to discuss about interface concept. So just anyway, in the next session in detail, I will start this one. But before that, just aware one very important point for you people, like. So here I have one interface is there, sir. Now listen a bit carefully. I have one interface is there, interface interface. Sir, I have public void m1 is there, public void m2 is there. Okay, like two methods are there. Okay, right. Now I have class A is there, class A is there. Okay, public void m1 method is there, public void m1 is there. Okay, like implementation is there, sir. Now I'm taking class B extends A implements interrupt. Can you please tell, is it I mean extends and implements, which thing we have to take first? Extends and implements, which thing you require to take first? If you want to use both simultaneously, extends and then implements. So extends first and then implements. This is the valid, sir. By mistake, if I'm taking class B implements interrupt, extends A, immediately compiler will give left and right. Remember this. First we have to use extends keyword, and then we have to go for implements keyword. Okay, remember this one. But why we should not use implements first and then extends the next? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends. Are you getting my doubt? So this one is invalid. This one is invalid, but this one is the valid. Why? What is the reason for that? First implements interface and then extends a class we have to take. Okay, so general syntax: class extends another class, class extends another class, and implements an interface, implements interface like. So my question is, why we have to use extends first than implements? This is about my doubt. Are you getting the point? So if entire person is asking, why you have to take extends first and then implements the next step? Swarup is telling one beautiful answer. Swarup is telling one beautiful answer. What the answer is taking here? Sir, extends and implements, E will come alphabetical order, E will come first, and then I will come. That's why E we have to take. No. Yes, Amit. Why we require to take extends and then implements? Because extends applicable for only one class, but implements is applicable for multiple. That's why Amit is telling no. Next, Nagateja is asking, interface cannot inherit the class, cannot inherit. So class, first I'm taking a class can implement an interface. Okay, oh, this one don't refer, it is not this extends is also applicable for B only. Don't feel it is applicable for interface. Okay, it is B extends is applicable for B, extends is applicable, implements is applicable also for B only, not for A. Vimal is also thinking because of alphabetical order. First inheritance and then interface. What may be the reason? Why they kept only this type of syntax is allowed, but not this type of syntax? What the reason? What the internal reason? Why extends we should take first and then implements only next? Yeah, there are multiple answers are coming. One answer is the people are telling because alphabetical order. Wow, because of alphabetical order, Swaroop and Vimal both are telling you the same. Second one, second one. Here just observe the reasons. We can use we can extend only one class, but implement any number of interfaces. Okay. Next, third, any other reason? Okay, remember that. Remember the. I mean, this is just observe carefully. Okay, here observe carefully. Here, do you know why we have to take extends first and then implements next? Extends first and then implements next. The reason for that is, now listen very carefully, sir. Suppose assume that there is a person is there. Assume there is a businessman. There is one person is there, sir. Businessman is there. Okay, like, do you know businessman is going for bank IP. Do you aware IP in the legal terminology? IP means completely hands up. Sir, I'm not in a position to run my business. I hand over all my assets to the court. All my debits also I will update. Can you please share? Can you please share my property legally for all my debitors? Like, do you know there is some this type of thing is there? You may heard about this one, IP. So it is the technical financial terminology, right? Now assume that array, if I want to share is property for all sir debit holders, like for all the people. So what we have to take? First thing, array, how much property this person has? How much property this person has? How much property has? And then how much debits this person has? How much debits this person has? So first, what he is going to get, we have to think, and then what he has to give. Later we will think about that. So first we have to what this person is getting, how much properties this person has, and then we have to think, we require to think how much he has to give, okay, like, so now take a bit very special care about this one, sir. Now here, if I can take extends first and then implements, because of extends already M1 method is available. Okay, M1. So class B currently has how many methods? M1 method got from the parent. Then, so currently B class has only M1. If I implement extends means getting how much property this person has, which methods this person has, that thing we decided. Now implements means sir, to how many methods we have to provide implementation? Two methods, but M1 is already there. Now you require to provide implementation for only M2 method, public void M2. That's all. Okay, now observe this one. Why you are not providing implementation for M1? M1 is already coming from my parent. Remember this one. Suppose assume that instead of this, assume that instead of this one, sir, I'm taking class B implements. Class B implements interrupt. First I'm talking about implements only. Oh, implements interrupt. Implements interrupt means two methods are there. I have to provide implementation for both methods. Public void m1 and then public void m2. Like I provided implementation for both. Then I'm looking about extends a. Now, so already to fulfill implements requirement, I provided implementation for both methods, and then I'm thinking about A. Array from A, already M1 is there. Unnecessary, I provided implementation for M1. Are you getting right? Unnecessary, I provided implementation for M1. So that's why. So first we require to take extends and then implements. How many people got my explanation? Are you getting the point right? So here, if I choose implements first and then extends, now I require to provide implementation for two methods because I'm always looking here only. But later I'm thinking about extend array m1 already available from the parent, but still I provided implementation unnecessary I did. To prevent these type of problems, better to take extends first, extends, and then better to go for implements next level. Regarding first extends, next go for implements. Clear, right? Here A is not implementing interrupt. Friends, B is. So this extends keyword talks about A. This implements keyword is also talks about this one only, but not A. But whatever method is coming from the parent, I'm using just to implement interrupt. It doesn't mean parent class A implements interrupt. No. So this is one small tricky point. Okay, the interview person sometimes may ask, "Array, why we have to take extends only? Extends first and then implements. Why we require to take like that? Why don't you take first implements and then extends?" If I take implements first and then extends, two methods I have to provide implementation. Unnecessary M1 method is the duplicate. If I can take extends first and then implements, then we have to provide implementation for only M1. Friends, how many people got my discussion? Ramesh, Swaru, are you getting? Now alphabetical order is not reason. Remember that. Vimal. Okay. That's all. Right, sir. Just tomorrow we'll meet for the continuation part. So let me start the cinema. Sir, in the last sessions we completed already modifiers concept. Now let me go for the next level concept. Okay, interfaces. Interfaces. Okay, this is just theoretically. Okay, not required to keep much explanation. So theoretically, what the meaning of interfaces? Sir, here anyone can you please define what is an interface? Can you please confirm, sir? Can you define what is an interface? Yes, friends. Yes, can you define what is an interface? Okay, sir, very simple, sir. So any service requirement specification, yes, good. Any service requirement specification specification is considered as interface. Okay, yes or yes. Any service requirement specification is considered as an interface. Okay, best example, sir. I want to communicate with the database. I want to communicate with the database from my Java application. Okay, I have Java application is there. I want to communicate with the database. Assume that with the Oracle database I want to communicate with the Oracle database. So which methods are required? So that total specification, who is going to provide a JDBC API itself is the responsible to provide. Okay, so if you want to communicate with the database, sir, with any database, so the required methods is defined inside JDBC API. JDBC API acts service requirement specification to communicate with the database. Remember this one, sir, any database. So it may be Oracle database, or it may be sorry, it may be Oracle database, or it may be MySQL database, like any database. If you want to communicate with the database, so all required methods and the interface, all the required methods are defined as a part of JDBC API. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? This one, database vendor is the responsible to provide implementation, right? Sir, who defined this JDBC API? Okay, Java people define JDBC API. Next, database vendor is responsible to provide implementation. Remember this one. So just what is the meaning of interface? Any service requirement specification. Was it is the requirement specification for a particular service. I want to communicate with the database. So this is my I want some service requirement specification. So which methods are required? That complete information where it's available inside JDBC API. So like JDBC API itself is the responsible. Okay, for that. Now who is the responsible to implement these things? Is do you know, sir, database vendor is the responsible to communicate to implement that. Best example here, just have a look once, sir. Assume that Java people are some people, but now it is the Oracle. Anyway, Java people define the JDBC API. Okay, here we require JDBC API. Okay, we require to communicate with the Oracle database. Assume that I want to communicate with the Oracle database, MySQL database, or what DB2 database. Assume that to communicate with the database, compulsory some software must be required. Okay, some software must be required, sir. So from Java application, if you want to communicate with the database, some software must be required. That the software requirement specification is sir, JDBC API. Now who is the responsible to provide implementation, sir? Database vendor is the responsible. That software is by default considered driver software. Okay, are you getting right? So what that software is? Driver software. We can use the words of this is what the driver software, right? So Oracle people, sir, provide the driver software to communicate with the Oracle database. Okay, assume that if the Oracle database to communicate with Oracle database from Java application, some software must be required. That software is responsible, is implemented by okay, Oracle people. Now that is called Oracle driver. Okay, like same. So it is JDBC API simply acts a requirement specification, okay, to communicate with the database, which is nothing but JDBC API. Remember that, sir. So from Java application, if you want to communicate with the database, some special software must be required. That software is called a driver software. This driver software, where the specification is available for the driver software, JDBC API is the specification. Yes, Swaru, are you getting the point? Swaru. Okay, so JDBC API defined by Java people, but implemented by who is the responsible to provide implementation? That implementation is going to take care by vendor. Yes, Swarup. So if you want to communicate with the if you want to communicate with the database, sir, do you know you are always going to use driver manager.get connection. Now you are going to get connection object. Next, connection dot create statement. Now you will get statement object like. So all those implementation classes specific to Oracle provided by who is the responsible to provide, database vendor is the responsible to provide. That software is by default considered the driver software. Yes, Swarup. Very simple, man. Very simple. To communicate with the database from Java application, something must be required. Something must be required. That thing itself is the driver. Once who is the responsible to provide driver? Database vendor. But where the specification is available, that specification provided by Java people in the form of JDBC API. Okay, same. Now this is the driver software for Oracle database. Assume that tomorrow MySQL database is there, MySQL DB is there. Now I require some driver software for MySQL DB. Regarding this is the driver software for MySQL DB. Who is the responsible? Who is the responsible? Driver software for MySQL DB. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? MySQL people are responsible, or otherwise some third-party person may provide this facility also. Okay, right? But all these driver softwares, to implement a driver software, where the specification is available, that specification itself is nothing but JDBC API. Do you know we have two packages are there? Okay, java.sql package, next java x.sql package, java x.sql package. Here it contains several interfaces. These interfaces implemented by this driver software. So connection is there, itself is an interface. Statement is there, itself is an interface. Result set is there, itself is an interface. Have you observed? Connection is an interface. Next, do you know statement is an interface. Result set is an interface. Whatever you are using in our applications, these things are interfaces, right? But who is the responsible to provide implementation for this? Who is the responsible to provide implementation for these things? Do you know these database vendors are responsible? So any service requirement specification is by default considered okay, interface to communicate with the database. Whatever service, whatever software is required, that specification is defined by JDBC API. Sir, friends, anyone having the doubt? You respond. Anyone having the doubt? Yes, no, clear, right? Okay, next similarly, just a basic idea sake only I'm providing that. Next similarly, sir, I want to develop one web application. I want to develop one web application. Next, to run that web application, we require web server, web container. Remember this one, sir. If you want to run web application, Java-based web application, servlets and JSP components can be understandable by web container. Okay, like so to develop sir web container. So specification must be required. That specification itself is nothing but servlet API. Remember this one, sir. That specification itself is nothing but servlet API. Servlet API. Who is the responsible to define the servlet API? Java people are responsible to define this one, sir. Java people are responsible to define. Next, who is the responsible to provide implementation? Is do you know, sir? Web server vendors are responsible. Okay, like Tomcat people, Apache Tomcat people provided implementation, that is called Tomcat server. Okay, assume. Next, WebLogic people or otherwise Oracle people are responsible to provide implementation. Their server is by default considered WebLogic server. Okay, just observe WebLogic server. Okay, like similarly, sir, here do you know? Similarly, here some IBM people are responsible to provide implementation. That software component is called WebSphere server. Okay, WebSphere server, like WebSphere server. Okay, like so servlet API acts as implementation, acts as specification to implement the web server. Remember this one, sir. Okay, web server, right? Now my question is just take very special case. Sir, I have today I developed one web application, right? This web application currently running in the Tomcat. Now listen very carefully. Sir, today I developed a web application currently running in the Tomcat. Tomorrow I want to migrate this application from Tomcat to WebLogic. Okay, I want to move this application from Tomcat to WebLogic. Sir, can you please confirm if this application is going to run or not? Yes, friends, is it going to run or not? Yes, because the reason is all these web containers developed based on the same specification. That specification is Servlet API. Okay, who defined these specifications? Java people defined this specification. I hope everyone in the position to understand. Yes, are you getting the point? Java people to define Servlet API. Okay, who is the responsible to provide implementation? Web server vendors are responsible to provide implementation. Take very special care about this terminology, friends. Okay, well, so now my question is now this is the very important point, sir. So here this is the very important point. So for to develop any software, some specification must be required. That specification we can represent by using API concept, which is nothing but a group of interfaces. Have you remembered API? What is that I? Can you please confirm what is that I? Application programming interfaces. Regarding application programming interfaces, remember this one, sir. So it is a group of sir interfaces which define specification to develop a particular software. That's what you people should aware clearly, right? Okay. So now for the first definition, what is interface? Any service requirement specification is by default considered as an interface. Any doubt about this one? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, this is the first thing what you people should aware, right? Okay, like Swarup is asking some doubt. Sir, connect here, just connect here, sir, connector method is there in driver interface, but where is the implementation? Yes, sir, connector method is there in the driver interface, but where is the implementation? So here, do you know, there is every vendor is the responsible to provide implementation class for a driver. Okay, in that driver implementation class, the corresponding methods are implemented. So result set is there. Result set, can you show? It is not JDBC class for you. Getting what you have to take? You are going to keep OJDBC 14.jar, OJDBC 16.jar, something like OJDBC 14 or 16.jar in your class path, right? Whenever you are executing JDBC programs. Yes. OJDBC 14.jar or OJDBC 16.jar, some jar file we are taking in the class path, right? If it is the MySQL, we are using MySQL connector, J connector, like extract those jar files, So in those jar files, the corresponding implementation classes you can see. Okay, dot class files will be there. Open that dot class file by using decompiler. Then how it will be there, you can get internally how they are implementing. So, but anyway, compulsory interfaces we can't use unless and until if there is no implementation, you can't. Compulsory for every interface implementation is there, then only okay we should remember it. So now this is the first thing. Okay, like suppose there is another same point only. Okay, we have to take just observe a client came. Sir, here a client came with some requirements. Just observe carefully. A client came up with some requirement. What the requirement, what is the requirement is, he required some college automation software. Assume that college automation software is running one college. So he required some automation software, college automation software. So in that he required some services. Sir, I want attendance of the student. Next, and after that, marks are related to the student. Next, get a fee details. Get a fee details of the student. Get a fee details. Next, sir, I should be in the position to update fee details. Fee details I have to update. Fee details I have to update. Something like he came up with these are the services. 100 services I required. Like he came up with some requirements. So now this requirement specification itself is an interface, friends. Okay, remember this one. This requirement specification itself is an interface. Okay, client point of view, an interface defines the set of services what is expecting. Okay, from client point of view. From client point of view, an interface defines the set of services. The set of services what he's expecting. Boss, I'm expecting these services like from client point of view, an interface defines the set of services what is expecting. Okay. Now here just observe that these things provided, these things are provided by, implemented by some software vendor. Assume that, sir. Okay, assume these things are provided, implemented by Durga software. Assume that, sir. So if it is implemented by Durga software is considered as a service provider. Okay, service provider point of view, an interface defines from service provider point of view. An interface defines service provider point of view. An interface defines the set of an interface defines the set of services what is offering. An interface defines the set of services what is offering. Remember that. So client point of view, interface is always going to define the set of services what is expecting. Service provider point of view, an interface defines the set of services what is offering. Okay, like so interface acts as contract between client and the service provider. Okay, remember this one, sir. Any contract between client and the service provider, any contract between client and service provider acts as interface only. Remember that. Any contract between client and service provider acts as an interface. Remember it very carefully about this terminology. Any explanation is required? Can you please confirm? Yes. So what is an interface? Okay, like from client point of view, array these are the services what I'm expecting. From service provider point of view, these are the services what I'm providing implementation. Even if you want, you can cross check, sir. So Java people point of view, these are the services required to communicate with the web server or to develop web server. Web server vendor point of view, this is the implementation for this requirement specification. Okay, like this is a Java people point of view. This is the requirement to implement a driver which can be used to communicate with the database. Now vendor point of view, this is the implementation. Right? So the client and the service provider in the middle, which thing acts as a contract, that thing itself is by default considered as an interface. Clear, right? Yeah, Swarup, correct. It's always going to consider dot class file from jar which is there inside class path. Yeah. So that's all this is. Next, one more definition is there, sir. Up to this, we provided two definitions. Any service requirement specification by default considered as an interface. Next, any contract between client and service provider itself is considered as an interface. Next, one more thing is also there, friends. One more definition is also there. What that point is? Yes, sir, this point is also a bit very important point. What that is? Take a bit special care about this one. So you know, in the olden days, the people are going to use interface contains only abstract methods. Only abstract methods. Correct, right? At our childhood somewhere you may aware about this one, sir. Interface defines only abstract methods. Only abstract methods, sir. So in the abstract class can contain both abstract methods and the concrete method, but interface can contain only abstract methods. Hence interface acts a 100% pure abstract class. 100% pure abstract class. Some people are telling this definition also. Okay, Neha, some people are telling like this, but anyway, as of now, in the updated versions, we may not accept this definition. Remember this one. What the reason for that is? So in the recent versions, Java 8, okay, in recent versions, Java 8, Java 9, okay, like there are multiple changes are there with respect to interfaces. That's why, so this definition may not be accepted as of today. Remember this one, sir, because inside interface we can take static methods. Inside interface we can take static methods, even private static methods we can take. Inside interface we can take a default methods we can take. That's why, so these methods having implementation. That's why 100% pure abstract class, such type of terminology up to Java 7 it is acceptable, but Java 8 onwards we can't use this definition. Clear, right, friends? So what is an interface? Okay, like now the next term, that's all this is. So if any person is asking, sir, what is an interface? A simple answer you can tell: any service requirement specification or otherwise any contract between client and service provider, we can represent by using interface concept. That's all. This is what you people should aware. Now my question is, take very special case, sir. So now this is just a theoretical. For the exam point of view, for the certification point of view, no one is going to talk about these things for certification, but the remaining things are very important. Those things you people should aware, sir. Okay, like next one more very important doubt from most of the people, not only from Bhaskar is asking the doubt, but not only from Bhaskar, from most of the people this doubt is there, friends. What the doubt is, sir, in the old versions abstract class contains both the concrete and abstract methods, both the concrete and abstract methods, abstract methods, but interface contains only abstract methods. So there is a difference is there between abstract class and interface in the old versions. But in the new versions, interface contains both abstract and concrete methods, concrete methods. Then what is the difference between interface and abstract class? Oh, there are multiple differences are there. Still abstract class is the top level. Abstract class is sir, what we call implementation person, but interface is unimplemented person only. What the reason for that? There are multiple differences are there. For that, first you should aware what is the default methods concept. Okay, default methods concept. And then what is the need, of static methods, like these type of things. Why these things are allowed inside interface? If you aware, then sir, this example is going to be meaningful, right? So the point here is, take very special case, sir. Sir, I will ask only one question. Abstract class can contain instance variables. Remember this one. abstract class can contain instance variables which are required for the child class object, but interface can't. But interface cannot. Remember this one. But interface can't. This is. But still, Java level interface also. Interface never contain instance variable. Every variable present inside interface is always public static final. Remember that. Next, abstract class can contain constructor, but interface can't. Remember this one. But interface can't like. Okay. As of Java 11 version also. Next, abstract class can contain instance block but interface cannot. Are you getting? Bhaskar, still are you feeling abstract class and interface both are same? No, multiple differences are there. Still interface is the top level entity. Next, abstract class is the implemented person. Just because of default methods, just because of static methods, don't feel abstract class and interface both are same. No. Can you please confirm everyone in the position to understand, right? Yo, friends, respond. Okay, that's all. Now, theoretically okay, but anyway, for the exam sake, which things are required, that part you have to take a bit special care. Okay, declarations here, and declaration and the implementation. Just aware these points. Now, yeah, Bhaskar, what do you want? Abstract class also can contain only abstract method. Then what is the difference between interface and abstract class? Oh, Bhaskar. Correct, Bhaskar. Have you remembered, right? Some days before, I covered one. I shared one link for you people. One link I shared. Interface and abstract class loopholes. Okay, sir, this is the link I shared with you people. 1 minute.
You want to learn all the skills and techniques you need to create incredible.
This is the most valuable. Definitely, it's going to be very, very helpful for you people. Just can you please have a look once about the questions what are going to be covered in these few videos? Yes, Bhaskar. Can you please, what is the role of new keyword and role of constructor? Next, whenever we are creating child class object, whether parent object will be created or not. Whenever we are creating child class object, what is the need of executing parent class constructor? Next, anyway, we can't create object for abstract class either directly or indirectly, but abstract class can contain constructor. What is the need? Next, anyway, we can't create object for abstract class and interface. Abstract class can contain constructor, but interface is not. Why? Next, can you please read this question? Okay, we are just inside interface we can take only abstract methods, but in abstract class also we can take only abstract methods based on our requirement. Then what is the need of interface? That is easy possible to replace interface concept with the abstract class. Getting? Pascal, I hope, is it your doubt? Yes, just go through this. You will get much clarity than my explanation. Please. Okay. Definitely you are going to get, sir. Don't worry at all. Okay, just go through that in detail with examples. I explain with examples. I explain. Okay, in detail with examples. So mostly that thing is going to be covered in the last video. I hope better almost hardly 1 hour or 1.5 hour video only. All these things only 1 or 1.5 hour video. So just go through that. Definitely you people are going to get. There are some more important things. This is the link for the playlist. Yeah, friends. Okay, just go through that. Anyway, your doubts by default will be clarified. Majority of the doubts. Yeah. Here, just observe that this part is the very important for the exam sake. For the exam sake, please take very special care, sir. Now I'm taking just my requirement is observe that. Okay, I'm trying to take interface interrupt. Now here just have a look once, very important, sir. Interface interrupt. Next my requirement is public. So here just observe that void m1 is there, and then void m2 is there. Okay, void m1, void m2 is there, sir. Now I'm trying to take class service provider, provider. Okay, implements interrupt, class service provider implements interrupt, and then void m1 I provided implementation. Yeah. Now take very special care about this terminology, friends. Array interrupt is interrupt, void m1, void m2, class service provider implements interrupt, void m1, like this I'm taking, sir. Now my question is, take very special care about this one. If I use this one, can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Is it valid or invalid? Please confirm. Okay, if I can take this one, is it valid or invalid? Okay, invalid. How many mistakes I'm doing? Can you please confirm? Very important point, sir. How many mistakes I'm doing, sir? Here 2 mistakes we are doing. Here we are doing 2 mistakes. 2 mistakes we are doing. What is the reason for that? Why 2 mistakes we are doing, sir? The first mistake here is every method present inside interface is always public by default. Is always public, sir. Every method inside interface is always public by default. So at the time of implementation means overriding. Implementation abstract to non-abstract overriding. While overriding, we can't reduce scope of access modifier. Remember this one, we can't reduce scope of access modifier. So while overriding, we should maintain same scope or more scope. We have to take. Now take very special care, sir. Now here we are implementing m1, but we are not declaring public. This is the first mistake what we are doing. Remember this one, array one method I implemented, but you didn't implement properly. Whenever we are implementing any interface method, compulsory we should declare that method as public. Remember this one, sir. Whenever we are implementing an interface method, compulsory we should declare, compulsory. Okay, compulsory we should declare that method. Compulsory we should declare that method. As public, because by default every interface method is always public, sir. So whenever we are implementing interface method, compulsory we should declare that method as public. Otherwise, the code is not going to compile. Remember this one, sir. Because every method present inside interface is always by default public, sir. Okay. Now have a look once, sir. one mistake. We identified one mistake, sir. Okay. Now here just observe. Okay, 1 minute. Let me update to my Java 11. Every day we require to set like this instead of the yeah. So here just observe set path is equal to okay, like I'm trying to take. Now take very special care about this one. What's my requirement here is now just observe that, sir. Let me compile this one. Let me compile Java C service provider dot Java. Java C service provider dot Java like this I'm taking. Sir, here just observe this point is the very important, sir. This is the very important point. What the compile time error we are getting here is observe carefully. Okay, the first compile time error here we are getting. Now observe M1 in service provider can't implement M1 in interrupt, attempting to assign weaker access privileges was public. This is the first problem what we are getting. Remember this one, sir. This is the first problem we are getting. Now to prevent to overcome this problem, to overcome this problem, what we have to take here is, let me declare this one as public. Remember that. So let me take as a public. Sir, can you please tell, sir, now the problem will be solved or not? Right? First problem will be solved or not? Yes. Okay, first problem will be solved related to method implementation. Okay, like now, but still another problem is there. What is that problem is, sir, you are telling you signed to implement interrupt. You are telling that whenever you are using the word implement interrupt, you are telling compulsory you require to provide implementation for both methods. But you provided implementation only for M1. What about M2 method? You provided, you are telling that sir, you provided implementation only for M1. What about M2 method? Like this is the problem you are going to get. Now have a look once. What is the second problem? Of course, here now earlier two problems are there, but now you are going to get only one problem. What is that problem? Is now have a look once, sir. Now have a look once about this point. Sir, what is the point here is, service provider is not abstract and does not override abstract method M2 abstract method M2 in intra and does not override abstract method M2 in interrupt. This is the problem we are going to get. Remember this one, sir. So does not override abstract method M2 in interrupt. This is the problem we are going to get. How you can solve this problem? Very simple, sir. You have two solutions are there. Solution number one. So whenever we are implementing an interface, for each and every method, compulsory we should provide implementation. If you are unable to provide implementation for at least one method, better to declare class as abstract. Remember this one. Better to declare class as abstract. Class as abstract. This is a very important point, sir. Provide implementation for second method. If you provide implementation for both methods, no problem at all. Happily the code is going to compile. Yes, I provided implementation for both methods. Remember this one. So if you are unable to provide implementation, then automatically declare the class as abstract. Now observe. Yes, now also it is going to be valid. So the most valuable, very important points for you people. The most valuable, very important point. Whenever we are implementing an interface, compulsory we should provide implementation for every method of that interface. Otherwise, declare the class as abstract. Okay. Then who is the responsible to provide implementation? Next level child classes are responsible to provide implementation, right? Remember this one. Who is the responsible to provide implementation? Next level child classes are responsible to provide implementation, right? Now observe the class sub-service provider. Class sub-service provider extends service provider. Extends service provider. Class sub-service provider extends service provider. Now I'm trying to provide implementation for M2 method. That's all. Now have you observed? Here never talks about implementation, but this person talks about implementation, but this person talks about implementation now, but not completely, partial implementation, abstract, but this person talks about complete implementation. That's why this class is the concrete class. You getting right? Yes, friends. So is it valid or not? Service provider internally contains M2 method, which is abstract. It is already contained M2, which is abstract method. Pascal. Okay. Now have a look once. Happily the code compiles fine. We are unable to see that method. Now I have one small question. Class sub-service provider is there. This sub-service provider class contain M1 method or not? What answer you can tell? Yes, M1 method is there or not? Yes, same way service provider contain M2 method because implement center of means parent class methods by default available here in the same style. So we are not required to have M2 separately because from the parent it is coming. Next, why you are taking abstract? Why you are taking this abstract? If a class contain at least one abstract method, then we have to declare. Where is that abstract method? By default, that abstract method M2 is available from the parent. Getting? Yes, friends. Yeah, that's all. So just these are two important conclusions what you people should aware whenever we are implementing an interface. Remember this a bit very carefully, sir. If you are implementing an interface, two things you have to take care. So every method at the time of implementation, we should declare this method as a public. Next, the compulsory, we have to provide implementation for both methods. If you are unable to provide implementation for at least one method, better to declare class as abstract. Then the missing methods child class is the responsible to provide implementation. Remember this one. The child class is the responsible to provide implementation. Any doubt? So this is how you can declare and implement an interface, but from this you can get multiple questions for the exam. Take very special care these rules, friends. Okay, well. Next, one more thing, extends versus implements. Remember very carefully, sir. Extends versus implements. Where we have to use extends keyword, where we have to use implements keyword. This is also very important terminology. So you know, a class can extend how many classes at a time? Oh, respond. A class can extend how many classes at a time? Can extend how many classes can extend? Only one class at a time. Remember this one, sir. A class can extend only one class at a time. Next, sir, here do you know a class can implement how many interfaces at a time? A class can implement how many interfaces at a time? Any number of interfaces at a time. Remember this one. Next, sir, here just observe. An interface can extend any number of interfaces. Interface can extend another interface. Remember this one, sir. Sir, best example. If I consider here interface A I'm taking. Next, interface B I'm trying to take. Interface B. Next, interface C extends A comma B. Can you please confirm? Is it valid or not? Respond. Is it valid or not? Yes, perfectly. This one is the valid. No problem at all. An interface can extend any number of interfaces acceptable. Remember this one. An interface can extend any number of interfaces. No problem at all. Next, sir, here now observe. A class can extend another class. A class can extend another class and can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. Is it valid or not? Can you please confirm? Simultaneously. Okay, a class can extend another class and can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. Yes, this one is also acceptable. No problem at all. Remember this one. Can an abstract class extend any number of interfaces? Yes, Bhaskar, any class, it may be abstract class or it may be concrete class. Any class can implement any number of interfaces. Extend cannot be used between class and interface. An abstract class can implement any number of interfaces, no problem at all. Okay, so any doubt about these four statements? Can you please confirm? Yes, any doubt about these things? Okay, now maybe which of the following are true? Which of the following are true or valid? Like I'm asking, sir. Now the first option, a class can. Okay, second option. Now the third option I'm taking. Now the fourth option, like that. Okay, now observe. A class can extend only one class at a time. A class can implement any number of interfaces at a time. An interface can extend any number of interfaces. A class can extend another class and can implement any number of interfaces simultaneously. What is the answer we are going to get here is all of these. All of these. But the answers are E. Remember it. Any doubt? Okay. Now just I want to go for one more theoretical point. Now take a bit very special care about this one. Which of the following are true? A class can extend any number of classes at a time. Any number of classes at a time. A class can extend any number of classes at a time. Okay. An interface can extend only one interface at a time. only one interface at a time. A class, an interface can extend only one interface at a time. Next, a class can implement only one interface at a time. Only one interface at a time. Next, a class can extend a class. A class can extend another class, or can implement an interface, but not both simultaneously. Okay, like but not both simultaneously. Next, an interface can implement any number of interfaces at a time. Any number of interfaces at a time. Any number of interfaces at a time. Okay, like can you please tell among these options which option is the true? Please confirm. Yes. Among these, which option is true? Now I can use the word none of these. Yeah, wonderful bit. So, which are valid combinations, which are invalid combinations? Both the things are yes. Are you getting? Both the things are clear for you in the form of conclusions. Okay, remember. So, a class can extend only one class at a time. A class can implement any number of interfaces at a time. An interface can extend any number of interfaces, like compulsory you people should be aware. Sir, are you feeling any doubt about this? Friends? Okay. Well, can I go for next point? Yes. If you are having anywhere doubt, please let me know. If you are having anywhere doubt, can you please let me know? Okay. Now here just observe carefully. Okay. Now my question is, okay, maybe a chance. Okay, these are things are not required to keep much explanation about this terminology, right? Now I have one small question is there. Okay, what's my question is, interface A contain public void m1 method is there. Interface B contain public void m2 is there. Interface C extends A comma B, public void m3 is there. Okay, that's all. Now my requirement is, so if any class implementing C interface, for how many methods it should provide implementation? Okay, so consider the following code. Interface A, interface B, interface C extends A comma B. So if any class implementing C interface, if any class implementing C interface, then how many methods it should provide implementation? Then how many methods it should provide implementation? How many methods it should provide implementation? Sir, here just are which methods? The implementation class of C, the implementation class of interface C should provide implementation. Any concrete class implementing C interface should provide implementation for. Okay, like sir, 3. Sir, is it for how many methods? Only for M3. Of course, I will change the narration anyway. Only for M3. Next, only for M3. Next, and after that, only for M2 and M3. only for M2 and M3. Next, for all three methods, for all three methods, M1, M2 and M3, for all three methods, M1 and M2 and M3. So next, D only for M3, M2 for all three methods, M1, M2, M3. So here not required to provide implementation, not required to implement any method. Now observe a bit carefully about this terminology. Maybe here I may require to change the narration. So if any concrete class implementing C interface, then how many methods it should provide implementation? Then which methods should provide implementation only for M3, only for M2 and M3, for all three methods, M1, M2, M3, not required to implement any method. So just the answer should be C. Any doubt? Observe that here, do you know, most of the people are going to feel, sir, here also some people are having the doubt, sir, a class can extend but interface can't extend. For the interface we should require to use implements keyword, like some people may have the doubt. No, here just observe interface, and the interface in the middle which keyword we require to use are extends keyword only. Okay, like next, here my possibilities are, next my question is, consider the following coding snippet, the following coding snippets. Sir, what I'm taking, x extends, here x extends y, x extends y. Consider the following coding consider the following expression, consider the following syntax. Okay, it is not coding snippet, just a syntax. X extends y. For which of the following possibilities of x and y, possibilities of x and y, the above syntax is valid. The above syntax is valid. Okay, like I'm taking, sir. Now first option, both x and y should be both x and y should be classes. Both x and y should be classes. Okay, like it should be classes. Okay, if it is valid if and only if x and y are only classes. Okay, like or should be classes. Both x and y should be interfaces. Next, both x and y should be either classes or interfaces. Okay, next, sir, third option, no restriction. We can take class or interface anywhere. Can you please guide which one is the correct? Please confirm. Can you please guide which is the correct? Yes, here x extends by a class can extend another class, an interface can extend another interface. Remember this one, a class can extend another class, a class can can extend, interface can extend another interface, like so both x and y should be classes. No, both x and y should be interfaces. Yes, both x and y should be either classes or interfaces. So which one is the correct answer? Please confirm. Here should be classes. Should be classes mean it is applicable only for classes. No, it is applicable for interfaces also. So both x and y should be interfaces. No, it is applicable for classes also. That's why. So answer, we can use the word C. Nagateja. Nagateja. Have you observed, right? So you can take both x and y should be either classes you can take or interfaces we can take. So option is there. Okay, if I'm using this, it is applicable only for classes, not applicable for interfaces. Both x and y should be classes, but not interfaces. That is the meaning it is reflecting. Both x and y should be interfaces, but not the classes. That is the meaning it is. Both x and y should be either classes or interfaces. No restrictions we can take class or interface anywhere. Clear? Any doubt? Okay. Now here just observe. Directly you have to tell, sir, consider the following syntax. X extends y comma z. For which of the following possibilities of x, y, and z, x, y, and z, the above syntax is valid. The above syntax is valid. Okay. Now options anyway later we can take. Only one option I'm taking. Directly valid option. Can you please tell all x, y, z, all x comma y comma and z should be interfaces. Remember this one, should be interface. An interface can extend any number of interfaces, but a class can't extend multiple interfaces. So that's why. So this is anyway I will frame some more options, so don't worry. Answer A itself is the valid right. Next, here I'm trying to take. Sir, consider the following syntax. Consider the following syntax. X implements y comma z. For which of the following possibilities are x, y, and z, the above syntax is valid. Can you please confirm what the answer? X should be class, and y comma z should be interfaces. Correct, right? A class can implement any number of interfaces like that. Okay. Now here just observe. Now here, what is my next possibility? Okay, what is my next possibility? X extends y implements z. X extends y implements z. For which of the following? X and y should be classes, and z should be interface. Correct? Can you please confirm or respond? X extends y implements z. X extends y implements z. Okay. Next, I'm taking one more. X implements y extends z. For which of the following possibilities of x, y, z, the above syntax is valid? It is always invalid and raises compile time error. Correct? Yes, so this one is the invalid, raises compile time error. Okay, because implements and extends if you are using both simultaneously, compulsory compulsory. Okay, extends we have to take first and then implements the next. That's it. Okay, so there ends I mean just a declaration syntax. Next, in the next session I will add some more things. Okay, right sir, thanks. We covered already where we have to use extends keyword, where we have to use implements keyword, what are various valid options we have. Okay, like all those things we covered, friends. Okay, now the next still, of course, for the exam sake, these things are enough, but still few minutes I want to discuss some more important things. Just observe that carefully, right? Sir, here maybe a chance to ask these type of questions also. Sir, until so Java 7, okay, until Java 7, Java 7, sir, all methods present inside interface, all methods present inside interface are by default public and abstract, by default public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Remember this one, whether we are declaring or not. Okay, so every method by default is public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Okay, like so now do you know, so if I can take within the interface, if I can take a method void m1 or public void m1, next r abstract void m1. Okay, abstract void m1, public void m1, abstract void m1. Okay, public abstract void m1. If I can take anything, sir, for all these things, so all these lines are equal inside interface, correct or not? Can you please confirm? Yes, all these lines are equal inside interface. What the reason for that is, whether we are declaring or not declaring, not declaring. So every interface method is by default public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. But from 1.8 version onwards, eight version onwards, okay, we can take default methods. We can take a default methods and static methods also inside interface. Remember this one, sir. From 1.8 version onwards, we can take default methods and the static methods also inside interface. Remember, right? Okay, so until 1.7 version, we can take only abstract methods, public and abstract methods. That's why, so these methods, that's why interface is also considered 100% pure, okay, abstract class. Okay, like, but from 1.8 version onwards, we can take a default methods and the static methods also inside interface, right? Sir, what is the need of these methods? Just one session I will take, don't worry at all. Just let me complete until Java 7, whatever terminology we have. Any doubt about this one? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends, can you please confirm? Any doubt about this point? Okay, sir, maybe a chance from this discussion, maybe a chance to ask the bit. Okay, just I'm taking inside interface, which of the following method declarations are allowed? Which of the following method declarations are allowed? allowed. Okay, like I'm taking, sir. So the first one, public void m1 I'm taking. Public void m1 I'm taking. Next, second one, sir, private void m1 I'm taking. Private void m1. Next, public void m1. Public void m1, curly brace open and close, I'm trying to take. Next, public static void m1, I'm trying to take. Public static void m1. Okay, like this I'm taking. Next, public abstract void m1 like this, right? Sir, can you please tell inside interface which methods are allowed? Okay, which methods are allowed inside interface? What the answer we can tell? Can you please confirm inside interface which of the following method declarations are allowed? Okay, A is allowed. A is allowed, no problem at all. Sir, next E is also allowed. What about B? B is not allowed because private methods. Sir, private method. Do you know, sir? Private and abstract combination is illegal. That's why it is not allowed. Okay, see, this one is not allowed. What the reason for that is, sir? Here, what the reason for that is? You can't take public method with the implementation. Even 1.11 version also, it is not allowed, sir. It is not allowed. But if I can take public static void m1, it is also not allowed. Because the reason is, whenever we are taking static, compulsory should provide implementation. But the implementation is not there. Even in 1.11 version also, it is invalid. Static methods you can take inside interface, no problem at all. Static methods we can take inside interface, but compulsory we have to provide implementation. If you are not providing implementation, then we can't take a static methods, right? Okay, next here just that's why it is also invalid, but this one is perfectly valid. Okay, the answers are only A and E, remember, right? Okay, but listen a bit very carefully, but this part I will take one section. Okay, what is the need of default methods? Why this default methods concept came in 1.8 version? What advantage we are going to get? Next, what is the static methods terminology? Next, from 1.9 version onwards, private static methods also allowed. Private static methods also allowed inside interface. Okay, inside interface, like this part I will give, just I will spend 1 or 2 sessions, don't worry at all, so that you will get much clarity about this. Friends, up to this, any doubt? Clear, right? Okay, now that's all. This is about methods, but still we have to add some more extra things related to that what we call it 1.8 version, 1.9 version enhancements. I will discuss about that, sir. Don't worry at all. Okay, now the next cinema what I have to discuss. Now the next thing what I require to discuss is, sir, interface variables like interface variables. Okay, like this part I have to talk. Interface variables, right? So very simple. An interface can contain variables also. So just the interface itself is the requirement specification. Yet the requirement specification, the constants, if we want to define, then we have to go for interface variables. Remember this one, sir. Best example, array, can you please implement college automation system? Can you please implement college automation system? In that college automation system, while implementing that, so maybe college name is required. Then college name, can you please take as Durga software, something like that. College name is required. Can you please consider this one as the Durga software, like you can. So means that, okay, means that, do you know? So at the requirement level, to define requirement level constants, interface can contain variables also. Remember it, okay? But one important point, every variable present inside interface is by default. Every variable present inside interface by default. Okay, do you know public by default, public static final. Remember this one, whether you are declaring or not declaring, by default public static final. Remember this, sir. Sir, now why it is the public? Why interface variable is the public, sir? Now observe this, sir. Take very special care. I have an interface is there. I have interface is there. Assume that, sir. I have one variable is there, sir. X is equal to 10. Okay, assume. So this variable should be available for every implementation class. To use this variable, the implementation class will use. That's why this variable should be available for every implementation class. For every implementation class, this variable should be available, right? So that's why this variable is public. Remember this one. So to make this variable available to implementation class, available to every implementation class, we have to take a public. Okay, to make this variable available to every implementation class. Every implementation class. Okay, every implementation class, compulsory this variable should be public, sir. Remember this one. Next, sir, do you know, sir, to access this variable, I want to access this variable, sir. Is it possible to create an object for the interface? Anyone, can you please tell? Is it possible to create object for the interface? No. Without existing object also, we have to access this variable. That's why compulsory this variable should be static. Okay. Also, we have to access this variable. That's why compulsory this variable should be static variable, right? Next, how many implementation classes can use this variable? Can you please tell? How many implementation classes can use this variable? Multiple. Suppose here there are 10 implementation classes are there. Assume that 10 implementation classes are there for this interface, like first one, second one, third one, like. So now if the first one allowed to change this value, then all the remaining implementation classes will be affected, because it is the common constant for every implementation class. This constant can be accessed by every variable. So if we are performing any change, one implementation class is allowed to change the constant, then all the remaining implementation classes will be affected. That's why, so implementation classes can access this variable but can't modify. That's why compulsory should be final. Friends, are you in the position to understand, right? So why interface variable is always public, is always static, is always final, is always final. Remember this one. So final means, sir, this implementation, this interface can be implemented by how many implementation classes are there? Multiple implementation classes. Remember that multiple implementation classes are there to implement this interface. For all these implementation classes, okay, this variable is available. Remember this, for all implementation classes, this variable is available. If one implementation class is allowed to change the value, if one implementation class is allowed to change the value, then remaining implementation classes will be affected. Are you getting? If one implementation class is allowed to change the value, then remaining implementation classes will be affected. Okay, so to prevent this one, so implementation class is allowed to access but can't modify. So because it is final. Yes, Swaroop, are you getting? Okay, so that's all. Why it is the final, why it is the static, why it is the public, and so on, you should await that. That's why inside interface, okay, if I can take int x is equal to 10, if I can take public int x is equal to 10, okay, public int x is equal to 10, or static int x is equal to 10, static int x is equal to 10, or final int x is equal to 10, or public static int x is equal to 10, or static final int x is equal to 10, static final int x is equal to 10, or public public final int x is equal to 10. Next, public static final int x is equal to 10. Public static final int x is equal to 10. So do you know, for all these things, sir, all these are equal. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. all these things are equal. There is no difference at all the above, all these things are equal first. Of course, allowed inside interface, but all these things are equal, same. Whether you are taking like this or like this or like this or like this, all the things are always equal, same only. Any doubt? Okay. Now here there are some very important concepts are there. Every interface variable is always public. Is always public by default. If it is the public, by default is the public, sir. If it is the public, then private protected not allowed. Okay, remember explicitly private protected is not allowed, because you are telling that every interface variable is always public by default. Then already public, you can't use private and protected. Next, every interface variable is always do you know, sir, final is always static. It is no way related to object, because for interfaces you can create object. If you can't create object, serialization concept not applicable for interface variables. Remember this one, serialization concept not applicable for interface variables. If a serialization concept not applicable, because serialization concept applicable only for okay objects, but you can't create object for the interface. That's why serialization concept is not applicable. If serialization concept is not applicable, so there is no meaning of declaring transient. Remember this one, there is no meaning of declaring transient. So transient such type of thing is not applicable. Transient such type of thing is not applicable for interface variables. Next, so what is the next? Already final. Have you observed? Already final. Interface variable is already final. Final means constant. Already final. Final means constant. So now, so volatile is not allowed, sir. Volatile is not allowed. What is the reason for that is, do you know, in the last session very briefly I covered, whether you remember or not, if the value of a variable keep on changing, for every thread a separate copy if we require, then we have to make as volatile, correct, right? If the value of a variable keep on changing, then for every thread, if we want a separate copy, then we should declare that variable. Then we should declare that variable with the volatile. Okay, then we should declare that variable with the volatile. Okay, if the value of a variable keep on changing, then for every thread if you want separate copy, then we should declare that variable with the volatile. Remember this one, sir. Okay, one very important point. Now the point here is, sir, volatile means the value keep on changing. Final means the value never changes. That's why. So final volatile is illegal combination for variables, right? That's why it is already final. Volatile is not allowed to use. That's why for interface variable, these modifiers are not applicable. Is it clear for all of you, right? So for interface variable, these modifiers are not allowed. Remember, right? Okay. So now maybe a chance. Of course, here maybe a chance to ask, sir, this bit, sir. Which of the following declarations are allowed? Which of the following declarations are allowed? Following variable declarations are allowed. Declarations are allowed inside the interface. Which of the following variable declarations are allowed inside the interface? Like maybe a chance. Sir, the first one I'm taking, index is equal to 10. Index is equal to 10. I'm taking. Sir, second one I'm taking, public index is equal to 10. Public index is equal to 10. So third one I'm trying to take, okay, private index is equal to 10. Private index is equal to 10. Next, protected index is equal to 10. Like I'm taking, sir, protected index is equal to 10. Can you please tell which things are allowed inside interface, right? Of course, I'm not using transient and volatile because it's not required for certification. That's why. So can you please spell out which things are allowed? A is allowed, B is allowed, but private and protected, such type of terminology not applicable for interface variables. Any doubt? Yes. Are you in the position to understand this one? Very important point. Take a bit special care. Yeah. Swarup, you can ask the doubt, or otherwise, yeah, you can. One minute. Sir, protected member is accessible to outside of the package subclass, but that subclass, what is the modifier for that particular class? But that's for protected member is accessible to outside package in the subclasses, but to that class, what is the modifier for that particular class? What is the meaning of that? You are talking about child class, or you are talking about child class any modifier, no problem. But here we are not accessing that child class, we are accessing parent class protected member. Why protected? Swarup, you are talking about child class or parent class? Or you are talking about interface? I'm asking to the outside package subclass, what will be the modifier for that variable? Okay, compulsory it should be protected. If you want to access from outside package, outside package only in the child classes protected, or to every person public. To every person public, only for child classes protected. Sorry. Yeah. Next one more. Why interface method is not declared with the protected? Bhaskar. Now observe that. Sir, here just have a look once. I have one class is there. Sir, assume that I have one class test is there, sir. Assume this inside D colon Durga classes. Inside D colon Durga classes, test.java I'm trying to take, sir. Now here just observe carefully. 1 minute, maybe. Yeah, here just observe carefully. Someone, what you were down? I'm asking to the outside package subclass, what will be the modifier for that variable? So, if you want to access from outside of the package for any variable only for child classes, then that variable should be declared with the protected. A class member declared protected becomes a member of subclass of which type? Public member, private member, protected member, static member. So this type of thing was there in the old versions, but by default, but it is by default protected only. In the earlier versions, it is the private member. To the child class, it will become private member. Outside of the child class, we can't access. In the old versions, this type of thing is there. Yeah, that's what I told. In the old versions, this type of thing is there, but not now. Don't worry at all. Okay. So, protected member from outside package, it will be declared. It is by default will become private. So, just 1 minute. Let me cover Bhaskar out and then I will come again. Bhaskar, just observe this one. Class test I'm taking. Public static void main. Now I'm taking a member public int x is equal to 10. Can you please tell is it valid or not? Yes, Bhaskar, is it valid or not? Can you please observe public int x is equal to 10? Perfectly valid. We won't get any problem at all. So just java c test.java java test I'm trying to execute also perfectly itself is the java test I'm trying to execute perfectly itself is the valid, no problem at all as well. So now I want to declare with the protected. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Bhaskar, I want to declare with the protected. Is it valid or invalid? 100% pakka it is invalid. What the reason is? Already it is the public. Then why you are taking protected simultaneously? Okay, regarding already public. Why you are taking protected simultaneously? By mistake, if I'm taking, what will happen here is, observe that. Observe. So illegal combination of modifier, public and protected. Okay. So now apply the same concept for interface variable. Have you observed? Every interface variable by default already public. Whether we are declaring or not, already public. Then how you can use private or how you can use protected. That's why. So this protected is not allowed. Okay, clear. Next, one small thing I have to tell. So there is another doubt asked by Swarup here. Just observe that. Here I have a.java is there. Now observe carefully. Here I have protected int x is equal to 10 is there. Okay, it is the protected variable present inside a class. Swarup, observe this one. Next, I'm trying to take c.java. So now protected members are accessible. From outside package only in child classes. Only in child classes. Okay, like now, so the protected member accessible to B. Protected member accessible to B like this, right? Like accessible to B. Okay, right? So now this protected member, okay, will become protected variable. 1 minute, observe carefully. Sir, here protected variable x is there. It is present inside pack1. Next, this is the pack1.a. Here now my requirement is c is equal to new c. Maybe this point they are trying to test. System.out.println c.x. This is about the doubt. Can you please tell, is it possible or not? Swarup, that's what their intention. Are you getting that? Now where x is there inside a, x variable is there. Now sir, b is the child class of a. Next, c is the child class of b. It is the protected member. From outside package it is available only to the b class. Now from b, is it available to the c class or not? Okay, like now have a look once. What I'm trying to take, java c -d dot a dot java. A wise no problem at all. Maybe the problem may come with the c. Are you seeing? Yes, is it valid or not? Java pack2.c. Java pack2.c. Sir, what is the answer we are getting? 10. So in the old versions, what will happen is, sir, only in the child classes you can use outside package, and this variable will become private. To the next level child classes, this variable is not available. That was the problem in the old versions, but not in the newer version. If it is the private, you are not allowed to access to the next level child class. Observe that. But still you can access that variable in the next level child class. Means it is not private. So mostly maybe 1.3 or 1.4 like that. So in the old versions, maybe 1.1, 1.0 1.1, 1.2, maybe at that time this is. But in the newer versions, happily you can access even the next level child classes also. It's not private. Okay, even I saw this type of a bit protected variables from outside of the package available only in the child classes. Under these variables will become private variables. Yes, take very special care. Then answer. You can't answer because that is, the reason is it is related to the old version bit. Just select private something like that. But anyway, in the old version, so the bit is not perfect. It's not valid bit. Okay. Now, sir, here just so up to this, any doubt about this one? Can you please confirm? Every variable present inside interface is always public static final. As it's already public, private and protected modifiers we are not allowed. Any doubt? Can you please confirm all? Next, the very dangerous point I want to talk. That's why compulsory you people should aware. What is that point here is? Sir, here listen a bit carefully. Sir, most dangerous point. Okay, listen. Sir, have you remembered somewhere we covered every variable inside interface. Assume that it is interface there. Every variable inside interface is always public static final. Correct, right? Is always public static final, whether we are declaring or not. Next down, even this point also I covered. For static variable, JVM is always going to provide default values. JVM will provide default values, but for final variable, if a static variable declared as a final, then JVM won't provide default value. Compulsory, we should perform initialization explicitly. Have you remembered? Anyone? Yes, friends, have you remembered, right? Compulsory, we should perform initialization explicitly for static final. What is the rule? So before class loading completion, there is a rule is there, sir. So what is the rule we cover? Before class loading completion, for final static variables, we should perform initialization. Before class loading completion, we should perform initialization, right? Now my question is very dangerous point, very dangerous point. What that point is, listen carefully. So before class loading completion means two options I covered. At the time of declaration, second option inside, at the time of declaration, second option inside okay, static block, inside static block. Only two places are there to perform initialization for final static variable at the time of declaration or inside static block. Remember, right? But now my point is, for the interface concept, static block such type of story not applicable. By mistake, if you are taking static block inside interface, immediately you are going to get error. Just observe that. I'm trying to take static block inside interface. Yes, observe. Yes, have you observed? Initializers are not allowed in interfaces. So you can't perform initialization inside static block. Then where we can perform initializations are for interface variable. Compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly at the time of declaration. By mistake, if you are taking in the X, that's all. Compiler is ready to give left and right because this variable is already final static, but you are not performing initialization, so equal symbol expected, something like a compatibility we are going to get. Remember that very important point for the exam sake. Okay, inside interface, this type of declaration is not allowed. For every variable, compulsory we should perform initialization explicitly. Otherwise, compatibility we are going to get. Just observe this. Just observe this one. What is the answer? Equal symbol expected. This is the compatible method by default we are going to get. Any doubt? The most valuable point, sir. The most valuable point. Now here, just observe that. Consider the following code. Okay, which of the following is true? Which of the following is true? Okay, like I'm taking, sir. Sir, now for x, JVM will provide default value. JVM will provide default value. JVM will provide default value. Next, for x, JVM won't provide default value. JVM won't provide default value. Default value. JVM won't provide a default value. But we can perform initialization. Initialization inside a static block. We can perform initialization inside a static block. Inside a static block. Okay. Next, for x, JVM won't provide default value. But we can perform initialization inside implementation class. Okay. Next, sir, for x, JVM won't provide default value. Compulsory, we should perform initialization. Compulsory, we should perform initialization. Initialization at the time of declaration. At the time of declaration only. Okay, like that. Sir, can you please confirm which may be the correct answer in this case, friends? Sir, please confirm what the answer in this case. Sir, answer D. It's answer D. Yeah. D, but sir, B and C are same. No, can you please observe that? For x, JVM want to provide default value, but we can perform initialization inside static block. So static blocks are not allowed. But here we can perform initialization inside implementation class. No. So this is one important point. For interface variable, compulsory we should perform initialization at the time of declaration only. For interface variables, compulsory we should perform initialization. We should perform initialization at the time of declaration only. Otherwise we will get we will get compile time error. Okay, so please make sure you should aware these points. Compulsory for the exam is the very important point for the exam sake. Please make sure you should aware. Any doubt? Yes, friends, this is one important conclusion. Okay, like now my next question, very important, sir. Of course, this is so. Next point is also a bit important for us. What I'm trying to take is interface x is equal to 10. Sorry, int x is equal to 10. 1 minute. Int x. Okay, that's all. Someone is asking. Who asked this one? Int x is equal to 10. Bhaskar. Bhaskar is asking something like, can you please confirm is it valid or invalid? Okay, is it valid or invalid? Just observe that carefully. What is his doubt is int x comma x is equal to 10. Yes, friends, please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Okay, remember, sir, this statement is a declaration statement. You can take a declaration statements directly inside a class or inside interface. But this statement is the assignment statement. Assignment statement we have to take inside a method or inside a block or inside a constructor, something like within the class directly we can't take. Remember, that's why within the class assignment statements directly you can't take. Declaration and assignment you can take, no problem. But only assignment statement is not allowed. Compiler will give left and right. Have you observed, right? So here identifier expected something like, here the problem is coming. Bhaskar, you can't take like that. But usually if you are taking inside a method, assume that inside a method, sir, I'm taking public, okay. Here just observe that I'm taking default void m1 method. Default void m1 method I'm taking inside a method, because default methods are allowed inside interface. Default methods are allowed inside interface. Okay, what's the meaning of that I will discuss later, don't worry. Sir, can you please tell now, is it allowed or not? Now is it allowed or not? Please confirm. Inside a method, declaration statement is allowed and the initialization assignment statement is also allowed. Now observe, yes, we won't get any comparative method. Perfectly, this one is the valid. Okay, so inside a method you can take, but inside a class you can't take assignment statement directly. Okay, clear. Now the next thing, very important point I want to touch on. Take a bit special care. Index is equal to 10. I'm taking. So now observe, class test implements interrupt. Class test implements interrupt I'm taking. Okay, now my requirement is public static void main method, public static void main method, string array args. Okay, string array args. Okay, like that. Now my target is x is equal to 888. I'm trying to take next system.out.println of x. Please confirm, is it valid or invalid? I respond, is it valid or invalid? Invalid. Comparative method. What the reason for that is? What the reason for that? Interface variable by default available to the implementation class, but it is the final. We are allowed to access, but we are not allowed to modify. But we are allowed to. We can't modify. We can access. So if I can take like this, comparative method we will get. Okay, we can access interface variable. Sorry, by mistake. Here semicolon I have to take by mistake. Yeah. Here observe that what is the problem we are to get is, the problem is cannot assign a value to final variable x, because it's already final. How I can access, like this is the problem we are going to get. Comparative method, right? So means that inside interface, okay, inside interface variables can be accessed. Interface variables can be accessed from outside of the interface variables can be accessed from implementation class, but we can't modify, or we can't perform reassignment. We can't perform reassignment. We can't perform reassignment. Remember, what is the reason why we can't perform reassignment? The reason already you people should aware. Are you getting clear, right? Now the same example I'm trying to take with a small modification. What that modification is? Sorry, here index is equal to 10. Index is equal to 10. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Valid, because this variable is the interface variable. It is the local variable of main method. What is the problem? Okay, like don't get confused. It is the local variable, separate variable, right? I'm taking. Now no compile time error. Happily the code is going to compile. Happily the code is going to compile. Now let me run this code. Java tester. Yes, 888 itself is the answer. Okay, sometimes maybe this type of question also. Okay, option A. We will get compile time error. We will get compile time error. Compile time error, because we are reassigning. We are performing reassignment for x. We are performing reassignment for the x. Okay, next second one, we will get compile time error because x we can't declare, it's already available. We will get compile time error because x is already available and we can't declare, because x is already available. X is already available and we can't declare, we can't declare. X is already available and we can't declare again. Okay, like next third one, sir, no comparative error at all, sir. Output results is 888. Okay, sir, I will convert into meaningful, don't worry. So 888 itself is the answer. That's all. Any doubt about this? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends. Okay, any doubt about these things? So interface variables we can access from implementation class. Interface variables we can access from implementation class, but we can't. But we can't modify. But we can't perform reassignment. Okay, like. But if you want, you can declare same variable in the implementation class. No problem at all. So can you please confirm any doubt about this terminology? Yes, friends. Can I go for next one? Yeah. Here just observe one more very important concept. Very important concept in the next level. Of course, maybe a chance of this type of questions for the exam. Please take a bit special care. Intraphase variable naming conflicts. Intraphase variable naming conflicts. Naming conflicts. Most valuable, sir, for the exam sake. Please observe carefully. So now my question is, here method naming conflicts, let me talk first, and then I will go for variable naming conflicts. Suppose I have two interfaces are there. Okay, two interfaces are there. Interface left, interface right, interface left interface contain a method public void m1 method. Interface right also contain interface right also contain public void m1. Okay, interface public void m1. If two interfaces contain a method with the same signature and the same return type, remember this one, same signature and the same return type, return type. Okay, now my question is, 1 minute please. please. Sir, here the next thing, the most valuable, very important concept. Sorry, I was in the call. The most valuable, important point here. Just observe. Class test implements left comma right, left comma right. Okay, I'm taking. Now my target is in the implementation class. For how many methods we have to provide implementation? Anyone, can you please tell? Most valuable thing. Most valuable thing. For in the implementation class, for how many methods I have to provide implementation? For only one method implementation is enough. Okay. Now the left person is coming. Oi, where is my M1 method? Then immediately I will ask, Arey, what is your M1 method declaration? What is your method declaration? Like sir, public void M1, public void M1. Okay, now Arey, this is your implementation. Like I can show. Now right person is coming. Oi, where is my implementation? Where is my implementation? Why, what is your requirement? Public void M1. Now public void M1. Now public void M1. Yes, perfect. Are you getting? There is no conflict at all. Happily, sir, this one is going to be accepted. So the same implementation will act yes for the left and for the right, no problem at all. Any doubt? Bhaskar? Some people are feeling it is invalid. Some people are feeling it is invalid. 100% pakka it is valid. No problem at all. Okay. Now observe Java C tester.java. Perfectly itself is valid, including Java 11 version also. Okay, like so. If two interfaces contain, if two interfaces contain a method with the same method with the same signature and the return type and the same return type, then in the implementation class, we have to provide implementation for only one method. Okay, remember that. So this is perfectly valid. We never going to get any problem at all. Remember this one, sir. So some people may feel, okay, it is invalid. It is invalid because we provided implementation for only one method, but not two. For only one method, but not two. Okay, like some people may feel. Okay, so this one is the perfectly valid. Don't worry at all. Are you getting right? So is it valid or not? Please confirm. Is it valid or not? Yes, valid. So it is invalid. It is valid. No problem at all. It is valid. Same method acts as implementation for both the interfaces. Same method implementation. Implemented method. Same method acts as implementation. Same method in test class. Acts as implementation for both interfaces. Can you please tell what is the answer? Please respond. What the answer? We are going to get yes to. Are you getting right? Yes to itself is the answer, because same thing is going to be X like. Now my next one, public void M1, public int M1. Now observe. Sorry. 1 minute. Public void M1. Here second method int I. Okay. Now public void M1, public int M1, public void M1 int I. Okay, like public void M1 of int I. Okay, like can you please confirm? Is it valid or invalid? Respond, friends. Is it valid or invalid? So valid. Valid because inside a class two methods with the same name and a different argument type. These methods are called, okay, these methods are called overloaded methods. Are you getting? Overloaded methods. Within a class, overloaded methods is applicable. Okay, remember it carefully. If two interfaces contain a method with the same name but different arguments. Okay, now observe this scenario right there. Okay, now have a look once. If two interfaces, if two interfaces, okay, contains a method, if two interfaces contain a method with the same name but different argument type, with the same name but different argument types, then in the implementation class, we have to provide implementation for both methods. We have to provide implementation for both methods, and these methods acts as overloaded methods. Are you getting? So perfectly, this one is valid. You never going to face any problem at all, sir. Is it valid or not? Oi, can you please confirm? Yes. Okay, next. So if two interfaces in the implementation class, we have to provide implementation for both methods, and these methods acts as overloaded methods. Okay, that's all. Next, what is the next thing we have to take care is, sir, public void m1. Okay, now listen carefully. Public void m1. Here, public int m1. Can you please tell? So in the implementation class, for how many methods we have to provide implementation? Yes, most valuable things. Can you please tell, in the implementation class, for how many methods I have to provide implementation? Okay, sir, in this case, it is okay, sir. Yet here just assume that inside a test class, inside a test class, okay, which thing we have to, sir, to make this code is valid, to compile successfully this code, inside a test class, how many methods we have to provide implementation to compile this class successfully, this code successfully? To compile this code successfully in the implementation class, okay, to compile this code successfully in the implementation class, which of the following, in the implementation class, how many methods we have to implement? Which methods we have to implement? Yeah, public void m1. We have to implement this method. Which methods we have to implement? Public int m1. Next, C, public void m1 and public int m1. Both we have to implement. Both public void m1, public int m1. Both methods we have to provide implementation. Of course, the D option is eagerly waiting for you people. What the answer we are going to get? Please confirm. For how many methods we have to provide implementation? Yes. Rakesh, what about remaining people? You Amit? Yes. For how many methods we have to provide implementation? Okay. So take very special care, sir. Take very special care about this one. So here what is the answer? Last one. It is impossible. It is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. It is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously, and it is always compatible. Okay, that's all. So the answer is a D. Okay, remember this one. You can't. So you can't provide implementation for only one method. If I can take public void M1, immediately compatible method you are going to get. Array, vary this method. Like now observe this. Now observe compatible method we are getting. Compatible method we are getting. Test is not abstract and does not override abstract method. M1 does not override abstract method M1 in right interface method you didn't implement, like it is telling the error. Okay, now I'm trying to take int M1 return 10, int M1 return 10, then immediately it will complain about left interface method. Okay, now observe, immediately it's going to talk about left interface method. Test is not abstract and does not override M1 method in left. Okay, now I'm trying to take okay, left, both methods I want to implement. Public void M1 method like this. Immediately, okay, compiler will give left and right. What the reason is, M1 is already declared. Why you are redeclaring again? M1 is already declared. Why you are redeclaring again? Inside a class, two methods with the same signature is not allowed. Within the same class, two methods with the same signature not allowed. Okay, like immediately compatible method we are going to get. Now observe this one. Error method M1 is already defined in class test. Okay, is already defined in class test. Like a compatible method we are going to get. Okay, return typing is not compatible. Okay, here some is already defined in the class test. So no way to implement these two interfaces simultaneously. Then only solution for left one separate class, for a right another separate class is the solution. Remember that. Sir, some people may feel, sir, provide only one method here, provide only one method here, and declare the class as abstract, and in the child class we can implement subtest, extends test. In the child class we can implement like this. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Yes, friends. Is it valid or invalid? This one is also invalid. Invalid. What is the problem? This one is also invalid, sir. What is the problem here is, the problem is, here just observe that. Here we are trying to override. Because parent class and child class methods having the same name, then we are trying to override. Remember, while overriding, return types must be compatibility is there. But here void, int, the return types are not compatible. That's why immediately error we are going to get. Now observe that error we are going to get. M1 in subtest cannot override. M1 in subtest cannot implement M1 in left or something like that. So here we are going to get the problem. So it is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously. So very dangerous point. Any doubt? Friends, can you please confirm? Okay. Now I have one small thing. How many people aware this point? Covariant return types concept. Have you ever heard about this one? Covariant return types. Covariant return types concept. Okay, this is the concept which came in 1.5 version of Java. 1.5 version, 5 version enhancement. This one. What is the meaning of this one? What the meaning of this one is? Now very simple, sir. Suppose assume parent class method. I have class parent is there. Parent class contain one method is there, sir. Public object m1 is there. Okay, return null. Okay, assume because it is the return type is there. Okay. Now my question is, now take very special care about this one. Now my question is, sir, class C extends P. Class C extends P. I want to override this method. While overriding, the return types must be same. While overriding, the return types must be same. This rule applicable until 1.5 version only. Until 1.4 version. Remember that. The return types must be same while overriding. This rule is applicable until 1.4 version only. But from 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types are allowed. Covariant return types are allowed. What is the meaning of covariant return type? Child class method return type need not be same as parent class method return type. Its child types also allowed. Sir, for the object, child type string buffer, integer, like you can take, no problem at all. If the parent method object, but child class method return type, you can take as the string also, itself is acceptable. What is the answer we are going to get here is perfect. It is a valid, sir. Valid. You never going to face any problem at all if I compile this code. If I compile this code, yes, we never going to get any problem at all. Now let me cross check. Java C p.java. Valid. This facility came in which versions are 1.5 version onwards. Remember, this is called covariant return types concept. Perfectly itself is valid, sir. Don't keep any doubt at all. It is a valid like it is a valid, sir. Now, why I'm telling this one is, here parent method return type is the object, but the child method return type is the string. String is there, sir. Now, can I take this one? Is it acceptable or not? Please confirm. Is it valid or not? Yes, it is valid. We are not having any problem here. What is the reason for that is, now the parent is coming. Oi, my requirement is object, public object m1. Array, no problem. This one is the compatible for you. Because while overriding, return type we can take covariant. Object and the string, no problem at all. Next, right person is coming. Array, my requirement is public string m1. Array, public string m1. Public string m1. What is the problem? Public string m1. What is the problem, right? Sir, now here perfectly valid. Observe that. Are you facing any compatible error? Are you seeing any error? No. So, sir, don't feel if the return types are different, then you implement both interfaces simultaneously. No. If the return types are covariant, then happily you can take no problem at all. There should be a relation. Covariant means there should be a relation, and we should take only child. Remember that covariant return type should be child type only. By mistake, if you are taking object, okay, no. But parent is the string, but child is the object. Immediately error we are going to get. Now observe. Are you seeing? Okay. So take very special care about this one, sir. If it is a string itself is a valid. If it is a string itself is a valid, but if it is the object itself is invalid. Okay, if I can say it is object, okay, here it is the object, then invalid. Compile time error we are going to get. Any doubt? Please confirm. String and employee, then what will happen is covariance is not there between string and employee. It is always compile time error. Object is invalid. Sir, here covariant return type concept. Just aware. Don't get confused. Swarup, don't get confused. In the covariant return type, the child method return type must be either same or child type of method return type. This is called covariant return type. Child method return type must be either same or child type of parent method return type. This is called covariant return type. Getting right? The problem here is if you are taking object, now leftwise no problem at all. Leftwise no problem at all. But what about right? What about right? Right here string is there, but here you are taking object. That is the problem. Sure. Okay, well, so that's all. This area you have to take a bit very special care. Of course, in overriding we have to talk about this, but anyway, if you aware this, then it will be good. Okay, next one more here. Just observe that. Yeah, correct. Parent to child possible, but not from child to parent. Correct. Here have you observed? This line is more meaningful. The child method return type must be either same or child type of parent method return type. Okay. Next, one more thing I want to talk. So take very special care. Do you know here throws IO exception? Throws IO exception. Throws exception. I'm taking. Sir, I want to take a public void M1. M1 throws which thing we can take? Can you please confirm? Which thing we have to take? When I sing covariant concept applicable only for return types, not for throws. When I covariant concept applicable only for return types, not for throws keyword. Yeah. How many people can answer this? Based on that, I can expect your subject level, especially in exception handling. I'm telling something. Answer. Okay, just need not be correct. I'm feeling A may be correct. Maybe B may be correct. Next, maybe D may be correct. How many people can accept my answer? Yes, friends. You didn't accept. Nagateja, excellent. What about remaining people? No. Swaroop also. Good. Okay. What you can? So, just I provided answers also. Can you please analyze? And can you please came up with the requirement? I mean, came up with the clarification. 100% pakka my answers are correct, whether you are accepting or not. Whether you are accepting or not, my answers are perfectly correct. Try to execute. Okay. Try to execute, and think about the reasons for that. Assignment, not assignment. I asked you to find the reason for a particular option. How many people identified the reason and what are correct answers? Whether my answers are correct or not, I hope you can decide. Yes, sir, these answers are correct. Yes, friends. Okay, my answers are correct or not. I didn't execute yesterday this one, but yes. What is the reason for that? What is the reason for that? Okay, here just take a bit very special care. Yes, Swarup, correct. Okay, so do you know the people who aware exception handling? There is one concept is there named with checked exceptions, unchecked exceptions, checked exceptions and unchecked exceptions. I hope there is most of the people are having basic idea about this part. Checked exception and unchecked exception. Sir, there is unchecked exceptions, like there is a concept is there. Okay, anyway, in exception handling I will discuss in detail, but before, compulsory you people should aware checked exception and unchecked exception. Okay, you should have clarity among these. Remember this, of course. Here if you consider our diagram of Java exception hierarchy. So do you know throwable is there? Throwable class contain two child classes. One is exception class, the second one is error class. Error class, remember. Next, under exception we have runtime exception is there. Under exception we have runtime exception is there. Next term, interrupted exception is there. IO exception is there. Okay, interrupted exception, IO exception. Okay, like in multiple exceptions are there. Under runtime exception, under runtime exception, do you know arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, null pointer arithmetic exception? Next, null pointer exception, like multiple child classes are there. Just a very basic idea. The remaining people. So now among these things, do you know which are checked and which are unchecked? As of now, just aware runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes are unchecked. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. Yes, sir, this part, runtime exception and its child classes, runtime exception and its child classes, Next, error and its child classes are unchecked. Unchecked. Sir, except that all the remaining things are checked exceptions. Just a basic idea. So exception is a checked exception. IO exception is a checked exception. Interrupted exception is a checked exception. Remember this one, sir. So except the runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes, sir, all the remaining are by default considered as checked exceptions, right? Okay, remember that. Remember, just aware in exception handling, we will discuss in detail. Don't worry at all, sir. Okay, sir, here a runtime exception and its child classes, exception and its child classes are checked exceptions. Are unchecked, except that the remaining things by default considered as unchecked exceptions, right? Now my question is, yes, observe our example. In our example, I use IO exception. Is it checked or unchecked? Please confirm. I use IO exception. Checked or unchecked? According to our discussion, checked. Exception, checked. Arithmetic exception, unchecked. Interrupted exception, unchecked. Checked. Interrupted exception, checked. Now only arithmetic exception is the unchecked, right? Now here just observe the here interrupted exception, IO exception are child classes of exception. Okay, but there is no relation between this one and this one. Interrupted exception is the different exception, IO exception is the different exception, right? There is no relation at all. Remember, right? Okay. So now related to overriding, in the oops concept related overriding, there is one important point is there. What is that important? What is that important conclusion? There is one important point or conclusion is there. What is that point is? Now observe very carefully about this one. So in overriding, okay, so overriding, so interface and the implementation class, this concept is also purely considered as overriding only. Remember, sir, this one under this concept also purely considered as overriding, because we are implementing means non-abstract method, we are overriding as a non-abstract method. Yes, in overriding, if a child class method throws any checked exception, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent, the same checked exception or its parent. Remember this one, sir. So in overriding, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Remember this one, sir. Sir, just this line is very important even in OOPS concept also, related to OOPS questions also. You in the overriding, yeah, related to this point, you will see multiple questions, sir. Yes, observe carefully. Can you please, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Remember this one. So that is a child class method throws a keyword applicable either parent class checked exception or its child classes, right? Okay. Any doubt about this line? Don't get confused, please. If you are having any confusion, please let me know. Yes, friends, can you please confirm? Any doubt about this one? Of course. Yes, any doubt about this one? Can you please confirm? In overriding, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Remember, right? Of course. Now here, just based on this point, now observe this one. So here, this is about my code. this is my code. Okay, here this is my code. In the child class, now I'm taking first option. Now I'm trying to take first option. I'm trying to take, sir. Now observe carefully. Now my first option is at line 1 in the child class. Can I take this method or not? This is the first doubt. Okay, this is the first one. Can you please confirm? Is it acceptable or not? Is it acceptable or not? What is our rule? Better to read twice or thrice. Then you people can feel more comfortable. Sir, in overriding, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. If the child class method doesn't throw any checked exception, then we are not required to worry. Okay, like next, there are no restrictions. There are no restriction for unchecked exceptions. For unchecked exceptions, there are no restrictions for unchecked exceptions. Remember this one, sir. In overriding, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. There are no restrictions for unchecked exception. Unchecked exception, parent can throw, child can throw, no issue at all. Perfectly, it is going to work. Okay, remember, right? Now let me execute. Let me go for this one. Sir, here take a bit very special care about this one. Now my question is, public void m1 throws IO exception like that. So child class method doesn't throw any checked exception, then we are not required to worry whether parent is throwing or not throwing. So perfectly, this one is acceptable. Now if you want, let me compile this code here. Just let me compile this code, sir. I'm taking Java C test.java. So don't keep any doubt at all. Perfectly, the code is going to be compiled fine. 1 minute. There is a small problem with respect to IO exception. Import statement must be required. Import java.io.io exception. Okay, like this line is just import because we are using IO exception. We are using IO exception, but we didn't import that. That's why. Okay, don't worry. It is not part of our concept. Okay, assume that in the exam, assume import statements are available already. Okay, now have a look once, sir. Java C test.java. Perfect. So we are not seeing any compile error at all. So means this implementation is the valid, no problem at all. Now second one I'm taking. So option A is the perfect. Next, the second option I'm taking, sir. Now have a look once, sir. Now have a look once, sir. Sir, this is about public void m1 throws IO exception like this I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Why respond? Is it valid or not? Sir, here if you observe, what is our rule? What is our rule? If a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Should throw the same checked exception or its parent. This is. So child class method throws IO exception. Compulsory parent class method should throw the same IO exception or its parent. Okay, let me consider this parent. This parent throws exception. Boss, it is the parent. So this one is acceptable. Yes, it is a valid implementation only. Next, here throws IO exception. IO exception is the same exception. Yes, for this also this implementation is going to be satisfied. That's why. So this one is also acceptable. We never going to get any error at all. Beautiful point. Here observe carefully. Yes, we are not seeing any error. Next, third one. Okay, third one. This is the third. Okay, now third one may be, yes, not maybe. Compiler is ready to give left and right. What is the reason? Can you please tell why the problem is going to come? Okay, right implementation, there is no problem at all. Right implementation, no problem at all. Because, sir, here exception, here also exception, no issue at all. But what is our rule? What is our rule? If child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Should throw the same checked exception or its parent. But here child class method throws parent exception, but parent class method throws a child exception, which is invalid. We have to reverse this, which is invalid. That's why the problem here is with respect to left, it is not proper implementation. Okay, now have a look once compiler is ready to give left and right. Okay, now what is that error? M1 in test cannot implement M1 in left. Have you observed the problem with the left only? There is no problem with the right. Okay, what is the reason for that? Overridden method does not throw exception. Overridden method means parent class method. Parent class method doesn't throw exception. Remember this one. Parent class method doesn't throw exception. So this is overridden means parent. Parent class method doesn't throw exception. That's why the problem is coming. Okay, now here third one is not there in our answers list. Sir, now D I'm trying to take, sir. Can you please tell if the D is valid or invalid? Please confirm. D is valid or not? Oi, Bhaskar, D is valid or not? Yes, valid. What is the reason for that is? What the reason is? Sir, as per our diagram, okay, runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes are unchecked. Runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes are unchecked. Except these remaining things are checked. Except these remaining things are checked, sir. Except these remaining things are checked. Okay, so for unchecked, no restrictions at all. Bhaskar, remember, arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, or child classes of runtime exception which are unchecked. For unchecked exceptions, no restrictions. Have you remember, sir? Here there are no restrictions for unchecked exceptions. Clear, right? Now here child class method throws unchecked exception. If the child class method throws any checked exception, then I have to worry. If the child class method throws any unchecked exception, why I have to worry? Happily the code. Okay, now just I'm trying to take. Let me compile this code. Perfectly the code is going to compile. Don't keep any doubt at all. Yes, friends, that's all. So clear for all of you, right? Any explanation is required? Okay, so this is next. Observe that carefully. What is the last one, sir? Public void throws interrupted exception. Dangerous point. Public void throws interrupted exception. Public void throws interrupted exception. Now observe this a bit very carefully. Invalid. Because interrupted exception is the checked exception. Now the with respect to right, what is our rule, sir? If a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Okay, with respect to right, no problem at all, because it is the child, it is the parent. Parent class method throws parent only, child class method throws a child only, no issue at all. Next, the problem with the left only. Okay, left throws IO exception. IO exception. So here it throws interrupted. So it is the new exception. It is the new checked exception. So this interrupted exception doesn't throw by left interface M1 method. That's why this one is invalid. So the problem is with respect to left. This is so this method is not implementing left interface method. Now observe a bit very carefully about this terminology, right? What is the answer we are going to get? Immediate error we are getting. Doesn't throw overridden method, doesn't throw interrupted exception. This is the error we are going to get. Can you please confirm any doubt about this terminology? Respond, friends. Any explanation is required? So which answers are correct? A, B, D. So at this point, why I'm bringing to the beginning, actually this is the point related to oops concept related to what exception handling, but still why I'm bringing this concept is the most valuable important point for the exam. Remember that multiple questions you can expect based on this point. So, but anyway, keep this point in your mind very strongly. If the change class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. Remember this one. This is but no restrictions for unchecked exceptions. Swarup answer is correct. Clear, right? Any doubt? All these loopholes are there related to only, do you know, interface naming, method naming conflicts. We started somewhere. Interface method naming conflicts. So in some cases, it is impossible to resolve. I told already, right? It is impossible to resolve. Best example here, you can't implement. Yes, these two interfaces simultaneously. But so it is impossible to implement both interfaces simultaneously, and it's always compile time error. Okay, like next, there is one concept, covariant return type concept came in the 1.5 version. Okay, just I told some examples already there. Okay, now my next thing, method variable naming conflicts, variable naming conflicts I want to discuss. Okay, like interface variable naming conflicts. Just I want to talk about this one. Very dangerous deep level knowledge and remembering is a bit difficult. Nothing, a small point, man. Why you are unable to remember what there inside? So kids also can remember. Sorry, don't feel it's a difficult. if you feel it is difficult, it's always difficult. If you feel it is easy, let it remember, then everything will become easy. Just based on simple our attitude only. Simply based on our attitude only, the things are going to work. Yes, remember, just we should not use difficult, next sad, problem, such type of words we should not use in our life. Hurry, everything is the problem. Then his life is total problems only. Hurry, nothing happy. Then his life is always happy. Because small things will come. We can solve. Why we have to worry about each and every problem? Okay. So don't use the words difficult, problem, very sad. These type of words we should not use. We should not remember. There is one. Do you know? There is one saying is there somewhere in the social media. Is a beautiful saying, sir. Do you know? If the doctor is going to give tablet, usually the tablet we won't eat, correct, right? We won't eat. We will what we call mingata nemantam. What that in English? What is the word? Mingata, swallow or something like that. We will tablets. Swallow, right? Yes. Okay. So tablets usually we will swallow. Okay. We will swallow. What here we won't eat. Okay. Manam etla ante manam pallato with our teeth we won't eat tablets. Why? What is the problem? If I eat the tablets, or if I what we call with my teeth, or otherwise if I chew, what will happen? Can you please what is the problem? Correct, Bhaskar. We are not we won't chew, or we won't bite the tablets. Okay, what is the reason? What is the reason? Because most of the tablets are always bitter in taste. Correct, right? Bitter in taste. Okay, then we may get sometimes maybe we may get vomiting also if most of the. So that's why what we have to take compulsory, we have to what we have to eat, we have to take tablet, just we have to swallow tablet, that's all. Okay, our tongue should not touch that tablet. Okay, our tongue should not touch that tablet, because it is always bitter in the taste. Correct, right? Yes, usually everyone is doing the same. I hope in your life, if hundreds of times you took some tablets or something, like everyone at least a few times, everyone having the experience. So from this, one good lesson one person told. Okay, so here, do you know what that person told is? So this one is going to provide a beautiful what we call lesson. Okay, suppose if I will give mango, then what you are going to do? Are you going to eat mango, or are you going to swallow mango? Can you eat mango or swallow? What you will do, sir? We will eat. We will enjoy each and every piece of that mango. Okay. So in the mouth only, just we will eat very pleasantly, happily. We can eat. We never going to swallow, because we have to taste that mango. Mango is the very good taste. Now observe a bit very carefully, sir. So if in our life the problems, sad, very bad situations, some are there, problems are there, whatever the bad situations we faced in our life, we never allowed sir to tell. Okay, we never allowed to tell. So those things should be swallowed just like tablets. Remember this one. But happy moments are there in our life. Remember that, just like mango, happy moments are there in our life. Those are things only we have to memorize. Remember, right? Okay, bitter things in our life we have to swallow. We should not tell. Like if happiest moments are there in our life, then we have to tell. We have to remember those things. Remember that. Okay, so our life will become very happy. Okay, if you keep on talking about your bitter experiences, bitter problems, your life also will become bitter only. Remember that. Good example. Somewhere I saw this one. Okay, so just observe this. Okay, now, so Swarup, now the concept is easy concept or difficult concept? Is this overriding rule is the easy or difficult? Don't tell difficult. It's very easy. Okay, like now just observe carefully the next important point. Interface variable naming conflicts. Okay, what is the meaning of variable naming conflicts? Very simple, sir. Sir, do you know two interfaces can contain a variable with the same name? Array, two interfaces are there. Okay, first interface contain int x is equal to 888. Int x is equal to 888 is there. Or string s is equal to left arm taking. String s is equal to left arm taking. So here in the right interface also, string s is equal to right, like this I'm taking, sir. So left and right is there, right? Now my question is, okay, in the implementation class, public static void main string array args. Now I'm trying to system.out.println. Here just observe that system.out.println. Okay, yes, I'm trying to take. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Yes, friends, is it valid or invalid? Respond. Is it valid or invalid? This one is invalid. Because the problem is, so it is left having yes variable, right is also having yes variable, then system.out.println of yes. So consider the following code. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Okay, here what is the result? Okay, what is the result? Like this I'm taking. Now the answer is, okay, left, because left came first, but the answer is right because the right came last. Okay, see, compilation fails. Okay, D option, an exception is thrown at the runtime. Okay, like, sir, can you please confirm Among all these things, which is the correct answer, sir? The correct answer is answer C. Okay, compilation fails. What is the reason? What is the reason for that? The reason for that is, do you know, it is always because S is available from both. Which is ambiguity problem? Reference to S is ambiguous. Reference to S is ambiguous. Like we will get naming conflict. If it is the variable naming conflict, naming conflict, then it is possible to solve. Remember this one, sir. It is possible to solve. Because how you can just observe that if two interfaces contains a variable with the same name, a variable with the same name, then in the implementation class we can't access directly. Then in the implementation class we can't access directly. Directly. Otherwise we will get compile time error. Otherwise we will get compile time error because of ambiguity problem. Because of ambiguity problem. So we should access by using interface name. We should access by using interface name, because the reason is, do you know, these are static variables, right? These are every variable present inside interface is always static. Every variable present inside interface is always static. That's why these are static variables, right? That's why string s is equal to left, string s is equal to right. Okay, like I'm taking now, instead of s, what I will take is, okay, here here just I'm trying to take s dot left, s dot left, s dot right. Sorry, left dot yes. Next right dot yes. I'm trying to take right dot yes. Now perfectly, okay, this one is going to work, sir. Left dot yes, right dot yes. Okay, perfectly. This one is going to work. If I comment this line, then definitely, so in the first case we will get left, in the second case we will get right. I don't think it is a big new point. Just anyway, just you should aware, because maybe a chance to ask in the exam. Okay, left and right. Are you in the position to understand, right? Yes, friends. Okay, here just line 1 just for that. So line 2 I'm taking the same example only. Line 3 I'm trying to take, sir. Line 3 like this I'm trying to take. Okay, now my requirement is here, 1 minute, sir. Int x is equal to 888, int y is equal, int x is equal to 888, int y is equal to 999. Just I'm changing the variable, beyond that nothing, sir. Here x, next x. That's all. So not required to keep the same. If the interface contains the same string value, even same string value also we will get error. Here because of the name we are getting error, not because of value. Bhaskar, getting right? Okay, just here just observe carefully, right? Sir, among these, which line causes compile time error? Okay, in this consider the following code. Which line causes compile time error? Which line causes compile time error? Okay, like sir, only line 1, line 2, line 3, like I will take, sir. Sir, what may be the answer in this case? Okay, forget about all the remaining changes. I will do that. Sir, only line 1 causes compile time error. Line 3 now. Only line 1 causes compile time error. Left dot x, right dot x, perfectly valid, right? Left dot x, right dot x. What is the problem with that? Perfectly, these things are valid. Only line 1 causes compile time error. There is no x in right. Oh, sorry, yeah. x, sorry, x. Both variables are x only. Both are x. If if it is the different, if it is the different, then where is the problem? Nothing. Any doubt? Okay, that's all. This is about the interface variable naming conflicts. Interface variable naming conflicts and the interface method naming conflicts, like you should aware, sir. Okay, now next thing what I have to discuss for you people, right? Okay, so that's all. Almost do you know declarations and access modifiers got completed, friends? Okay, nothing is there in the remaining. Just that's all. These are the things what you people should aware. But related to interface methods, related to these things, you can get a number of questions for the exam sake. Remember that. So import statement, import statement, yes, import statement we have. Import statement, abstract modifier. Next and after that interfaces. From this area, you people are going to get a number of questions for the exam. That's why please give special concentration about abstract class, interface, like these kind of things. Almost beautifully we covered each and every point related to that interfaces concept. Okay, can I go for next subtopic? Okay, can I go for next subtopic? Yes, friends. Okay, just wait for a minute. So related to interfaces, I hope you are not having any doubt at all. Okay, now just there are small concept I want to introduce for you people. Okay, very important concept. Okay, what that concept is, just Vishnu is asking. Yes, if yes does not conflict with inherited variable in child class. Yeah, Vishnu's doubt is, if the parent class and child class contain a variable with the same name, is it possible or not? Yes, just like a method of overriding. So variable overriding is going to be happen, but that concept is called shadowing. Remember that. So we are not having any conflict at all. So on the child reference, if you are accessing a variable, then the child variable will come. On the parent reference, if you are accessing a variable, then the parent variable will come. Vishnu, get the point? Yes, Vishnu. Okay. Now the next thing I want to talk very important point for you people. Just aware default methods concept. Okay, because you are planning for Java 8 version, Java 11 version, compulsory enhanced features also you should aware, friends. Default methods concept, sir, which came default methods in interfaces. Default methods in interfaces, which version feature Java 1.8 version feature. This is the new feature what we have. Okay, this is the new feature, right? Okay, default methods. So most of the people having wrong perception about the default methods. Why these default methods came in the picture, sir? So do you know, until 1.7 version, every method present inside until 1.7 version. Remember this, until 1.7 version, 7 version, every method present inside interface is always public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Okay, until 1.7 version, every method present inside interface is always public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. Okay, remember this one. Next, similarly, every variable declared inside interface, every variable, this is about methods. Okay, methods are public and abstract, whether we are declaring or not. So similarly, every variable declared inside interface is always public, static, and a final. Of course, in up to Java 11 also same. There is no difference at all. But here there are multiple changes came. So in Java 8 version, from Java 8 version onwards, okay, we can declare concrete methods also in inside interface. From 1.8 version onwards, we can declare concrete methods. We can declare concrete methods also inside interface. Concrete methods also inside interface. Okay, concrete methods also inside interface. So which are default, we can declare default concrete methods inside interface, friends. Remember this one. We can declare default concrete methods inside interface. Okay, like what is the purpose and why these things came in the picture, that part I will discuss. Don't worry at all, sir. Default concrete methods happily we can take inside interface, and these methods also known as defender methods. Are you getting right? What is the word? Defender methods, also known as defender methods. Remember, sir, what is the meaning of defender? Anyone? General English meaning I'm asking. What is the general English meaning of defender? Please confirm. Yo, open the dictionary and at least try to find. Defender, to defense. Defender means, do you know the person who is going to save? Are you getting? Defender means the person who is going to save. Okay, like yes, save. That person is called defender. Okay, so defender means saver, the person who is going to savior is by default considered the defender. Right? Now my question is here, just observe these methods also known as defender methods, right? Okay. Next, so why the word defender? That part I will discuss. First, you should be aware. Okay, what is the default method? How you can declare default method? Very simple, sir. We can declare default method with a default keyword. Remember this one. Most of the people are going to feel a default modifier, but the default modifier is the different, default keyword is the different. Remember that, right? Okay, if I declare a method with the default, don't feel that it is the default modifier. No. Default keyword explicitly we are using. Somewhere inside the switch statement, we use a default or not. Inside the switch of x, okay, like case 1, like case 2, like at last we are going to take a default, correct or not? So here default I use it just like a keyword. Don't feel it is the default modifier. No, default modifier is the different, default keyword is the different. Same way, here we can declare methods with the default keyword. Such type of methods are called default methods. Remember, right? Okay, default void m1 like this I'm taking. Now system.out.println, just this is the default method, right? System.out.println, it is the default method. Remember, right? Of course, what is the purpose and so on, we will discuss in detail. You are not required to worry at all. Friends, are you in the position to understand what is the meaning of default method? I mean, how to declare default method, right? So now just observe that. observe that here interface intraf I'm taking, intraf I'm taking here default void m1. Okay, system.out.println, this is a default method. It is the default method, like this I'm taking, sir. Now take a bit very special care about this one, sir. Sir, now interface default method, okay, by default available to the implementation class. Interface default method by default available to implementation class. Okay, tester t is equal to new tester. Tester t is equal to new tester. T dot m1 I'm taking. T dot m1. Tester t is equal to new tester. T dot m1. Perfectly, this one is valid. Don't keep any doubt at all. Are you getting perfectly? This one is the valid. Don't keep any doubt at all, sir. Yes, valid. Happily, the code is going to work. So, interface default methods by default available to the implementation classes. Remember this one, sir. Like by default available to the implementation class. If the implementation class want then it is allowed to use no problem at all. Friends, how to declare default method? Next, how you can call default method inside in the child classes or not? Any doubt about this one? Can you please confirm? Okay, well, now, sir, internal reason why these methods came. Okay, this part I want to discuss for you people, right? Now, internal reason. Just take very special care. This one is the very important, sir. Default methods, also known as, what is the other word? Just now I told. What is the other word? Other word? Defender methods. Defender methods. Okay, are virtual extension methods. Remember that. Virtual extension methods. Virtual extension methods. Default methods, also known as defender methods, are virtual extension methods. Sir, why these default methods concept came in the 1.8 version? If you know the reason, really it is a two good features. What the reason for that is? Just observe this one. I have one interface is there. Now listen very carefully, sir. I have one interface is there, sir. Now this interface implemented by, I have some interface is there. In this interface, almost around 10 methods are there. 10 methods are there, sir. Assume that this interface, sir. If I have interface, how many implementation classes are there? Can you please confirm? Please, how many implementation classes are there? For the interface, usually how many implementation classes are there? Any number. Suppose here, assume that, sir, there are multiple implementation classes are there. Okay, 100 implementation classes are there, sir. Class test one, implements interf. Then assume that how many methods compulsory this person should provide implementation? 10 methods. He should provide implementation compulsory. Okay, he should provide implementation for 10 methods. Next time after that I'm taking test 2. Okay, assume that the test 2 again 10 methods. Like now here I'm taking, okay, assume that the test 100, like this I'm trying to take test 100, like 100 implementation classes are there. But every implementation class provided implementation for the 10 methods. So, sir, first year almost 100 implementation classes are there. Second year 1000 implementation classes are there for this interface. Next, fourth year 10,000 implementation classes are there. Okay, like as age of this interface increases, now number of implementation classes keep on increasing. Any doubt? Yes, friends, are you in the position to understand, right? As the number of the age of interface is increases, the number of implementation classes keep on increasing. Now take very special care about this terminology. What is the point here is, observe carefully, right? What is that important conclusion is, sir, here the age increases, the number of implementation classes keep on increasing. Now, as of now, 10,000 implementation classes are there. Okay, interface contain how many methods? Please confirm. Interface contain how many methods? Only 10 methods. Tomorrow I thought that I want to add the 11th method. Tomorrow I want to add the 11th method. If I add the 11th method to the interface, all these 10,000 classes are going to be affected or not? Can you please confirm? Yes, all these 10,000 classes are going to be affected or not? Yes, affected. If 10,000 classes are required to change just because of adding a method, then it's a very complex. No one is going to do such a type of thing. That's why, because you can't add a new method. If you add a new method, all the implementation classes are going to be affected. That's why once you define interface, that interface is the final. You are not allowed to add some new method. So it is always a restriction to Java. Okay. Now what the Java people did is, array, So tomorrow requirements keep on changing. We may require to add some new methods also. But if I add any new method, all the implementation classes are going to be affected without affecting implementation classes. Without affecting implementation classes, is there any way to add the new method to the interface? Like Java people thought, then they introduced default methods concept. Remember this one, sir? Then they introduced default method. Default method. The biggest advantage of default method, if I add default method, is there any effect on the implementation classes? If I place a default method, is there any effect on the implementation class? Default method having already implementation class is not required to do any extra thing. So without affecting implementation classes, how we can add new methods to the interface? For this purpose, okay, for this purpose, this default methods concept came. Default methods are going to save us, okay? Remember, it acts as a savior to the implementation classes. Array, I'm adding something. Don't worry, you are not required to do anything. Just await this update, that's all. Yes, friends. Are you in the position to understand what is the need of default methods concept in the Java 8 version? Really beautiful concept. Really beautiful concept. So now, if really default methods concept is not there, then in Java these many new features you can't expect that. Because best example, streams concept is there. Streams concept is there, sir. I want to get a stream. I want to get the stream. So in Java 8, Java 8, do you know, I have interface collection is there. Interface collection is there. In the interface collection, so here a new method came, stream method came, sir. A new method came, okay, default stream, like now streaming capability is available for every collection. Okay, suppose if this concept is not there, if you are not allowed to add stream concept to the collection, then the collections concept is going to be a beautiful streaming concept, right? That's right. So this concept play very important role at the API level. Now any interface you can add some new methods, no problem at all. So array from my childhood onwards I am learning servlet interface contain 5 methods only. Collection interface contain 12 methods only. Okay, because you can't add a new method. If you add the new method, then all the implementation classes are affecting. The solution for that is default methods concept, which came in 1.8 version. Now onward, collection interface doesn't contain 12 methods. Yes, several default methods are there. Next, tomorrow, servlet interface may not contain 5 methods. It may contain 7 or 8 methods because they may add some new default methods concept without affecting our implementation classes. Yes, friends. So if any person is asking what is the purpose of default method, simple answer you have to tell, sir. The main advantage of default method is, what is the main advantage? The main advantage of default methods is okay, without affecting implementation classes, we can modify without affecting implementation classes. We can add new methods to the interface. Remember this one, to the interface. This is a beautiful concept. This concept is a backward compatibility. This is what backward compatibility. Array, if tomorrow any changes are there, we are not required to do any updations in the implementation classes. Such type of thing is called backward compatibility. This is the main purpose of default methods. Any doubt? Everyone got the position to understand what the need of default method? Why it is the defender method or why it is the savior method? It saves. Do you know what we call implementation classes? That's why. Next, here there is implementation class. If it is required, it can use, or otherwise it can override also, no problem at all. Sir, here just default void m1. If the implementation class want as it is, it can use, or otherwise it can override, Array, I'm not satisfied with this default implementation because it's the dummy implementation only. I want to provide this M1 service. Okay, I want to provide this M1 service to my class. Okay, now how you can override public void? This is a test implementation. Implementation like this. I'm taking, sir. Test implementation. Okay, like sir. Now, can you please tell, is it valid or not? Is it valid or not? Yeah, remember this one. So most of the people by mistake they are taking, array here default is there, that's why I want to override. While overriding they are trying to take a default. No, default keyword is applicable only for interface. If we, while overriding we should not use a default, we require to use public. Okay, now have a look once about this. Happily the code compiles fine. Next, what the answer we are going to get? Yes, test implementation line. Friends, any doubt? Okay, so that's all this is. So by mistake, if I'm taking default, can you please tell, can you please tell what will happen? Immediately compile time error we are going to get. Okay, modifier default not allowed here. Modifier default is not allowed here. Okay, like immediately compile time error we are getting. So this is, you should not implement, you should not override default method as the default only. Compulsory we should use public here. So what compile time error? Error modifier default not allowed here. Okay. So scope cannot be reduced. Yeah, because parent class method is already public. Interface method is already public. That's why compulsory we should use public only. Yeah, Swaroop, they didn't change. They didn't change. Still, they are considering it is the modifier, but just for understanding sake. But still, default their intention it should not modify. Okay. Default is just keyword. Default keyword not allowed here is the more meaningful than modifier default not allowed here. We have to update to the Oracle people. Saying, can you please change this compile time error? Okay, it is not meaningful because modifier default is meaningless. Here you require to use what default keyword not allowed here. That will be the more meaningful statement. Clear, friends? If I can take if I can take public, can you please tell is it valid or not? Yes, itself is valid, no problem at all. Okay, like clear, right? Can I go for next one? Bhaskar, yes, whenever you are using default method means compulsory implementation is there. It is not abstract method. If it is the abstract method, then in the implementation class, compulsory should provide implementation. Then where is the backward compatibility? Okay, implementation class not required to provide implementation. Then compulsory it should be concrete method, but not abstract method. Here default keyword to indicate that it is the default method. Okay, not related to modifier. Just a default dummy implementation for all implementation classes. So if the implementation class satisfied with this dummy implementation, it can use. If it don't want this, ignore. If the implementation class want to implement in its own style, override. All options are there for the implementation class. Okay. Now there is one very important point you should aware, sir. Sir, what that important conclusion? What is the important point is? Now listen very carefully about this one. Okay. Why we should go for default method without implementation in interface? Bhaskar, compulsory default method should have implementation. Without implementation, no chance at all. You can't declare. We should go for default method without implementation. No, with the implementation only. Compulsory default methods should have implementation. Bhaskar, if the implementation is not there, then we should not use the default keyword first. They won't allow. They won't allow in the future. What is the reason for that is, if default method not having implementation, it will become abstract. If it is abstract, every implementation class should provide implementation for that abstract method. Okay, as of now, just aware, default methods should have implementation compulsory. Okay, now I have one small doubt, sir. Remember a bit very carefully about this one. What's my next point is, sir, I'm taking one interface interrupt, one interface interrupt, public, sorry, default string to string, return interrupt default string, like this I'm taking. Interrupt default string, like I'm taking. Next, default int hash code I'm taking. Return default int hash code I'm taking. Return some 100. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? What is the problem? Am I doing any mistake? Nagateja, is it valid or invalid? Why you are feeling this one is the invalid? Nagateja, why you are feeling this is the invalid? Yeah. Okay, good. Remember this one. Remember this. Sir, there is a specialty there for this. These methods are object class methods. So object class methods by default available for every class. Okay, getting right? Object class methods by default available for every class. Automatically. Why you have to bring through interface? Meaningless. Array, these methods already available to my test class. because every class in Java is the child class of object. That's why. So overriding or defining object class methods as a default methods inside interface, immediately compiler will give left and right. Remember this. Okay, have a look once. What is that compile method we are getting? Are you saying default method to string in interface interf overriding member of java.lang.object? Regarding, so why we can't override object class methods as a default methods inside interface, because by default these methods are available for every implementation class automatically. Then what is the need of defining those inside interface and make it available to implementation classes? Meaningless, because everywhere these methods are already available. What is the need of defining? That's why remember this one. So we can't override object class. We can't override object class methods as default methods inside interface. Default methods are inside interface. Otherwise, we will get compile time error. Remember this one. Otherwise, we will get the compile time error. Okay, like any doubt, friends? Are you in the position to understand why this one? Because default methods should be make available to the implementation classes. But for implementation classes, every object class method by default already available. Then automatically, so what is the need? That's why object class default methods, we can't override as default methods inside our interface. Remember that. Okay, that's it. So this is one very important point you should aware. Now the basic idea, I hope everyone got. What is default method? What is the default method? What is the purpose of default method? Next and after that, we can't override object class. We can't override object class default methods. Like you people should aware. Yeah, Bhaskar, you can ask the doubt. Bhaskar. Yes, correct. But the problem here is there any guarantee your abstract class contains single abstract method? Is there any guarantee your abstract class contains single abstract method? Bhaskar? No. That's why. So you can tell very decently, array my abstract class, I want to take only one abstract method. Like tomorrow, if any new person is coming, if he is using second abstract method, then what about our lambda expression? Lambda expression can implement only one abstract method. But interface don't have a guarantee. Yes, whenever you are taking @ functional interface, there is one annotation is there. If you add that, by mistake, if you are trying to add second abstract method, immediately compiler will give left and right. That is the reason why @ functional interface annotation came. Getting? Yes, Bhaskar. Even abstract method contain only one abstract method, still we can't implement lambda expression for abstract class, because there is no guarantee. It may contain multiple abstract methods. Then tomorrow there is a chance to fail. Then why I have to allow? Immediately we ask, inside interface also you may add another abstract method. But we have some concept like have you a functional interface, like have you remembered, right? This one annotation is there, @ functional interface. If you use this @ functional interface, If you use this functional interface, then that interface should contain only one abstract method. By mistake, if you are trying to provide two abstract methods or no abstract method, immediately compatible error we are going to get. No, this annotation is applicable only for interface, but not for abstracted classes. So do you know abstracted class is the more powerful than interface. Wherever interface is required, there I want to use abstracted class, it is the meaningless. I told in one example in our regular sessions, Ray, for sweeping purpose, you want to recruit the IAS officer. In my perspective, abstracted class is more powerful. Abstracted class is more powerful than interface. Don't try to replace interface with don't try to replace interface with abstracted class. Abstracted class can contain implementation also. If implementation is required, then I have to bring abstracted class. If only abstract, then better to do that with interface only. Okay, which of the following are valid about the default methods inside the interface? Okay, first option, this concept introduced in Java 8 version. This concept introduced in Java 8 version. Next, the second, the main purpose, the main objective of default methods. The main objective of default methods is without affecting implementation classes. We can add new methods to the interface. We can add new methods to the interface without affecting implementation classes. We can add new methods to the interface. Okay, like that. Next, do you know this is the backward compatibility sake. Next, we can't override object class methods as default methods inside interface. Inside interface. Okay. Next, the fourth one, all of these. Yes, what may be the answer? Which of the following are valid about the default methods inside interface? Sir, answer should be, okay, almost whatever we covered. Just this is the simple conclusion, right? Okay, right, sir. Still, there are some more things are there. In the next session, I will continue. So just you require to take a bit very special care about this one. Okay, like now, do you know what is the important thing? What you people should be aware? Default method versus multiple inheritance. Default method versus multiple inheritance. It is a bit dangerous combination. Multiple inheritance. This point is a very dangerous concept. Take a bit special care about this one, sir. Suppose here we know a class can't extend more than one class. Correct? A class can't extend more than one class. What is the reason for that? Is there may be a chance of ambiguity problem, or there may be a chance of diamond access problem, like we may aware at our childhood. Correct, right? Okay, somewhere we may discuss about this one. Suppose if two parent classes are there, assume that this is the P1. Yes, assume this is the P1 and this is the P2. Sir, if two parent classes are there, now only one child, a single child class trying to extend more than one parent, of course it is not allowed. It is not allowed in Java. It's not allowed in Java. A class can't extend more than one class. What is the reason for that? Do you know the reason here is, do you know if M1, if P1 contain, okay, M1 method is there. If P1 contain, parent 1 contain, M1 method is there. Okay, even P2 also contain M1 method. Even P2 also contain M1 method. And see, if I call M1, which M1 method will come in the picture? Sir, have you observed which M1 method will come in the picture? It's always a problem or not? Yes, observe that. So there is an ambiguity problem. There is an ambiguity problem because if a child trying to extend multiple classes, if both classes contain a method with the same signature, so for the child class, which method has to come? It's always a problem. That's why. So the people, that's why a class can't extend more than one class at a time. Remember that a class can't extend more than one class at a time. Yeah, if it is trying to extend, immediately error by default you are going to get. Remember, right? Okay. So this problem is called ambiguity problem. Ambiguity problem. This problem is called ambiguity problem, or some people may pronounce this problem, yeah, diamond access problem. Remember this one. Why it is the diamond access problem is very simple, sir. Are you seeing a diamond in this? Okay, sir, are you seeing a diamond? Are you seeing a diamond in this? Yes, observe that. That's why some people may use the word. This problem is also known as diamond access problem. Like, okay, so from here one M1 is coming, from here one M1 is coming for the child. On the child object, if I call M1, which M1 will come in the picture? Is it a problem or not? Can you please confirm? So, are you getting right? What is the diamond access problem? What is the meaning of diamond access problem? Yes, this is about a diamond access problem, sir. Okay, well, now there is but in the interface, that's why sir, class C extends P1, class C extends P1 comma P2 immediately compiler is going to give left and right. Okay, remember. But if you consider the same cinema with the interfaces, regarding, sir, assume that parent interface 1, assume parent interface 1, parent interface 2, assume that parent interface 2. Now this is the child interface. It is the child interface, right? Assume. Now, sir, if parent interface 1 contain M1 method, sir, parent interface 2 also contain M1 method. Okay. Now, sir, for implementation class, sir, this one is implementation class. For implementation class, so here we never going to get any ambiguity problem. What the reason for that is? Array interface method having only declaration but not implementation. That's why who is the responsible to provide implementation for this M1? Implementation class is the responsible not to provide implementation, right? Okay, implementation class is the responsible to provide implementation. That's why even multiple method declarations are there, but the implementation is only one. That's why we never going to face ambiguity problem in the case of interfaces. So an interface can extend interface C extends A comma B. Interface C extends A comma B. 100% pakka, this one is acceptable. Any doubt? Respond. Are you facing any difficulty to understand this one? Okay, well, but now suddenly because of these default methods, the cinema is going to be changed, sir. What is the reason is, in the normal interfaces, you are not having any implementation, but unique implementation is there. That's why ambiguity problem won't come. In the case of interfaces, an interface can extend any number of interfaces, right? Very simply we can tell. But default methods having implementation. Default methods having implementation. Are getting implementation is there. Then if the default methods having implementation, now for the child interface or otherwise for the implementation class, which M1 will come in the picture? It's always a bigger problem. Yes. Any doubt about this one? Yes, friends. Are you seeing? Because implementation is there, so there may be a problem. Now this is the point what you people should be aware. Suppose assume that I have an interface is there, interface left is there, interface left, left interface contain here default void m1 I'm taking. Sir, this is left default method. Assume that, sir. Okay, here I'm trying to take a system.out.println. Okay, left default method like this I'm taking, sir. This is the left default method. Okay, now the same thing we have to talk. Interface right is there, default right default method. Sir, class test implements left and right. Class test implements left and right. Okay, like I'm trying to take. Now observe very carefully, sir. Test team is equal to new test t.m1. Is it a problem or not? Can you please confirm? Is it a problem or not? Yes, because from left one m1 is coming, from right one m1 is coming, then which m1 has to come, so two interfaces contain a default method with the same signature. There may be a chance of ambiguity problem to the implementation class. Remember this one, maybe a chance to have ambiguity problem to the implementation class. Sir, now here let me remove this main method. Now just that's all, only declaration. Class test implements left and right. Immediately error by default you are going to get. If you want, you can cross check, sir. Immediately error we are getting. Yes, what is that error is? Sir, types left and right are incompatible. Class test inherits unrelated defaults for m1 from types left and right. It is telling very clearly, sir, the problem. I hope you can understand this one. So here, how you can solve this problem? Don't worry, sir. Don't tell it is impossible to solve, but it is a possibility, right? It is a possibility. Okay. Now what is the error? We are getting, sir? What error we are going to get is, sir, this is the error we are getting. Remember, sir, here unrelated like that. So the important conclusion, what you people should be aware: interface, if two interfaces contain a default method with the same signature, there may be a chance of ambiguity problem to the implementation class. Yes, already we saw, sir. To overcome this problem, what we have to take, we should override such type of default method in the implementation class. Then we can solve this problem. Don't worry, sir. We should override such type of method, such type of default method in the implementation class. Yes, observe carefully how you can solve this problem is okay. Now I'm taking, even if I can take this one, same error we are going to get. Even if you are taking, whether you are calling or not calling is always a problem. But how you can solve this problem is, sir, just very simple. Now have a look once. I didn't implement. Is the same problem we are getting or not? Yes, this problem is the same. Okay, like so you can't provide implementation. Remember this one, sir. You can't implement both interfaces simultaneously. What is the solution? To implement that in the implementation class, compulsory we should override this default method, sir. Okay, system.out.println. Here just I'm taking test implementation, like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Yes, valid. Whatever ambiguity we are facing, now there is no ambiguity because the test class define its own m1 method. The problem by default will be solved. Have a look once. The code compiles fine. Java test, but the answer we are going to get test implementation. Any doubt? So what is ambiguity problem? How you can solve that ambiguity problem? What is the ambiguity problem? How you can solve that ambiguity problem in the Java 1.8 version? Because of default methods, maybe a chance of ambiguity problem. How you can solve this ambiguity problem? Just provide implementation, okay, for the override that method in the class, then automatically, so the problem by default will be resolved. Friends, any doubt about this one? Array, respond. Any doubt about this terminology? Okay, well, now here just observe that. Okay, I don't want, sir, my own implementation for this test. I want left implementation. For the test, I want right implementation. No problem at all. For that also solution is there. What is that solution? Is here just observe that. First, let me add one theoretical point. Two interfaces, okay, sir, two interfaces contain default method. Two interfaces contain default method with the 1 minute. Two interfaces contain a default method with the same signature, same signature. Then there may be a chance of ambiguity problem. There may be a chance of ambiguity problem. Okay, there may be a chance of ambiguity problem. Okay, to the implementation class, So how you can to overcome this problem? This problem, compulsory. What we have to take, sir? Compulsory. We should override. Default method. We should override the default method in the implementation class. Implementation class, we should override default method in the implementation class. Otherwise, we will get compile time error. Okay, like, any doubt? Everyone in the position to understand, right? Okay, we should, otherwise we are going to get compile time error. Next, if return types are different, what is the story? Bhaskar, in interface implementation, whatever rules we followed, the same rules. If return types are incompatible, you can't override, you can't implement both interfaces simultaneously. Okay, if there is a covariance is there, then we have to take a child at the return type. If there is no covariance, then immediately error we are going to get. Clear? Any doubt about this one? Okay. Next, I have one small doubt, sir. I want to make this left interface default method. I want to make it available to the test class. I want to make it available left interface default method to the test class, or right interface default method to the test class. How you can do that? Very, very important point, sir. Listen a bit carefully about this one. So now in the implementation class, in the implementation class, okay, we can provide complete new implementation, or we can call any interface method, sir. We can call parent method directly. In the implementation class, we can provide complete new implementation. You can provide complete new implementation. We can provide, we can call sir interface parent interface default method. Parent interface default method as follows. Remember this one. We can parent interface default method as follows. What is the syntax for that? Very important, sir. Don't get confusion, right? So now here assume I don't want complete new implementation. Array, I want to call left interface default method. Can you please tell what is the interface name? Please confirm. What is the interface name? Interface name is the left. Okay, I'm taking left dot super dot left dot super dot m1. This is the valid way, sir. Left dot super dot m1 itself is the valid way. Left dot super dot m1 itself is a valid way, sir. Okay, like perfectly this one is going to work. There is no problem at all. So for the test class, which m1 method is available, left interface m1 method is available. Now have a look once. Respond. Is it clear, right? Okay, left default method is coming. Left default method is coming, sir. So in the implementation class, we can provide either complete new implementation, or instead of that, we can provide either complete new implementation or instead of that. So we can call parent interface default method also. What is the syntax for that? Okay, what is the syntax? Interface name dot super dot method name. Okay, this is the syntax what we have to follow, sir. So what is this? Suppose assume that I don't want left interface method. Assume that, sir, I don't want left interface method, I want the right interface method. Just you have to change, you require to change instead of this one, instead of this, right dot, okay, instead of this one, right dot, okay, right dot super dot m1, right dot super dot m1, happily right method will come. Sir, I want both methods. Sir, I want both methods, no problem at all. Yes, you can call. Whenever you are calling m1, first left interface m1 method, and then right interface m1 method will come in the picture. Yes, any doubt? Swaro, only in the case of default methods, this type of error from 1.8 version onwards, only in the case of default methods we have to take care, but not for remaining methods. If two interfaces contain default method with the same signature, then only we require to take care about this overriding. Remember. Any doubt? Okay. So that's all. This is one very important thing. What you should aware about these things, right? Okay. So now the next thing, what I have to take here, just observe. Maybe a chance to ask this type of question also for the exam from this area. Once we are seeing default methods inside interface, once we are seeing default methods inside interface, then what is the difference between default methods and abstract class, interface and abstract class? You may have the bigger doubts. Remember, right? Okay, sir, what I'm taking, interface with the default methods, interface with the default methods, interface with the default methods. Next, I'm trying to take abstract class. So you know there are multiple differences are there, friends. Okay, don't feel, sir. Here there is no difference, like multiple differences are there. Okay, like sir, here if you want, just observe the first difference. Very inside interface, every variable is always public static final. Correct, right? Whether we are declaring or not, and there is no chance of instance variables, remember this one, sir. But in the case of abstract class, okay, we can take both, we can take both the instance variable and the static variables, no problem at all. Okay, so we can declare instance variable only inside abstract class but not inside interface. Yes, friends, is it correct or not? We can declare instance variable only inside abstract class but not inside interface. Yes, friends, is it correct or not? Can you please confirm? Your respond. We can declare instance variables inside abstract class, but not inside interface. Okay. So here just I'm taking. We can declare instance variables. We can declare instance variable inside. We can declare instance variables inside abstract class, but not in interfaces. Like that. So this is the first thing what you should aware. Now the next one, here just observe carefully. Sorry. Now the next point I want to discuss. Interface never talks about state of object because instance variables are there. Interface never talks about state of. Interface never talks about state of object, about the state of object, because it doesn't contain instance variables, right? But abstract class can talk about state of object, means instance variable values. So abstract class can talk about the state of object because it contains instance variables are there. Remember, right? Okay. So now the third one, very important. Inside interface, can I declare constructor? Anyone, can you please tell? Inside interface, can we declare constructor? We can't declare constructor. We can't declare constructor. But inside abstract class, can I declare constructor? Inside abstract class, yes, we can declare constructor. Have you observed? It is also one difference. It's also one difference. So we can declare constructor inside abstract class, inside abstract class, but not in interfaces. Yes, it's also valid statement only. Next, do you know inside interface? Okay, we can't declare instance block and static block. Remember this one, somewhere we covered. We can't declare instance and static blocks. We can't declare. But inside abstract class, we can declare instance block and static block. Remember this one, sir. So both the things are happily possible, friends. Okay. So inside we can declare. So here just observe that carefully. We can declare instance and static blocks. Blocks inside abstract class, but not in interface. Remember this one, sir. Inside interface, we can't declare. Okay, like next. Sir, here there is one concept is there. There is one concept is there, but this concept anyway, as of now we didn't cover, but maybe in the next somewhere we will cover, sir. So interface is a functional interface with the default methods. Functional interface with the default methods. Default method can refer lambda expression. Of course, we will discuss. Don't worry, lambda expressions concept I will discuss, right? Functional interface with the default method can refer lambda expression. Functional interface is nothing. An interface that contains only one abstract method is called functional interface, right? So here, functional abstract class never refer lambda expression. Remember this one, sir. Abstract class can't refer lambda expression. Remember, right? Okay. Lambda expressions concept applicable only for interfaces, but not lambda expressions concept applicable only for interfaces, but not for abstract classes. That interface, it should be functional interface. What is the meaning of functional interface? An interface which contain at least one abstract method, such a type of thing is called functional interface. Remember, right? Okay. Well, so now there is one more important point. Of course, at this point we covered already. Inside abstract class, we can't override object class. Sorry, sir. Inside interface, we can't override. Inside interface, we can't override object class methods. We can't override object class methods, remember. But inside abstract class we can override object class methods. We can override object class methods. There is no problem at all. Okay, toString method we can override. Next and after that hash code method we can override, itself is acceptable, remember, right? Okay, so just observe a bit very carefully about this one. Sir, now my important conclusion is, forget about this one, sir. Sir, now my requirement is, sir, I have one interface is there. Assume that interrupt is there. Interrupt is there. Sir, now observe, if I can take default int hash code, return 100. Is it valid or invalid? Please confirm. Is it valid or invalid? Please respond. It is the invalid, because you know the reason. The reason. So this one is invalid. But if I can take, of course, let me consider this one. Okay, interface class test, like forget about this one. Interface interrupt. Now have a look once. What is the problem? We are getting? Yes, here this is default method hash code in interface. In interface interrupt overrides a member of java.lang.object, like we are getting the error. Okay, but instead of interface, okay, let me take abstract class. But if it is abstract class, so you should not use default public. You should not use default. It should be public. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Please respond. Is it valid or not? Yes, inside abstract class, what is the problem for defining abstract method, for defining object class methods? No problem. You never going to get any problem at all. Observe carefully, right? Okay, so this is previous. Why it is invalid, Swaroop? It is the interface can't contain, you can't define object class methods as the default methods. Have you remembered? Yesterday we discussed it, right? Object class methods we can't override inside interface as default methods, because object class methods by default available for every Java class. Why we have to make it available from the interface as a default method? Because interface default methods meant for implementation classes only. For every class, object class methods are available. What is the need of make it available from the interface as default method? Because it's already available. Unnecessary duplicate code. Getting? But default methods concept implemented not to provide full-fledged implementation. Okay, default methods concept came just to provide dummy implementation. Okay, instead of declaring no body, just we have some partial body. That is, if the class required full-fledged implementation, better to leave to the class only. Class can provide that. Okay, now, so here just observe, we can declare instance variables inside abstract class but not in interface. We can declare constructor in abstract class but not in interface. We can declare interface instance on static blocks inside abstract class but not in interface. Like now I'm trying to take, sir, we can't override. We can override object class methods inside abstract class, but not in interface as default methods. Okay, like now, sir, all of these. So which of the following are valid means, All of these are valid. So are you in the position to understand this one? So here just to take a bit very special care. Okay, we can override object class methods inside abstract class, but not in interface as a default methods. Remember this one. So now the next important thing what we have to discuss. Yes. Swarup. Yeah. Now here just observe that a bit carefully. I have some coding snippets are there. You have to consider whether these are valid or not. Okay. So here just observe carefully. Right? My requirement is coding snippet 1. Coding snippet 1. Like this I'm taking, sir. Here just observe that coding snippet 1. So just have a look once about this one. Coding snippet 1. My coding is interface. I'm trying to take default void m1 like I'm trying to take. Okay, this is the coding snippet 1. Next, this is the coding snippet 2 m1 like this I'm taking. Next, sir, here instead of class interrupt, now I'm taking abstract class test. Abstract class test I'm trying to take abstract class test like now instead of abstract class, now I'm trying to take just a normal class test. Okay, like I'm trying to take, sir. Can you please tell among these coding snippets which coding snippets are valid and which coding snippets are invalid? Can you please confirm? First one valid. First one valid. Second one invalid because default method compulsory should contain implementation, friends. Okay, if I can take any default method is there. Okay, here just observe interface interrupt. Now default void m1 okay, like immediately error we are going to get. Now observe second one is the invalid. Missing method body are declared abstract. This is the error we are going to get in the second case. Remember, right? Okay. So now here just this is the error we are getting, sir. Missing method body. Okay, like next, do you know coding snippet? Yes. Here, can you please tell is it valid or not? Abstract class test. Inside abstract class, we can't take default methods. Remember this one. Abstract class interface. Now I'm taking inside abstract class. Is it possible to take default methods or not? Not possible. Have you observed, right? So modifier default not allowed here. Modifier default not allowed here. This is the compatible method we are going to get. Of course, the last one is also same. Class test default void m1. Yes, in this case also we are going to get the same compatible method only. Okay, default methods concept came in for which concept? Interface, not for abstract class, not for concrete classes. Swarup. Clear, right? So here just you have to be aware where you can take a default method. Next in the interfaces only, but default method compulsory should having implementation. But inside abstract class, inside normal classes, you can't take. By mistake, if you are trying to take immediately error, we are going to get, sir. Okay, like now take a bit very special care about these things. Okay, like we can. Which of the following coding snippets are valid? Valid like if I can take coding snippet 1, coding snippet 2, coding snippet 3, coding snippet 4. Sir, can you please spell out which are valid? Which are valid? Coding snippet 1 is valid. Only one. Only one. Coding snippet 1 is the only one is the valid. All the remaining are invalid only. So why these are invalid? I showed already. Next up here, my next requirement, same sigma only. Intrapage interrupt. I'm taking static block. I'm trying to take static block. Okay, remember this one. Intrapage interrupt. I'm taking static block. Static block. Okay. Now, sir, here just observe abstract class M1. I'm taking static block. Okay. Next, yeah, normal concrete class. I'm taking static block. I'm taking static block. Okay. Like, can you please confirm among these three coding snippets? Which are valid, which are invalid? The first one is invalid, but the remaining two things are perfectly valid. Remember, right? Okay. So only which of the following coding snippets are valid? Which of the following coding snippets are valid like so only what is the answer? 2 and 3 are valid. 2 and 3 are valid like that. So now I'm taking same thing only here. Instead of that, here intra I'm taking sir. Do you know this is something like constructor? Have you observed? This is something like constructor I'm taking, sir. Now here just observe public test I'm taking. Test I'm taking, sir. Here also public test I'm trying to take. Public test. Can you please confirm among these things, which are valid, which are invalid, sir? Yes. Anyone? This is invalid. First one is invalid, but second and third are valid because constructors concept applicable. Constructor concept is applicable. Okay, like here. So what is the answer we are going to get here is which are valid? Which of the following are valid? Only answer, sir, 2 and 3 are valid. Okay, like that's all. So can I consider interface, okay, with the default methods and abstract class both never be equal? Can you please confirm? Is it valid statement or not? Interface with the default methods and abstract class never be equal. Okay, like interface with the default methods and abstract class never be equal. Like interface with the default methods and the abstract class are not equal. Okay, which is the superior, sir? The superior person is always, which is the superior? The superior person is always abstract class. Abstract class is the superior.